New to the world, fresh out the barrio. I was an outlaw rebel, out of my mind, young and wild. My existence defined in one word: survive.
If it could be sold, I could sell it. If it can't, that's cool. I'll fix it up, make it look good enough to catch some fools. It started when I was young, with my Genesis teams. He traded me John Madden for, I don't remember the name, but it was weak though. The streets though, they play with Perico. So Tito became my E-ho. He had cheap blow. And each O like 3-4 times I flip ones. But it's Evo, the people I deal with a stick none. With big guns, they diesel, that diesel never change. The custy still gnaw like they agree with anything. The weed ain't the same, all the colors is new. It ain't just green, the haze is purple and them berries is blue. I don't care if it was pink, as long as they still smoking. I had them bags packed till they damn near open. The hustle's in my veins, I could bleed in the pot and make a soup that'll go for $10 a pop.
In La Calle, on a collision course with incarceration, consumed by the lies of the streets. They were an illusion, but I awoke, caged like an animal.
They got me locked in a cell where I'm feeling like an experiment. My spirit sharper than lasers they use to build pyramids. Writing on the walls keep me sane. Knuckle push-ups on the concrete till I bleed out the pain. Thoughts of my freedom lingering in my brain. I'm stronger and much quicker, I appreciate the gain. Building with my lights, brown power reunite. Tattoos of my flag, PR pride, Jesus Christ. But I wouldn't wish this on my worst enemy. So when I'm free, I'll teach and spread the speech. How they try to divide us, make us weak, find us and break a piece. So I got us and make it peace, honest, I play for keys. This is the life of your forefathers that fought hard on four corners of backyards, power in numbers, so they subtract us and add bars. If they want it, we gon' take them to war. We not a gang or a clique, we young lords.
I came to my senses. Un esclavo no soy. That is now my past. I came to know me and my people. Red, brown, and black help me paint the future.
The world got a template to turn us into inmates, caged in a state pen, man. Fuck going to Penn State, bondage and slave ships to punch in your time card. Want my oasis, space, a jungle behind bars. Got my epiphany like Malcolm X. Prison to the bricks, but I'm stuck in this global house arrest. I'm a free man, so I changed my mannerisms. This Greenspan system wanna dent my activism. Estilo machetero, get my people out the ghetto. 21st century, grito del lado está de ghetto. We vocal minorities, no Pokemon tail. Guess the local authorities till we the Hoochie Man trail. For robbing bodegas and boosting like low lives. Media figures, token 4-5. Revolutionary gangsters in your presence. Try to dead us with cancer through chemical testing.
Unidos por fin, we seize the time. Free at last. Learn to love, live to fight. Not just for me, but for others. Teach the new blood and live for freedom. I survived the COINTELPRO assassinations, AIDS epidemic, crack era fractured the nation. The interpretation of American democracy is best exemplified in its foreign policy dichotomy. I live a double life of political philosophy, but revolution follows me to struggle for equality against the morally bankrupt, claiming to be born again. It's a civil war again, like MS-13's origin. Ban ethnic studies claiming our culture will swallow them, but you can't conquer people and build a country on top of them, and then feel offended that they breathe the same oxygen. Your family values lack the wisdom of Solomon, but Operation Condor and Operation Bootstrap, a poli-sci 101 research for the new jacks. It's hard to reach communist utopia tomorrow when your hands are in a fucking glass jar like Che Guevara. Forget the distorted historical facts you were given. Slave trade was the capital for capitalism. To prison mentally, dying existentially, separated from people you can't see yourself to be, then racially integrated into a burning house colony of an empire economically burning out. Can't win a debate, so they sponsor every threat to me. I wonder if Agent 800 is standing next to me.
En Puerto Rico, the main problem we have is que somos colonia. We're a colony. We're fighting for freedom because we will not be a slave nation. The struggle here is in the university. The struggle here is in the community. It's against the police and violence. It's against discrimination. It's against the crime against humanity on this beautiful Caribbean island. This is Panama. Vicente Alba, young lord, revolutionary always, from San Juan, Puerto Rico. Que viva Puerto Rico libre.
apart from the few times I called in, it's been on.
Yeah, pardon me. Just got the computer up and running. I got the screen recorder up and running. They were doing something. I'm not sure what it was they were doing. That's why I didn't come back right away. As I said I would, Dianna, pardon me for that. These people are really, they're going in tonight, as y'all already can tell. But in any case, the call is still going down. From what I'm seeing right now, it's currently being actively recorded to my computer. So thanks to the quick thinking of Night of Thunder with his original idea of uploading it up to a SoundCloud, and then Dianna modifying the idea to getting me to remember my computer. So thanks to the both of you for that. I appreciate, man, your efforts in coming up with that quick solution, because at that point I was like, well, there's going to be a live stream call tonight, and there's not going to be a live stream tonight, because these people apparently are angry and upset due to all the truth that's been exposed in my call and the positive feedback that I'm getting from different people through emails that they've been sending me. And a few of them seem like targeted individuals, like regular members of society that seem to be curious and are appreciative of what we're doing. So this call is dedicated to you guys as well, who are going to be listening to this call later on playback. I'm not sure how long they're going to... let me just put this and get this out of the way on the record. Apparently, it's my fault. I decided to try to test something earlier. This was around 4 o'clock my time, way before the original call was supposed to start, about 2 hours before that. And I was going to upload a video clip from the movie John Wick 3, the ending scene, where the man that was, I guess, the boss from the Hitman squad that hired John Wick was letting him know that, no, you're not going to get any more contracts because you killed the man on company grounds. So you left me no choice but to declare you excommunicado. So with that scene in particular that I had chosen to put on my live stream as a way of showing how this program blacklists us as empowered individuals / targeted individuals, that it's more or less a comparison / analogy to prove a point and show how these people get notifications on their cell phones in real time. It was interesting to me to see that in that movie, so I figured that would be a perfect way of getting my message across to people, to get them to realize that this is how we're looked upon. And apparently they didn't like that, and they used that window to get into my account and shut it down, not delete my channel, stop me from live streaming for apparently 90 days, which is the equivalent of 3 months. Again, I agree with what Dianna had said and Night of Thunder had said, that Dianna came out and said that that's a little bit extreme to be doing something, and I totally agree with that. And then I'm also looking at the fact how YouTube has allowed me to get away with, I don't know why, but they've allowed me to get away with playing instrumentals from the Wu-Tang Clan. Yeah, there's no lyrics being played in the background, but still, these are copyrighted beats of theirs. I guess they circumvent that by showing the little stickers and emblems when you click on info when my video starts playing and you hear those instrumentals. That's how they cover themselves through there. So that's how I assume why they allow that to go on. But in any case, I still don't understand why they're trying to say that, I'm trying to scam people or I'm using deceptive practices. This is what was sent to me before, almost a month ago, when I had Alda Mr. Rosa One, who got her channel deleted by YouTube. She's a veteran TI from California of Asian descent. And she basically had 7 years worth of documented information on her channel that didn't get deleted. It's still on their servers, but they're not allowing her to get it back. So I assume that this was their way of trying to silence me and keep me from allowing, other targeted individuals that come on my forum after their channel got deleted to use it as their platform to express themselves and continue from there. They're not trying to have that happen. So this is what I assume, that kind of like what happened to Alex Jones when he got booted off of Facebook, and then he went on Joe Rogan's call to, I guess, circumvent the ability to not be able to say what he wanted to say anymore on his Facebook channel because they took that away from him. And him and Joe Rogan are good friends. Joe Rogan allowed him on his forum to express himself. You know what I mean? Temporarily, from what I understand. But in any case, as you know, everyone is able to see and hear, YouTube is getting more and more with the censorship thing that is ridiculous. You know, I don't have a problem per se with them. Overall, they've allowed me to, you know, live stream before, like I said, using instrumentals when they could have said something then, but they didn't. I guess, you know, they got to the point where they felt, well, you know, now he's using movie clips, which I did. I'm not going to deny that. I'm not going to try to negate and say, oh, I didn't do anything. I'm totally innocent. No. I did use movie clips. So technically, I am in the law. I understand that. But a 3-month ban because of that? Little steep. But you know what? I'll hold that down. I'll take that hit. If that's what it takes, fine. If that's what I deserve and that they feel that that's what I need to get, then so be it. At least my channel's still up. I'm still currently recording this particular call right now, and I'm going to eventually upload it to YouTube, minus the video clips. I apologize for the long, winded introduction to all this. You guys know I usually don't do that, go right into it, but I had to say this tonight because, not only have I been attacked electronically through the hacking of the call and shutting me down using, bogus claims and, to boot me off for 3 months and not live stream. But they've also been hitting me hard with the directed energy weapon attacks. They've been concentrating and hitting my heart, in the middle part of my chest, which is where the location of my heart would be. They've been hitting me hard there lately. So they're trying to cause some sort of medical ailment behind that and make it seem as natural as possible. But I'm putting that on the record as well tonight because I want people to know. There's a few TIs, I think, both TIs that are on the call right now have physical proof of that because I sent them pictures. And there's a few others that are off the call right now that have it also. So, if they try to go and delete these pictures or they try to enhance them in any way, these people already have copies of these pictures. So that's not going to work. I'm just putting that out there for whatever hacker or whatever perk that's out there right now actively listening that has their plan on trying to do something with that. In any case, that's it for me for right now. We're going into the first segment, and this is about coercive persuasion tactics. Being read from one of Nigel Nicholson's, a fellow member of our squad, veteran, psychologicalharassment.com. Whenever you get the chance, look that site up. Definitely worth the time. A plethora of valuable information. Dianna, whenever you're ready.
All right. So, like you said, this is off of that website, and there is a table of contents on the right hand of the side of this page where you'll find that coercive mind control tactics is the section we're going to be reading. So it starts with a terminology note. Today, mind control or brainwashing in academia is commonly referred to as coercive persuasion, coercive psychological systems, or coercive influence. The short description below comes from Dr. Margaret Singer, Professor Emeritus at the University of California at Berkeley, the acknowledged leading authority in the world on mind control and cult. So a short overview is that coercion is defined by the American Heritage Dictionary as 1, to force, to act or think in a certain manner. 2, to dominate, restrain, or control by force. And 3, to bring about by force. Coercive psychological systems are behavioral change programs which use psychological force in a coercive way to cause the learning and adoption of an ideology or a designated set of beliefs, ideas, attitudes, or behaviors. The essential strategy used by the operators of these programs is to systematically select, sequence, and coordinate many different types of coercive influence, anxiety, and stress-producing tactics over continuous periods of time. In such a program, the subject is forced to adapt in a series of tiny invisible steps. Each tiny step is designed to be sufficiently small so the subjects will not notice the changes in themselves or identity, or be able to identify, the coercive nature of the processes being used. The subjects of these tactics do not become aware of the hidden organizational purpose of the coercive psychological program until much later, if ever. These tactics are usually applied in a group setting by well-intentioned but deceived friends and allies of the victim. This keeps the victim from putting up the ego defenses we normally maintain in known as the serial influence of these programs aim to overcome the individual's critical thinking abilities and free will, apart from any appeal to informed judgment. Victims gradually lose their ability to make independent decisions and exercise informed consent. Their critical thinking, defenses, cognitive processes, values, ideas, attitudes, conduct, and ability to reason are undermined by a technological process rather than by meaningful free choice, rationality, or the inherent merit or value of the ideas or propositions being presented. How do they work? The tactics used to create undue psychological and social influence, often by means involving anxiety and stress, fall into 7 main categories. Tactic 1. Increase suggestibility and soften up the individual through specific hypnotic or other suggestibility increasing techniques, such as extended audio, visual, verbal, or tactical fixation drills, excessive exact repetition of routine activities, sleep restriction, and a nutritional restriction. Tactic 2. Establish control over the person's social environment, time, and sources of social support by a system of often excessive rewards and punishments. The social isolation is promoted. Contact with family and friends is abridged, as in contact with persons who do not share group-approved attitudes. Economic and other dependence on the group is fostered. Tactic 3. Prohibit disconfirming information and non-supporting opinions in group communication. Rules exist about permissible topics to discuss with outsiders. Communication is highly controlled, and in-group language is usually constructive. Tactic 4. Make the person reevaluate the most central aspects of his or her experience of self and prior conduct in negative ways. Efforts are designed to destabilize and undermine the subject's basic consciousness, reality awareness, worldview, emotional control, and defense mechanisms. The subject is guided to reinterpret his or her life's history and adopt a new version of causality. Tactic 5. Create a sense of powerlessness by subjecting the person to intense and frequent actions and situations which undermine the person's confidence in himself and his judgment. Tactic 6. Create strong, aversive emotional arousals in the subject by use of non-physical punishments such as intense humiliation, loss of privilege, social isolation, social status changes, intense guilt, anxiety, manipulation, and other techniques. Tactic 7. Intimidate the person with the force of group-sanctioned secular psychological threats. For example, it may be suggested or implied that failure to adopt the approved attitude, belief, or consequent behavior will lead to severe punishment or dire consequences such as physical or mental illness, the reappearance of a prior physical illness, drug dependence, economic collapse, social failure, divorce, disintegration, failure to find a mate, etc. These tactics of psychological force are applied to such a severe degree that the individual's capacity to make informed or free choice becomes inhibited. The victims become unable to make the normal, wise, or balanced decisions which they most likely or normally would have made had they not been unknowingly manipulated by these coordinated technical processes. The cumulative effect of these processes can be an even more effective form of undue influence when pain, torture, drugs, or the use of physical force and lethal threat. How does coercive psychological persuasion differ from other kinds of influence? Coercive psychological systems are distinguished from benign social winning or peaceful persuasion by the specific conditions under which they are conducted. These conditions include the type and number of coercive psychological tactics used, the severity of environmental and interpersonal manipulation, and the amount of psychological force employed to suppress particular unwanted behaviors and to train desired behaviors. Coercive force is traditionally visualized in physical terms. In this form, it is easily definable, clear-cut, and unambiguous. Coercive psychological force, unfortunately, has not been so easy to see and define. The law has been ahead of the physical sciences in that it has allowed the coercion need not involve physical force. It has recognized that an individual can be threatened and coerced psychologically by what he or she perceives to be dangerous, not necessarily by that which is dangerous. Law has recognized that even the threatened action need not be physical. Threats of economic loss, social ostracism, and ridicule, among other things, are all recognized by law in various contexts as coercive psychological forces. Why are coercive psychological systems harmful? Coercive psychological systems violate our most fundamental concepts of basic human rights. They violate rights of individuals that are guaranteed by the First Amendment to the United States Constitution and affirmed by many declarations of principles worldwide. By confusing, intimidating, and silencing their victims, those who profit from these systems evade exposure and prosecution for actions recognized as harmful and which are illegal in most countries, such as fraud, false imprisonment, undue influence, involuntary servitude, intentional infliction of emotional distress, outrageous conduct, and other torturous acts. That concludes that section of the overview. Do we need to discuss that, or should I move on to the article? Yeah. Still there? Hello? Archie? Night? Send me a text if you can still hear me. And I'll just keep reading.
Pardon me, guys. I had some bad news over here. Dianna, if you don't mind going into the next article, I'm dealing with some bad news over here, guys. Pardon me.
You want me to continue with the next article? Is that what you said?
Yeah, please.
Okay. All right. Just reloading here. Okay, so this is an article from the Co-Education Institute. Looks like it's an excerpt out of the book Cults Inside Out by Rick Allen Ross. Now, this article is written by Richard J. Oshoff, PhD. Coercive persuasion and thought reform are alternate names for programs of social influence capable of producing substantial behavior and attitude change through the use of coercive tactics, persuasion, and/or interpersonal and group-based influence manipulation. Such programs have also been labeled brainwashing, a term more often used in the media than in its scientific literature. However identified, these programs are distinguishable from other elaborate attempts to influence behavior and attitudes, to socialize, and to accomplish social control. Their distinguishing features are their totalistic qualities, the types of influence procedures they employ, and the organization of these procedures into three distinctive subphases of the overall process. The key factors that distinguish coercive persuasion from other training and socialization schemes are 1. The reliance on intense interpersonal and psychological attacks to destabilize an individual's sense of self to promote compliance. 2. The use of an organized peer group. 3. Applying interpersonal pressure to promote conformity. And 4. The manipulation of the totality of the person's social environment to stabilize behavior once modified. Thought reform programs have been employed in attempts to control and indoctrinate individuals, societal groups, and even entire populations. Systems intended to accomplish these goals can vary considerably in their construction. Even the first systems studied under the label thought reform ranged from those in which confinement and physical assault were employed to applications that were carried out under non-confined conditions in which non-physical coercion substituted for assault. The individuals to whom these influence programs were applied were in some cases unwilling subjects, and in other cases volunteers who sought to participate in what they believed might be a career-beneficial educational experience. Significant differences existed between the social environments and the control mechanisms employed in the two types of programs initially studied. Their similarities, however, are the more important in understanding their ability to influence behavior and beliefs than are their differences. They are shared the utilization of coercion, persuasion's key effective influence mechanisms, a focused attack on the stability of a person's sense of self, reliance on peer group interactions, the development of interpersonal bonds between targets and their controllers and peers, and an ability to control communication among participants. Edgar Sheen captured the essential similarity between the types of programs in his definition of the coercive persuasion phenomenon. Sheen noted that even for prisoners, what happened was a subjection to unusually intense and prolonged persuasion that they could not avoid. Thus, they were coerced into allowing themselves to be persuaded. Programs of both types defined assaultive and non-confined non-assaultive cause a range of cognitive and behavioral responses. The reported cognitive responses vary from apparently rare instances classifiable as internalized belief change to a frequently observed transient alteration in beliefs that appears to be substitutionally adaptive, and finally to reactions of nothing less than firm intellectual resistance of hostility. The phrase situationally adaptive belief change refers to attitude change that is not stable and is environment dependent. This type of response to an influence pressures of coercive persuasion programs is perhaps the most surprising of the responses that have been observed. The combination of psychological assault on the self, interpersonal pressure, and the social organization of the environment creates a situation that can only be coped with by adapting and acting so as to present oneself to others in terms of the ideology supported in the environment. Eliciting the desired verbal and interactive behavior sets up conditions likely to stimulate the development of attitudes consistent with and that function to rationalize new behavior in which the individual is engaging. Models of attitude change, such as the theory of cognitive dissonance or self-perception theory, explain the tendency for consistent attitudes to develop as a consequence of behavior. The surprising aspect of this situationality adaptive response is that the attitudes that develop are unstable. They tend to change dramatically once the person is removed from an environment that has totalistic properties and is organized to support the adaptive attitude. Once removed from such an environment, the person is able to interact with others who permit and encourage the expression of criticisms and doubts, which were previously stifled because the normative rules of the reform environment. This pattern of change, first in one direction and then the other, dramatically highlights the profound importance of social support and the explanation of the attitude change and stability. This relationship has for decades been one of the principal interests in the field of social psychology. Statements supportive of the Crawford ideology that indicate adaptive attitude Change during the period of the target's involvement in the reform environment and immediately following separation should not be taken as mere play acting in reaction to necessity. Targets tend to become genuinely involved in the interaction. The reform experience focuses on genuine vulnerability as the method for undermining self-concept, manipulating genuine feelings of guilt about past conduct, inducing the target to make public denunciation of his or her prior life as being unworthy, and carrying this forward through interaction with peers for whom the target develops strong bonds. Involvement developed in these ways prevents the target from maintaining both psychological distance or emotional independence from the experience. The reaction pattern of persons who display adaptive attitude change responses is not one of an immediate and easy rejection of the preferred ideology. This response would be expected if they had been faking their reactions as a conscious strategy to defend against the pressures to which they were exposed. Rather, they appear to be conflicted about the sentiments they developed and their reevaluation of these sentiments. This response has been observed in persons reformed under both confined assaultive and non-confined non-assaultive reform conditions. Self-concept and belief-related attitude change in response to closely controlled social environments have been observed in other organizational settings that, like reform programs, can be classified as total institutions. Thought reform reactions also appear to be related to, but are far more extreme than, responses to the typically less identity assaultive and less totalistic socialization programs carried out by organizations which central commitments to specifiable ideologies and which undertake the training of social roles. In the relatively rare instance in which belief changes are internalized and endure and have been analyzed as attributable to the degree to which the acquired belief system and imposed peer relations function fully to resolve the identity crisis that is routinely precipitated during the first phase of the reform process. Whatever the explanation for why some persons internalize the preferred ideology in response to reform procedures, this extreme reaction should be recognized as both atypical and probably attributable to an interaction between long-standard personality traits and the mechanism of influence utilized during the reform process. Much of the attention to reform programs was stimulated because it was suspected that a predictable and highly effective method for profoundly changing beliefs had been designed, implemented, and was in operation. These suspicions are not supported by facts. Programs identified as thought reforming are not very effective at actually changing people's beliefs in any fashion that endures apart from an elaborate supporting social context. Evaluated only on the criterion of the ability to genuinely change beliefs, the program has to be judged abject failures and massive waste of effort. The programs are, however, impressive in their ability to prepare targets for integration into a long-term participation in the organizations that operate them. Rather than assuming that individual belief change is the major goal of these programs, it is perhaps more productive to view the programs as elaborate role training regimes, that is, as re-socialization programs in which targets are being prepared to conduct themselves in a fashion appropriate for the social roles that are expected for them to occupy following conclusion of their training process. If identified as training programs, it is clear that the goals of such programs are to reshape behavior and that they are organized around issues of social control important to the organizations that operate the program. Their objectives then appear to be behavioral training of these targets, which result in an ability to present self, values, aspirations, and past history in a style appropriate to the ideology of the controlling organization. Train an ability to reason in terms of the ideology and to train a willingness to accept direction from those in authority with minimum apparent resistance. Belief changes that follow from successfully coercing or inducing the person to behave in the prescribed manner can be thought of as byproducts of the training experience. As attitude change models would predict, they arise naturally as a result of efforts to reshape behavior. The tactical dimension most clearly distinguishing reform processes from other sorts of training programs is the reliance on psychological coercion. Procedures that generate pressure to comply as a means of escaping a punishment experience, public humiliation, sleep deprivation, guilt manipulation, etc. Coercion differs from the other influences factors also present in thought reforms such as content-based persuasive attempts, presentation of new information, references to authorities, or reliance on influence variables operative in all interactions, status relationships, demeanor, normal, or assertiveness, differentials, etc. Coercion is principally utilized to gain behavioral compliance at key points and to endure participation in activities likely to have influencing effects. That is, to engage the person in the role training activity or in procedures likely to lead to strong emotional responses, to cognitive confusion, or to attributions to self as the source of beliefs promoted during the process. Robert Lifton labeled the extraordinarily high degree of social contract control characteristic of organizations that operate reform programs as their totalistic quality. This concept refers to the mobilization of the entirety of the person's social and often physical environment in support of the manipulation of effort. Lifton identifies 8 themes or properties of reform environments that contribute to their totalistic quality. Number 1, control of communication. 2, emotional and behavioral manipulation. 3, demands for absolute conformity to behavior prescriptions derived from the ideology. 4, obsessive demands for confession. 5, agreement that the ideology is falsehood. 6, manipulation of language in which cliches substitute for analytic thought. 7, reinterpretation of human experience and emotion in terms of doctrine. And 8, classification of those not sharing the ideology as inferior and not worthy of respect. Science analysis of the behavioral sequence underlying coercive persuasion separated the process into 3 subphases: unfreezing, change, and refreezing. Phases differ in their principal goals and their admixtures of persuasive, influencing, and coercive tactics. Although others have described the process differently, their analyses are not inconsistent. With Shine's 3-phase breakdown, although Shine's terminology is adopted here, the descriptions of phase activities have been broadened to reflect later research. Unfreezing is the first step in eliciting behavior and developing a belief system that facilitates the long-term management of a person. It consists of attempting to undercut a person's psychological basis for resisting demands for behavioral compliance to the routines and rituals of the reform program. The goals of unfreezing are to destabilize the person's sense of identity, to diminish confidence in their prior social judgments, and to foster a sense of powerlessness, if not hopelessness. Successful destabilization induces a negative shift in global self-aware evaluations and increases uncertainty about one's values and position in society. It thereby reduces resistance to the new demands for compliance while increasing suggestibility. The stabilization of identity is accomplished by bringing into play varying sets of manipulative techniques. The first program to be studied utilized techniques such as repeatedly demonstrating the person's ability to control his or her own fate. The use of degradation ceremonies attempts to induce the evaluation, the adequacy and/or propriety of prior conduct, and techniques designed to encourage the reemergence of latent feelings of guilt and emotional turmoil. Contemporary programs have been observed to utilize far more psychologically sophisticated procedures to accomplish destabilization. These techniques, often adapted from the traditions of psychiatry, psychotherapy, hypnotherapy, and human potential movement, as well as from religious practice. The change phase allows the individual an opportunity to escape punishing destabilization procedures by demonstrating that he or she has learned the preferred ideology. It demonstrates an ability to interpret reality in its own terms and is willing to participate in competition with peers to demonstrate skill through displays of commitment in addition to study and or formal instruction. The techniques used to facilitate learning and the skill-based basis that can lead to opinion change, including scheduling events that have predictable influencing consequences regarding certain conduct and manipulating emotions to create punishing experiences. Some of these practices are designed to promote influence might include requiring the target to assume responsibility for the progress of less advanced students, to become the responsibility of those further along in the program, to assume the role of a teacher or the ideology, or to develop even more refined and detailed confession statements that recast a person's former life in terms of their required ideological position. Group structure is often manipulated by making rewards or punishments for an entire peer group contingent on the performance of the weakest person, requiring the groups to utilize a vocabulary appropriate to the ideology, making status and privilege changes commensurate with behavioral compliance, subjecting the target to strong criticism and humiliation from peers for lack of progress, and peer monitoring for expressions of reservations or dissent. If progress is unsatisfactory, the individual can again be subjected to the punishment or to the punishing destabilization procedures used during unfreezing to undermine identity or to humiliate and to provoke feelings of shame and guilt. Refreezing denotes an attempt to promote and reinforce behavior acceptable to the controlling organization. Satisfactory performance is rewarded with social approval, status gains, and small privileges. Part of the social structure of the environment is the norm of interpreting the target's display of the desired conduct as demonstrating the person's progress in understanding the errors of his or her former life. The combination of reinforcing approved behavior and interpreting its symbolic meaning as demonstrating the emergence of a new individual fosters the development of an environment-specific, supposedly reborn social identity. The person is encouraged to claim his identity and is rewarded for doing so. Lengthy participation in an appropriately constructed and managed environment fosters peer relations, interaction history, and other behavior consistent with a public identity that incorporates approved values and opinions. Promoting the development of an interaction history in which persons engage in cooperative activity with peers that is not blatantly coerced and in which they are encouraged but not forced to make verbal claims to truly understanding the ideology and having been transformed, will tend to lead them to conclude that they hold beliefs consistent with their actions and to make attributions to self as the source of their behaviors. This reinforcement procedures can result in a significant degree of cognitive confusion and an alternative in what the person takes to be his or her beliefs and attitudes while involved in the controlled environment. Continuous use of refreezing procedures can sustain the expression of what appears to be a significant attitude change for long periods of time, maintaining compliance with the requirement that the person display behaviors signifying unreserved acceptance of an imposed ideology, and gaining other forms of long-term behavioral control requires continuous effort. The person must be carefully managed, monitored, and manipulated through peer pressure, the threat or use of punishment, material, social, and emotional, and through the normative rules of the community, expectations prohibiting careers independent of the organization, prohibiting formation of independent nuclear families, prohibiting accumulation of significant personal economic resources, etc. The rate at which a once attained level of attitude change deteriorates depends on the type of social support the person receives over time. In keeping with the refreezing metaphor, even when the reform process is to some degree successful at shaping behavior and attitudes, the new shape tends to be maintained only as long as the temperature is appropriately controlled. One of the essential components of the reform process in general, and of long-term rephrasing in particular, is monitoring and limiting the content of communication among persons in the managed group. If successfully accomplished, Communication control eliminates the person's ability to safely express criticisms or to share private doubts and reservations. The result is to confer on the community the quality of being a spy system of the whole, upon the whole. The typically observed complex of communication controlling roles requires people to self-report critical thoughts to authorities or to make doubts known only in approved and readily managed settings. Admitting negatively leads to punishment or reindoctrination through procedures sometimes euphemistically termed education or therapy. Individual social isolation is furthered by rules requiring peers to help colleagues to process by reporting their expressions of doubt. If it is discovered, failure to make a report is punishable because it reflects on the low level of commitment to the person who did not help a colleague to make progress. Controlling communication effectively blocks individuals from testing the appropriateness of privately held critical perceptions against the views of even their family and most valued associates. Community norms encourage doubters to interpret lingering reservations as signs of personal failure to comprehend the truth of the ideology. If involved with religious organizations, to interpret doubt as interpret doubt as evidence of sinfulness as the result of demonic influence. If involved with an organization delivering a supposed psychological or medical therapy as evidence of continuing illness or failure to process and treatment. The significance of communication control is illustrated by the collapse of a large psychotherapy organization in the immediate reaction to the leadership's loss of effective control over the interpersonal communication. At a meeting of several hundred of the members of this therapeutic community, clients were allowed openly to voice privately held reservations about their treatment and exploitation. They had been subjected to abusive practices, which included assault, sexual and economic exploitation, extremes of public humiliation, and others. The members discovered the extent to which their sentiments about these practices were shared by their peers. They rebelled. Two widespread myths have been developed from misreading the early studies of thought-reforming influence systems. These studies dealt in part with their use to elicit false confessions in the Soviet Union after the 1917 revolution, from American and United Nations forces held as POWs during the Korean War, and from their application to Western missionaries held in China following Mao's revolution. The first myth concerns the necessity and effectiveness of physical abuse in the reform process. The myth is that physical abuse is not only necessary, but is the prime cause of apparent belief change. Reports about the treatment of POWs and foreign prisoners in China documented that physical abuse was present. Studies of the role of assault in the promotion of attitude change and in eliciting false confessions, even from U.S. servicemen, revealed, however, that it was ineffective. Belief change and compliance was more likely when physical abuse was minimal or absent. Both Shin and Lifton reported that physical abuse was a minor element in theoretical understanding of even prison reform programs in China. In the main effort at resocializing China's nationals were conducted under non-confined, non-assaultive conditions. Millions of Chinese citizens underwent reform in schools, special training centers, factories, and neighborhood groups in which physical assault was not used as a coercive technique. One such setting for which many participants actively sought admission, the Revolutionary University, was classified by Lifton as the hardcore of the entire Chinese thought reform movement. Attribution theories would predict that if there were differences between the power of reform programs to promote belief change in settings that were relatively more or less blatantly coercive and physically threatening, the effect would be greatest in less coercive programs. Consistent with this expectation, Lifton concluded that reform efforts directed against Chinese citizens were much more successful than efforts directed against Westerners. The second myth concerns the purported effects of brainwashing. Media reports about thought reform's effects far exceeded the findings of scientific studies, which show coercive persuasion's upper limit of impact to be that of inducing personal confusion and significant but typically transitory attitude change. Brainwashing was promoted as capable of stripping victims of their capacity to assess or to assert their will, thereby rendering them unable to resist the orders of their controllers. People subjected to brainwashing were not merely influenced to adopt new attitudes, but, according to the myth, suffered essentially an alteration in their psychiatric status from normal to pathological, while losing their capacity to decide to comply with or resist others. This word promotion of the power of thought reform influence techniques change a person's capacity to resist direction is entirely without basis in fact. No evidence, scientific or otherwise, supports this proposition. No known mental disorder produces the loss of will that is alleged to be the result of brainwashing. Whatever behavior the attitude change results from exposure to the process, they are most reasonably classified as the response of normal individuals to a complex program of influence. The U.S. Central Intelligence Agency seems to have taken seriously the myth about brainwashers' power to destroy the will, due perhaps to the concern that an enemy had perfected a method for dependently overcoming will, or perhaps in hope of being the first to develop such a method. The agency embarked on a research program codenamed MKUltra. It became a pathetic and tragic failure. On the one hand, it funded some innocuous and uncontroversial research projects. On the other, it funded supervised the execution of several far-fetched, unethical, and dangerous experiments that failed completely. Although no evidence suggests that thought reform is a process capable of stripping a person of their will to resist, a relationship does exist between thought reform and changes in psychiatric status. The stress and pressure of the reform process cause some percentage of psychological casualties. I was making sure it said casualties. To reduce resistance and to motivate behavior change, thought reform procedures rely on psychological stressors, induction of high degrees of emotional distress, and on other intrinsically dangerous influence techniques. The process has the potential to cause psychiatric injury, which is sometimes realized. The major early studies of Hinckley, Wolf, Lifton, and Shine reported that during the unfreezing phase, individuals were intentionally stressed to a point at which some persons were displaying symptoms of being on the brink of psychosis. Managers attempted to reduce psychological pressure when this happened, to avoid serious psychological injury to those obviously near the breaking point. Contemporary programs sped up the reform process through the use of the more psychologically sophisticated and dangerous procedures to accomplish stabilization. In contemporary programs, the process is sometimes carried forward on a large group basis, which reduces the ability of managers to detect symptoms of impending psychiatric emergencies. In addition, in some of these therapeutic ideologies disposed by thought reforming organizations, extreme emotional distress is valued positively as a sign of progress. Studies of contemporary programs have reported on a variety of psychological injuries related to the reform process. Injuries include psychosis, major depressions, manic episodes, and debilitating anxiety. Contemporary thought reform programs are generally far more sophisticated in their selection of both destabilization and influence techniques than were the programs studied before the 1950s. For example, hypnosis was entirely absent from the first program studied, but is often observed in modern programs. In most modern examples in which hypnosis is present, it functions as a remarkably powerful technique for manipulating subjective experience and for intensifying emotional response. It provides a method for influencing people to imagine impossible events such as those that supposedly occurred in their past life, the future, or during visits of other planets. These persons so manipulated misidentify the hypnotically induced fantasies and classify them as previously unavailable memories, their confidence in the content of a particular ideology can be increased. Hypnosis can also be used to lead people to allow themselves to relive actual traumatic life events. As far as the views you just experienced, or to fantasize the existence of such events and thereby stimulate the experience of extreme emotional distress. When embedded in a reform program, repeatedly leading to the person to experience such events can function simply as punishment, useful, or coercive compliance. Accounts of contemporary programs also describe the use of sophisticated techniques intended to strip away psychological defenses, to induce regression to primitive levels of coping, and to flood targets with powerful emotions. In some instances, stress and fatigue have been used to promote hallucinatory experiences that are defined as therapeutic. Drugs have been used to facilitate disinhibition and heighten suggestibility. Thought reform suggests that subjects have been punished for disobedience by being ordered to self-inflict severe pain, justified by the claim that the result will be therapeutic. Programs of coercive persuasion appear in various forms in contemporary society, but depend on the voluntary initial participation of targets. This is usually accomplished by because the target assumes that there is a common goal that unites him or her with the organization, or that involvement will confer some benefit. Apparently, some programs were developed based on the assumption that they could be used to facilitate desirable changes. Some religious organizations and social movements utilize them for recruitment purposes. Some commercial organizations utilize them as methods for promoting sales. Under unusual circumstances, modern police interrogation methods can exhibit some of the properties of thought reform programs. In some instances, reform programs appear to have been operated for the sole purpose of gaining a high degree of control over individuals to facilitate their exploitation. McGuire and Norton in 1988 virtually any acknowledged expertise or authority can serve as a power base to develop the social structure necessary to carry out thought reform. In the course of developing a new form of rehabilitation, psychotherapy, religious organization, utopian community, school or sales organization is not difficult to justify the introduction of thought reform procedures. Perhaps the most famous example of thought reform program developed from the ostensible purpose of rehabilitation was the drug treatment program. It's spelled SYNANON. The Synanon environment possessed all the Lipton's 8 themes. It used as its principal coercive procedure a highly aggressive encounter therapy group interaction. In form, it resembled struggle groups observed in China, but it differed in content. Individuals were vilified and humiliated, not for past political behavior, but for current conduct, as well as far more psychologically intimate subjects, such as early childhood experience, sexual experience, the grading experience as adults, the cursive power of the group experience to affect behavior was substantial, as was its ability to induce psychological injury. Allegedly started as a drug rehabilitation program, Synanon failed to accomplish significant long-term rehabilitation. Eventually, Synanon's leader, Charles Diedrich, promoted the idea that any degree of drug abuse was incurable and that persons so afflicted needed to spend their lives in a Synanon community. Synanon's influence program was successful in convincing many that this was so. Under Diedrich's direction, Synanon evolved from an organization that espoused nonviolence into one that was violent. Its soldiers were dispatched to assault and attempt to murder persons identified by Diedrich and Synanon's enemies. The manipulative techniques of self-styled messiahs, such as People's Temple leader Jim Jones, and influence programs operated by religious organizations such as the Unification Church, Arab Scientology can be analyzed as thought reform programs. The most controversial recruitment system operated by a religious organization in recent American history was that of the Northern California branch of the Unification Church. The influence program was built directly from procedures of psychological manipulation that was commonplace in the human potential movement. The procedures involved various group-based exercises as well as events designed to elicit from participants information about their emotional needs and vulnerabilities. Blended into this program was content intended slowly to induce the newcomer to a group's ideology. Typically, the program's connection with the Unification Church or any religious mission was denied during the early stages of the reform process. The target was monitored around the clock and prevented from communicating with peers who might reinforce doubt and support his desire to leave. The physical setting was an isolated rural facility far from public transportation. Initial focus on personal failures, guilt-laden memories, and unfulfilled aspirations shifted to the opportunity to realize infantile desires and idealistic goals by affiliating with the group and its mission to save the world. Sorry. The person was encouraged to develop strong and effective bonds with current members. They showed unfailing interest, affection, and concern, sometimes to the point of spoon-feeding the person meals, and accompanying the individual everywhere, including to the toilet. If the unfreezing and change phase of the program succeeded, the individual was told of the group's affiliation with the Unification Church and assigned to another unit of the organization within which refreezing procedures could be carried forward. Influencing procedures now commonly used during modern police interrogations can sometimes inadvertently manipulate innocent persons' beliefs about their own innocence and thereby cause them falsely to confess. Confessions resulting from accomplishing the unfreezing and change phase of thought reform are classified as coerced, internalized, false confessions. Although they rarely come together simultaneously, the ingredients necessary to elicit a temporarily believed false confession are erroneous belief suspicion, the use of certain commonly employed interrogation procedures, and some degree of psychological vulnerability in the suspect. Has reviewed the coercive factors generally present in modern interrogation settings. Richard Offshoot has identified those influence procedures that, if present in a suspect's interrogation, contribute to causing unfreezing and change. Techniques that contribute to unfreezing include falsely telling the person that the police have evidence proving the person's guilt, fingerprints, eyewitness testimony, etc. Suspects may be given a polygraph examination and then be falsely told that they failed and their test reveals their unconscious knowledge of guilt. Suspects may also be told that their lack of memory of the crime was caused by an alcohol or drug-induced blackout, was repressed, or is explained by the individual who has the multiple personalities. The techniques listed above regularly appear in modern American police interrogations. They are used to lead persons who know that they have committed the crime at issue to decide that the police have sufficient evidence to convict them or to counter typical objections to admit guilt. I can't remember having done that. In conjunction with the other disorientating and distressing elements of a modern accusatory interrogation, the tactics can sometimes lead innocent suspects to doubt themselves and question their lack of knowledge of the crime. If innocent persons subjected to these sorts of influence techniques do not reject these false evidence and realize that the interrogators are lying to them, they have no choice but to doubt themselves. Tactics used to change a suspect's position and elicit a confession include maneuvers designed to intensify feelings of guilt and emotional distress following from the suspect's assumption of guilt. Suspects may be offered an escape from the emotional distress, though, through confession. It may also be suggested that confession will provide evidence of remorse that will benefit the subject in court. Thought reform is not an easy process to study for several reasons. The extraordinary totalistic qualities and hyper-organization of thought-reforming environments, together with the exceptional nature of the influence tactics that appear within them, put the researcher in a position roughly analog and analogous. I'm not sure how to say it. I would say overwhelming to that of an anthropologist entering into or interviewing someone about a culture that is utterly foreign. The researcher cannot assume that he or she understands or even knows the norms of the new environment. This means that until the researcher is familiar with the constructed environment within which the reform process takes place, it is dangerous to make the routine assumptions about context that underlie research within one's own culture. This problem extends to vocabulary as well as to norms and social structure. The history of research on a problem has been one in which most of the basic description or descriptive work has been conducted through post hoc interviewing of persons exposed to the procedures. The second most frequently employed method has been that of participant observation. Recently, in connection with work being done on police interrogation methods, it has been possible to analyze contemporaneous recordings of interrogation, sessions in which target police are actually made to undergo radical change. All this work has contributed to the development of an understanding of the thought reform phenomenon in several ways. Studying the reform process demonstrates it is no more or less difficult to understand than any other complex social process and procedure. Produces no results to suggest that something new has been discovered. The only aspect of the reform process that one might suggest is new is the order in which the influence procedures are assembled and the degree to which the target's environment is manipulated in the service of social control. This is at most an unusual arrangement of commonplace bits and pieces. Work to date has helped establish a dividing line between the board's fantasies about mysterious methods for stripping one's capacity to resist control and the reality of the power of appropriately designed social environments to influence the behavior and decisions of those engaged by them. Beyond debunking myths, information gathered to date has been used in two ways to further the affirmative understanding of thought reform. It has been possible to develop descriptions of the social structure of thought reforming environments, of their operations, and to identify the range of influence mechanics they tend to incorporate. The second use of this data has been to relate mechanisms of influence present in the reform environment to respondents, accountants of their reactions to these experiences, to increase understanding of both general response tendencies, types of influence mechanisms, and the reactions of particular persons to the reform experience. As it is with all complex, real-world social phenomena that cannot be studied experimentally, understanding information about thought reform process proceeds through the application of theories that have been independently developed. The only data that describe the type of implementation of the influence that constitute a thought reform process depend on applying established social psychological theories about the manipulation of behavior and attitude change. Assessing reports about the impact on the experience of the personality subjected to intense influence procedures depends on the application of current theories of personality formation and change. Understanding instances in which the reform experience appears related to psychiatric injury requires proceeding as one would ordinarily in evaluating any case history of a stress-related or other type of psychological injury. Okay, that concludes that article. It says to see more documents, articles regarding this group, organization, or subject, you can follow a link on the page, and it'll probably bring you to more information.
Thank you, Dianna, for taking the time to read that entire article overview. I appreciate it very much. Very highly informative, very educating, as I'm sure the listeners that get to hear this later will feel the same way. I wanted to just touch base on something real quick. I don't just want to leave people hanging like that. Earlier, I had said we had an agreement with myself, Dianna, and Out of Thunder that there would be a sequence, involving the reading of the articles, and in between each would be questions and answers, Q&A amongst ourselves. But something happened in the midst of that going on where I got some negative news, you know what I'm saying? So I could tell that this stuff goes far and beyond just hacking of computers and targeting me in certain ways. They're also now, apparently attacking family members of mine that live in other boroughs here. One of my aunts, through my mother's side, I'm going to put this on the record, fuck that, because they continue to do stuff, then I'm going to continue to report it, and I refuse to stay silent about it, because that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to scare me into submission, scare me into silence. Wrong guy. Anyway, my aunt apparently was going down the stairwell, and when she was going down the stairwell, she felt some sort of vertigo that seemed to have come out of nowhere. Fell down the stairs, hit her back of her head, and started bleeding. A neighbor in the building took her inside their apartment. In the midst of that, my mother had called. She was a little bit frantic, you can imagine. And she was like letting me know what was going on. And we were reading the first article and about to finish. And that's when I had, came in and I said, I just got some bad news. Well, that was the bad news. So far, she's been, from what I understand, taken to the hospital. He's under observation. They didn't let her own son, up to see her for whatever reason. She's in the emergency room setting, so they didn't let him in there for whatever reason that is. I'm assuming that it has to do with the targeting that he has no idea of, or she doesn't have any idea of either. She may have somewhat of an idea, because I recall years ago she was telling me how she was hearing voices kind of being projected in there, but she knew that they weren't real. She knew that she thought it was demonic. And my mother's not of a Catholic faith like my mother is, but she does believe in God. But she knew there was something off about it. And she's a very strong woman, my aunt, this particular aunt of mine. So they didn't break her mentally. What they ended up doing was they gave her leukemia, which is a form of blood cancer. And apparently in the hospital today, they also are claiming that they also found strains of pneumonia. And I'm finding that very odd, but my mother's telling me, well, yes, she has been coughing a lot more. She has been going through these little coughing fits and things of that nature. I was like, okay, unbeknownst to me, I didn't know that. So apparently this is what's going on with these people. They are attacking my family members as well. You know what I'm saying? And they make it look, of course, as natural and as, completely separate from me as possible. Because if you hear somebody say something like this, you're going to be like, well, how are you going to connect the two? But we as EIs/TIs know what time it is. We know how these people operate. We know damn well what they do and how they go about doing it. The burden of proof falls upon our shoulders to prove these things. I'm not trying to prove anything. I'm saying what I simply know is fact on how these people move, their modus operandi, and my experiences thus far. That should be enough for me, and it is. Again, I don't mean to get, into this whole scenario with my personal situation with you guys and put it on the record, but I gotta put it on the record. I also didn't want to leave you guys hanging with that. And it was going to be a long time before I was able to talk to you guys, because the way I was looking at it, well, the show must go on. And that's exactly the mentality we all have to maintain and keep, no matter what. You know what I mean? Because this is what they're trying to do. They're trying to force us into silence. They're trying to force us into submission. And I know you guys aren't going to break, and neither am I, and the rest of the squad. So, with all that being said, I'm hoping that my aunt is recuperating there at the hospital right now at this point in real time. From what I understand, she is in the emergency room. They finally allowed one of her sons to go see her. She's going to be under observation till, I don't know, maybe a few days. And that sounds promising in regards to her being okay, because they're just obviously keeping her for observational purposes, making sure that she's okay. This pneumonia thing, I don't know. It seems a little odd to me, but hey, maybe it is true. My mother told me that she has been having coughing fits lately. She stopped smoking, a few years ago, which is a good thing for her. But she does have leukemia, but she refuses to believe it. She's saying, no, she doesn't have anything. They're lying. And, I mean, I don't know. This could be denial, could be what have you. But in regards to what I meant to tell you guys, I got that out the way already. I'm going a little too much into it now, but I feel it's enough to keep you guys informed and put it on the record as well, so other EI/TIs could hear for themselves how these people go about trying to silence people who are exposing way too much truth in their eyes. And they use whatever venues they have as tools to do it. In any case, I just want to, I don't feel like going any further into that, because I felt I needed to say what I needed to say, and that's done. It's on the record. Now I'd like to go back and address the two, the article and then the overview that Dianna humbly and very significantly read for us. Thank you once again, Dianna, for that. Now, my questions to y'all in regards to the first one. Let's go back and address that one. That has to do with the psychologicalharassment.com website that Nigel Nicholson is well known for, showing on his channel and in his videos. He's put us up on all that from him. Now, this particular segment had to do with the coercive persuasion tactics. If y'all recall what Dianna had read in regards to the tactics, the 7 tactics, Dianna, what are your feelings and thoughts on what you read? As far as, can you say for yourself, through your own experiences, with your own personal targeting and what you've been able to connect the dots to in relation to the logic that makes sense to you, after reading those 7 tactics, how many of those tactics can you say apply to your particular case?
I would say at least half. Like control of communication, emotional and behavioral manipulation, or people trying to get you to reinterpret your belief system or how you interpret your life experience or feelings. Or experiencing people, not respecting you because of your belief systems, because it doesn't match up with theirs. Things like that. All those things definitely do play a part in how you feel or how you react to people,
Absolutely. I could definitely relate to all 7 tactics pretty much myself. And I found a correlation into noticing how they incorporate these things in such a way where you don't see them for what they are, face value, right away, as they're done to you. They're not done to you back to back and at the same time. They may be done to you periodically, one here, one there, 2 here, things of that nature. But when you look back in time and you start to realize that you've read this particular segment of this website called, www.psychologicalharassment.com, and you go to the coercive persuasion tactics, those 7 tactics that you constantly see Nigel Nicholson putting a spotlight on, is because we as TIs are constantly being bombarded with those type of tactics on a level that we may not even be completely conscious to all the time. In regards to Night of Thunder, I don't know, Night, you still there? I think Knight fell asleep, man. It's possible that he may have fallen asleep because he gets sleepy around this time. That's okay if he did, man. I'm glad he tried to hang in there as long as he possibly could. He does get sleepy around this time frame. What time is it? Oh, yeah. It's like 8:30ish. Yeah, he probably knocked out. Shout out to Matt of Thunder. He came out with the idea of originally, continuing to record and then uploading it to a SoundCloud and things of that nature. And then Dianna had a modified version of it, which was, well, why don't you just record the call and then, it's going to completely, automatically rather, upload to your computer. And then once you're able to live stream again, you just upload it. And I was like, good idea. And I was like, yes, you know what I mean? This is the type of spirit that you need in the squad. These are the type of people that I need to have around me, because that's what keeps me motivated to keep pushing forward and to keep, going and doing what we're doing. So I guess it's just me and you right now, Dianna. Let's continue the show. The show must go on. The second overview. I noticed a lot within that particular overview that I heard that participates with me as well.
Yeah. I was going to mention, at first, well, not at first, it was kind of towards the end of it, but when I was talking about the forced confessions, how they manipulate people to start to doubt their own recollection and that, what happened and everything, and then they get them to, falsely confess. You see this time and time again in these crime shows. When they show the officers interrogating the suspect over and over again, that's the exact tactic that you see. So it's not like you can't find an example of it. It's over and over again. So, but yeah, so, I was just trying to go over. I was going back to the article just to review the tactics. Intimidating a person. The fact that it specifies, through all their research, they found that the non-physical or non-violent, it was the suggested, is what was more effective. So now, we know that this is why, and to, it's part of, what can you prove? They don't allow or, give much for, a targeted person to have as evidence because, they're not directly, threatening or attacking the person. It's done intentionally, as with how Hitler, tried to take control. It was done forcefully. He was just very open with it and, using war tactics openly, trying to just enforce his will with violence. But they found that that was not effective. So then they went to the, coercive tactics, the unseen, no touch torture. That's basically what I got out of, this whole thing is that, these tactics, it's not like it's a new thing. They've been developing these things over, decades, if not centuries. This torture started a long time ago. And I'm sure, they still use the physical torture, but only if they're in a setting like these deep underground military bases where they can be certain that it's not going to surface. And I can't help but think of years ago when McCain spoke and he said, we do not torture people. They were talking about waterboarding. And it's like, this is a joke, right? Because we know that we torture people. So, we know that we're kind of hypocritical as far as, we are, peace-loving country, but yet, we're letting our government send out, our loved ones, as troops to these countries for what? We don't even know what they're doing half the time, and they're experimenting on our military too. Like, my birth mom, she was in the military for a short period of time during Desert Storm, and she wasn't in combat. She was handing out, first aid and stuff. But she had told me how they had forced them all to receive a shot, which they were not informed what it was. They would not tell them. And she, to this day, has a rash that nobody can tell her what it is. So, and that's the thing, is like when you sign up for the Army or any branch of military, we're already experimented on to begin with, but you're handing over your rights. You're then property of the military, and they're free to experiment on you as much as they want. And they, war, is a money-making machine for them. So we shouldn't expect them to care about our lives. I kind of got off on a tangent there, but they're creating, their own military, and they're using us willingly and unwillingly, to create that, ideal army, through all this experimentation. And I found, Archie, I know we just discussed it briefly, I'm not sure if we'll talk about on how the, that recent, that book we found recently that mentions, genetic enhancement programs, but it is psychological, or, they're using it, they're trying to create the change through the experiences of that person in their life. So, that should tell us that, there's so much more to, affecting the human body than just, physical, like what they can get inside our bodies through food or medication, or, what they're putting in the air, the frequencies that they're shooting at us. There's more to it. It's something about the experience that we go through and how we deal with it mentally, or what emotions and everything it causes. It releases chemicals in the brain. They notice. So.
Absolutely, that was well said, well thought out. I definitely can agree with you on just about everything you said. I wouldn't be surprised if that latter part of what you said in regards to the genetic enhancement thing involving the psychological operations connection goes hand in hand with that. I'd like to go back though real quick in regards to what you said about once you enlist in the Army, they pretty much own your ass. Mm-hmm. You're absolutely right about that. It's no different than going to prison. When you go to prison, your ass belongs to the state. You are now a slave in modern day times. I've lived that. Now, I've never been in the military. I know of people who've been in the military, and I noticed that, and I'm sure others that hear this that either were in the military or know people who were in the military or are in the military, they know the terms. When you're currently in the military, there's a term called active duty. Then when you're not, it's inactive duty. So if you look at that for what it's worth, it's like a button being pushed. You're active, boop, and now you're inactive. You know what I'm saying? Like, boop. So it's like they get to tell you what to do, how to do it, when to do it. Same like in prison. That's why I noticed the similarities in even the terminology that you would use in prison for where they go and eat. It's called the mess hall. You go and eat what? Chow. Same terminology in the military. The same terminology in prison. They have something called commissary in both prison and military. Okay? There's a reason for that. It's a lot deeper than what we know and what we think. You know what I'm saying? Private industry that the prison system is and has become more and more of is a multi-million-dollar industry. The military isn't far behind that as well. Right. That's why the military industry complex is involved and hidden within Dianna. Let me know if I'm wrong about this or not as a confirmation that the military industry complex is carefully woven into and hidden in plain sight at Disney World.
Yeah.
Now, Why is that? People need to ask these questions, you know? And if they were to ask these questions and start probing, they'll start finding answers to questions that they might not even want to know or hear. Exactly. But I tell you what though, once you start digging, you're not going to be able to stop digging because you're going to start noticing where the connections are leading to. That's when they start pulling shit like they're pulling on me today, whether it's personal, whether it's to my family, to get at me in some way, send messages, subliminal messages, you know, even messages that are almost direct, because you don't get as direct as a threat to your own family through your family member of doing something like that. That was not by chance. And I know accidents happen. I do realize there are things that do happen like that, but this was no accident, in my opinion, as far as what I've noticed with these people and how they operate. So this is more than likely the AI, which is the artificial intelligence at work. And it was able to do something at the same time when my mom, my aunt went down and was going down the stairwell and lost her balance. And as she lost her balance, that's what happened.
Right. Wow. So I gotta tell you something, and then I want to try and sum up like your question when you said why. After why is the military-industrial complex linked with Disney World? Okay. So first, I want to mention that, because I'm driving over, I have all kinds of different people in my car. And this one person, maybe yesterday or the day before, he has gone to school, and I asked him, what are you going to school for? And he mentioned, like, computer engineering, something like that. I'm like, oh, well, that's really interesting. And then, and then he mentioned how it's all geared towards the Internet of Things, which, if you know what that is, it's just a system that they're trying to develop to track everything. You, what you're wearing, what you have in your pocket, what's inside your home, inside your fridge, everything. Okay, in real time. They want to have sensors all over the city, everywhere. All you have to do is look up Songdo, Korea. It is a city that was created with this concept in mind, so that when the Internet of Things comes online, this city will also be online and be able to track anything that has an RFID chip in it. Okay? Now, the fact that he told me that is what his schooling is geared towards. That tells me a lot, that, they're pushing really hard and, training the people that they're going to need to run this thing. They're getting it ready. So, to try and sum up the why, or, what I think, like, maybe the whole big picture is. I mean, I can't, of course, answer, like, maybe the why, but I think we might know the who, and the Freemasonic groups are heavily involved, intertwined with the CIA, NSA, and other large, groups like the military-industrial complex and such. Now, maybe not all of them, I don't want to really ostracize all of them, but many of them are pedophiles. So, and it's not just power, absolute power corrupts absolutely. It might not just be that; it might be other factors. But I think another issue with these people is that they are greedy and they want everything. That they can't have enough because those holes can never be filled. What they've created. So they are in the business of milking every single man, woman, and child for every penny they are worth. And, the average person would not even understand or, be able to comprehend what exactly they are worth or, in what concept or, what we're talking about. Like, for one, the birth certificate, your social security number, they have created corporate account with your name. It doesn't belong to you. We feel it should, because they're basically gambling on our lives. They're predicting what you as an individual will make in your lifetime. And it's a type of stock or whatnot based on that. And then they will, sell you on the black market. They will steal your organs. Your organs are, worth a lot of money. They sex trafficking, other types of slave labor, snuff films, like we can, drug trafficking, many people that are trafficking drugs were tricked into it, forced into it by coercion, okay, and violence, threats of violence. And that's the sad thing about the situation is that there are so many slaves without chains walking around every day, and you would not know it just by looking at them. And there is such a state of fear, because it is worldwide. You have people from all over the world that have the same story, or same experiences, and that tells you this is worldwide. And that is a large, integrated group that have infiltrated every, I know other people in the group have already said this on the call, that these people are in every field of business or, teaching and doctors and lawyers and, government and churches. It doesn't matter where you are. That's why you have to be so, aware and discern, and, you have to protect yourself. But that's part of the reason why this is going on is because they don't care about anybody's well-being. If you're not part of their group, then you don't benefit. You're the prey. So they're going to use you. If they can't use you for their benefit, then they're going to just use you in a different way. Whether it's experimentation, exploitation, whatever it is. They have a job for you, and if you don't comply, then they'll just, experiment on you. Or, what do you think, Archie? Would you agree with that?
I agree with pretty much everything that you said all across the board. Very well said and executed, Dianna. I just want to say this really quick. In regards to what you had stated before about the way they've mapped out every particular nook and cranny within our environment in real time through sensors and shit like that, because they want to be able to document everything and everywhere we go and what we're doing and all this other stuff. Yeah, I was aware of that. I'm not 100%, but I believe Google is part of that or has a hand in some of that, don't they? Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I figured. Now, this is my question to you now in regards to that second overview that you read. You at one point, as you were reading, I heard you kind of chuckle to yourself, almost like if you had some sort of epiphany, or maybe not even an epiphany, just a thought that you remembered at the time in regards to what you were reading that made you be like, huh, wow, here we go. Like that type of reaction. Do you recall exactly what it was that made you chuckle like that to yourself while you were reading?
I do vaguely remember. Let me see if I can find it real quick.
Okay. Because
it was that they were basically in therapy and stuff like that. They were pushing these certain ideas or tactics as a good thing, that it would help them. They're like, do this and it'll help you, and they know damn well that it's not going to help them.
Exactly. Okay. I just wanted to put on the record in real time, from what I recall when you were reading and you had that chuckle, I had a feeling that whatever it was you were chuckling at had to be something of truth that I wanted later on to be told what it was so we could get it on the record so people could hear for themselves. Like, yo, this is how devious and this is how interwoven their deceit and their modus operandi is.
Right, like I can go into a little more detail with my experience, like these self-help books for repressed memory, depression, DID, MPD, being a survivor of childhood abuse, stuff like that. The so-called coping mechanisms that they suggest. Some of them can be helpful, like journaling. As much as I hate it, I really do hate it. It does help, you know, to help organize your thoughts or see, you know, sometimes you can be feeling the thing, but you don't maybe understand it or really process it until you write it down sometimes. So it's good to just do that, you know, every once in a while if you are feeling stuck. So that's the thing. It might not be necessary, you know, all the time, but if you're feeling stuck, it's okay. But when they, you know, encourage you to try and remember traumatic events and relive them, and, you know, I don't feel that's necessary. It's actually re-traumatizing you to, you know, focus on these things so much, you know. So, I don't know. I just feel like, you know, these books, you know, I, you know, tried to do the self-help thing many years, and I really didn't feel like it helped. You know, I looked at those books. I tried to do the little, you know, Coach to Healing, you know, workbook, and I was like, this is not helping me, you know, and I just got frustrated. So what helped me the most, I think, was talking to other people who had experienced the same thing, getting validation, you know, because same with, you know, targeted or empowering individuals, when you know, hear, you know, other people's testimony or experiences, and you can relate to them, that validates you. And then, you know, it builds your confidence, and it re-cements that what they're trying to destabilize with this, these tactics is your trust and confidence in your own memory and, you know, decision-making and things like that. So, yeah, I just these therapists, you know, especially, you know, so many people, I've been part of forums for years and read all kinds of, you know, people's posts, you know, them talking about their experience with therapists. And many, 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 many times they talk about how, I get so angry with this person just sitting there, hardly saying anything. They're just, and writing stuff down on their, you know, notepad or whatever. And they don't really even have any input or anything to help you. They just ask, how does that make you feel? You know, and just like, it makes me feel like I'm going to stab you in the face right now. Like, are you kidding me? You know? So these people, you know, they, with their attitude or, you know, just the way that they talk to you and even look at you, you know, it builds your rage, you know, they might even trigger you, you know, and just, you know, you're tired. You don't
it's
go
like
back.
In a condescending type of way as well. That's
right.
what I'm gathering.
Yeah, and some of them will even say they don't believe you, or that they're like, that's, you know, ridiculous, that's delusional, or whatever, you know. And you're like, even if you admit it, you know, it's like, yeah, I know it's delusional. I'm saying, why? You know, like, let's say you have a hallucination, you know, it's not real, that it shouldn't be there. And you're like, you're hallucinating. Well, duh. Like, tell me something I don't know, Sherlock, you know. So that's the problem with these people is, like, I do not believe that they're to help you, you know, because I've tried and I've gone, and they just piss me off, and then it's harder to go back. I feel like I get set back even further, you know, and then you go in with the expectation of them to help you or give you some advice, and then when they cancel on you or push back your appointment or, you know, or just sit there with their dumb look on their face, you get extremely frustrated. And as you should. I mean, these people, they're not providing actual real coping tools or any advice. And maybe because they're afraid of getting sued, but we know that a portion, if not, you know, most of them are involved with these programs, and some of them are even called change agents, which you can probably read about in a book called The Deliberate Down of America. Change agents are talked about in there. And they're also, I know that they're related with Freemasons. I've heard people talk about, you know, these change agents in relation to Freemasonry. So, you know, it just shows that they have their hands in everything. And I think I'm losing my train of thought here, but help me out, T.
Not a problem. I got your back, Dianna. So I totally understood and I got the gist of where you're coming from. Everything was broken down very well. I got you. I understand. what you're saying, and I have to agree all across the board, everything you said. In relation to that particular overview that you just read, if you don't mind, we need to go into the third and final article that you discovered. But before we do that, I want to add this, because this is highly important. Nigel Nicholson has stated to me before about the whole thing involving the APA. For those who don't know what the APA stands for, it stands for the American Psychiatric Association. And there, on their website, which used to be green and yellow, they had within one of the tabs that you were to click on for an explanation on what the coercive persuasion program was. They took it down. Could you mute your background when you get a chance, Dianna? Because I'm having like background noise.
Yeah.
Not a problem. It's cool.
Okay, so we're reading the NL2.
No, hold on a second. I didn't finish what I wanted to say. That's why I was asking if you could do me a favor and mute the background so I could finish saying this. I'm hearing like noise in the background that's coming out of the recording. Let me just say this real quick, because this is important. I need to add this to what we were saying. Nigel Nicholson, he came out and he had stated about the APA, the American Psychiatric Association, knowing very well what the coercive persuasion program is. What they went and did, once Nigel put me up on it, I went to their website. And when I went to the website, they took off the whole coercive persuasion program part to it. That whole tab was gone, like if it didn't even exist. And this is what these people do. They go ahead and they try to eliminate any sort of proof that could set a precedence for any future person to validate and confirm what you already know is to be true through that particular information. So what they do is they eliminate it, they delete it off the internet, they go about hiding it, shit like that. So I just wanted to put that on the record so people could know that this actually had happened to me when I went to this particular website. That tab on coercive persuasion no longer exists on that particular website. They took it down. And Nigel prepared me for that. He says, be aware that that's the type of stuff that they do to cover up their shit, to cover up their tracks, to cover up, He also said to me, if I recall correctly, that the whole thing about going to a therapist, before you even initialize an appointment with this therapist, whether it's male or female, doesn't matter. Before you even go there to establish that connection with that therapist, always ask them this question. Do you know what a coercive persuasion program is? If they answer to you no, they have no idea what you're talking about or what you're referring to, and even if they seem legitimate, if they seem sincere, don't believe them. All of these people who graduate with PhDs in psychology, master degrees and all that, they know about the coercive persuasion program because they're taught about it. They're not supposed to say anything about it because it's a whole brotherhood, sisterhood, quiet, down low type of shit that they use to make money off of people and making victims out of people by putting them in these programs so they need medication in their head when they really don't need it. They're gaslighting them into believing that they're hearing voices, that people are following you, that this and that. So they're making a hell of a lot of money. They're in bed with pharmaceutical companies. They're in bed with the therapists, with the psychiatrists, with the psychologists, and they're all making a big money scheme off of this.
Yeah.
So I want that on the record so people can understand how this works. Nigel told me about that, though, and I want to reaffirm that, which is if anyone ever decides that they want therapy, which is not a bad thing. It's a good thing to do that. And you want to choose a therapist, this is how you should choose your therapist in regards to this question. If they answer no, that's not the therapist for you. They're lying to you, which means that they're going to be compromised. Now, I'm not saying just because you find someone who happens to not be compromised that they won't eventually get compromised, because that could happen also. What I'm saying to you is this, to y'all listening on this playback video, is that if people tell you there is no such thing as a coercive persuasive program, a coercive persuasion program, this, that, and the third, that, I've never heard of that. What is that? That's bullshit. They know. So you leave right away, because they're not going to help you. So I'm sorry, you're not going to be able to help me. Now, if you find a therapist that says, yes, I've heard of the coercive persuasion program, that's the therapist you need to talk to, because they're actually there to want to help you. They're going to try to help you the best way they can. Now, again, if they come and they get compromised later, don't be surprised about that either, because a lot of people are not going to be willing to relinquish their titles or their positions just for one person. If that makes any sense. So yeah, basically this is what I want to go at this point. Dan, if you have anything else you want to add on to what I just said, feel free to do so.
You there?
We're back.
Okay. Yeah. You hear me?
Yep.
Okay, good. Yeah, so what I said was I would just agree with you that, yeah, absolutely, you should be prepared with, a set of questions for the therapist before your even first session,
Absolutely. All right, Dianna, so without any further ado, the third and final article that you found, thankfully. I've read it before, and I recall someone else brought that to my attention, but I'm glad you refound it and you reintroduced it back, and we're going to add it to this particular call as the icing on the cake, which is we were pretty much talking about the problems, how the problems are orchestrated, what involves within the equation of the problem, and now, of course, here comes the solutions to certain things. Specifically, dark NLP, which is dark psychology, neuro-linguistic programming,
right? And
how to counter these particular things. And it was created by two men somewhere in California, I believe. What was one of the man's names?
Jason Love.
I didn't hear that. What was that?
Jason Love.
Right. And who else?
Let's see here. Richard Bandler and John Grufer, sorry.
There you go. Dianna, whenever you're ready, take it away.
All right. So the name of the article is by Ultra Culture, and it's 10 Ways to Protect Yourself from NLP Mind Control by Jason Wu. Okay. NLP, or neuro-linguistic programming, is one of the world's most prevalent methods of mind control, used by everyone from sales callers to politicians to media pundits, and it's nasty to the core. Here's 10 ways to make sure nobody uses it on you ever. Neuro-linguistic programming is a method for controlling people's minds that was invented by Richard Bandler and John Grufer in the 1970s. It became popular in the psychoanalytic cult and New Age world in the 1980s. I just want to say that again, okay? It became popular in the psychoanalytic, occult, and New Age world in the 80s, and advertising, marketing, and politics in the 1990s and 2000s. It's become so interwoven with how people are communicated to and marketed at that its use is largely invisible. It's also somewhat of a pernicious, devilish force in the world. Nearly everybody in the business of influencing people has studied at least some of its techniques. Masters of it are notorious for having a Rasputin-like ability to trick people in incredible ways, most of all themselves. After explaining a bit more about what NLP is and where it came from, I'm going to break down 10 ways to inoculate yourself against its use. You'll likely be spotting it left, right, and center in the media with a few tips on what to look for. Full disclosure. So this is the author of the article speaking. He says, during my 20s, I spent years studying New Age, magical, and religious systems for changing consciousness. One of them was NLP. I've been on both ends of the spectrum. I've had people ruthlessly use NLP to attempt to control me. I've also trained in it and even used it in the advertising world. Despite early fascination, by 2008 or so, I have largely come to the conclusion that it's next to useless, a way of manipulating language that greatly overestimates the effectiveness of the discipline, really doesn't achieve much in the way of any kind of lasting change, and contains no real core of respect for people or even true understanding of how people work. After throwing it to the wayside, however, I became convinced that understanding NLP is crucial simply so that people can resist its use. It's kind of like the whole PUA thing that was popular in the mid-2000s. A group of few techniques that worked for a few unscrupulous people until the public figured out what was going on and rejected it, like the body identifying and rejecting foreign material. Okay, so what is NLP and where did it come from? Neuro-linguistic programming is a marketing term for a science that two Californians, Richard Bandler and John Grinder, came up with in the 1970s. Bandler was a Stoner student at UC Santa Cruz, and then mecca for psychedelics, hippies, and radical thinking. Grinder was at the time an associate professor in linguistics at the university that he had previously served as a captain in the U.S. Special Forces and in the intelligence community. Together, they worked at modeling the techniques for Fritz Perls, founder of that therapy, family therapist Virginia Sater, and most importantly, the preternaturally gifted hypnotherapist Milton Erickson. Banner and Grinder sought to reject much of what they saw as the ineffectiveness of talk therapy and cut straight to the heart of what techniques actually work to produce behavioral change. Inspired by the computer revolution, Banner was a computer science major. He also sought to develop a psychological programming language for human beings. What they came up with was a kind of evolution of hypnotherapy. While classical hypnosis depends on techniques for putting patients into suggestive trances, even to the point of losing consciousness on command, NLP is much less heavy-handed. It's a technique of layering subtle meaning into spoken and written language so that you can implant suggestions into a person's unconscious mind without them knowing what you're doing. Though mainstream therapists reject NLP as pseudo-scientific nonsense, it's been officially peer-reviewed and discredited as an intervention technique. It's nonetheless caught on. It was still the 1970s, and the Hunman potential movement was in full swing, and NLP was the new darling. Immediately building a publishing, speaking, and training empire, by 1980, Bandler had made over $800,000 from his creation. He was even being called on to train corporate leaders, the Army and the CIA. Self-help gurus like Tony Robbins used NLP techniques to become millionaires in the 1980s. Robbins now has an estimated net worth of $480 million. By the middle of the decade, NLP was such big business that lawsuits and wars had erupted over who had rights to teach it or even to use them. By that time, Bandler had bigger problems than copyright disputes. He was on trial for the alleged murder of prostitute Corinne Christensen in November 1986. And the prosecution claimed that Bandler had shot Christensen 34 point blank in the face with a .357 Magnum. And in a drug deal gone bad. According to the press at the time, Bandler had discovered an even better way to get people to like him than NLP, cocaine, and became embroiled in far darker game, even than mind control. A much recommended investigation into the case published by Mother Jones in 1989 opens with these chilling lines. In the morning, Corinne Christensen lacked naughty cocaine. She found herself, jaw at hand, looking down the barrel of a .357 Magnum revolver. And when the gun exploded, momentarily piercing the autumn stillness, it sent a single bullet on a diagonal path through her left nostril into her brain. Christensen slumped over her round oak dining table, leaning onto its glass top, a loose-leaf notebook, and a slip of yellow memo paper on which she had scrawled in red ink, "Don't kill us all." Choking, she spit blood onto a wine goblet, a tequila bottle, and the shirt of the man who would be accused of her murder. Then slid sideways off the chair and fell on her back. Within minutes, she lay still. As Christensen lay dying, two men left her rented townhouse in a working-class section of Santa Cruz, California. One was her former boyfriend, James Marino, an admitted cocaine dealer and convicted burglar. The other, Richard Bandler, is known internationally as co-founder of NLP, a controversial approach to psychology and communication. About 12 hours later, on the evening of November 3rd, 1986, Richard Bandler was arrested and charged with the murder. Bandler's defense was simply that Marino had killed Christensen, not him. Many at the time alleged he used NLP techniques on the stand to escape conviction. Yet Bandler was also alleged to actually use a gun in NLP sessions in order to produce dramatic psychological changes in clients, a technique that was later mirrored by Hollywood in the movie Fight Club, in which Brad Pitt's character pulls a gun on a gas station attendant and threatens to kill him if he doesn't pursue his dreams in life. That was many said Bandler's MO. And I want to also add this very same thing. Gun was used in episode of Dexter, I believe. One of the people that Dexter killed was a therapist. That was convincing strong, independent, successful women to commit suicide. Continue. Whatever the truth of the matter, Bandler was indeed let off, and the story was quickly buried. I've never spoken to a student of NLP who's ever heard of the murder case. I'll note, and I've spoken a lot to a lot. The case hardly intended growing. Popularity of NLP, however, which was now big business, working its way not only into the toolkit of psychotherapists, but also into nearly every corner of the political and advertising world, having grown far beyond the single personage of Richard Bandler. So he continued to command outrageous prices for NLP training throughout the world. Today, the techniques of NLP and Erickson style hypnotic writing can be readily seen in the world of internet marketing, which I want to interject real quick. If I remember correctly, these self-help books do suggest to try and do, they don't call it hypnotic writing, they call it automatic writing, which is hypnotic writing. Okay, so in the world of internet marketing, online get-rich schemes and scams. For more on this, the excellent article, Scam World, Get-Rich-Quick Schemes Mutate into an Online Monster by Joseph Flatley. One of the best articles I've read on the web. Their most prominent public usage has likely been by Barack Obama, whose 2008 Change campaign, his masterpiece of Erickson permissive hypnosis. Isn't that funny? Change agents, change campaigns, and it was a masterpiece, he said, of permissive hypnosis. The celebrity hypnotist and illusionist Darren Brown also demonstrates NLP techniques in his routine. How exactly does this thing work? NLP is taught in a pyramid structure with more advancement techniques reserved for multi-$1,000 seminars. To oversimplify an overcomplicated subject, it more or less works like this. First, the user, or NLPer, as NLP people often refer to themselves, and I should note here that the large majority of NLP people, especially those who are preliminary therapists, are likely well-meaning. The NLP pays very, very close attention to the person they're working with. By watching subtle cues like eye movement, skin flush, pupil dilation, and nervous tics, A skilled NLP person can quickly determine what side of the brain a person is predominantly using, what sense, sight, or smell the person is predominant in the brain, how their brain stores and utilizes information. All can be gleaned from eye movement. Whether they're lying or making up that information. And after this initial round of information gathering, the NLPer begins to slowly and steadily mimic the client, taking on not only their body language, but also their speech mannerisms, and will begin speaking with language patterns designed to target clients' primary senses. Now this, I'm sure it will go on to say, but this technique right here is how you induct conversational hypnosis. Okay, just overview this real quick. So, like I said, they start by gathering information because they need this to set triggers or anchors in your subconscious that they can utilize to program you. Now, when it goes into mimicking the client, taking on their body language, speech, and mannerisms, this type of mirroring confuses the subject and therefore becomes more suggestible. Simply by that interruption of thought or, seeing something strange, that slight confusion is all it takes to make somebody more suggestible. And then they use this technique over and over again. In quotations, it says, an NLP person essentially carefully fakes the social cues that cause a person to drop their guard and enter a state of openness and suggestibility. For instance, a person predominantly focused on sight will be spoken to in language using visual metaphors. You see what I'm saying? Look at it this way. While a person for which hearing is the dominant sense will be spoken to in auditory language. Hear me out. I'm listening to you closely. By mirroring body language and linguistic patterns, the NLP is attempting to achieve one very specific response, rapport. Rapport is the mental and psychological state that a human enters when they let their social guard down, and is generally achieved when a person comes to the conclusion that the person they're talking to is just like them. See how that works broadly? An NLP person essentially carefully fakes the social cues that cause a person to drop their guard and enter a state of openness and suggestibility. Once rapport is achieved, the NLPer will then begin steadily leading the interaction. Having mirrored the other person, they can now make subtle changes to actually influence the other person's behavior. Combined with subtle language patterns, leading questions, and a whole slew of other techniques, a skilled NLPer can at this point hear the other person wherever they are. Wherever they like, as long as the other person isn't aware of what's happening and thinks everything is arising organically, or it has given consent. That means it's actually fairly hard to use NLP to get people to act out of character, but it can be used for engineering responses within a person's normal range of behavior, like donating to a cause, making a decision that we're putting off, or going home with you for the night if they might have considered it anyway. So, real quick, I just want to say that, like I said, this sounds very much like a conversational hypnosis, and with hypnosis, absolutely, they can make you do things that you would not naturally do. So, here, just for a moment, it's suggesting that it can't. But, let me just read that. It says, it's hard to use NLP to get people to act out of character. That is incorrect. Because, neurolinguistic programming sounds like, it's hypnosis. So from this point, the NLPer will seek to do two things: elicit and anchor. What did I say before? They want to set an anchor. Eliciting happens when an NLPer uses reading and language to engineer an emotional state. For instance, hunger. Once the state has been elicited, the NLPer can then anchor it with a physical cue. So real quick, the emotional state, they can also trigger this by just getting you to talk about something personal too. They may ask you a personal question that might cause an emotional response. And then with the physical cue, for instance, touching your shoulder, in theory, if done right, the NLPer can then call up the hungry state at any time you touch your shoulder in the same way. It's conditioning, plain and simple. No, what this is programming, because when they put you in the suggestible state, and then they create the anchor of the hunger with the touch. You're already in the suggestible state. So they're, putting the thought in your mind, and yeah, this is definitely hypnosis. So how can I make sure nobody pulls horse shit on me? I've had all kinds of people attempt NLP to me in submission, including multiple people I've worked for over extended periods of time, and even people I've been in relationships with. Consequently, I've developed a pretty keen immune response to it. I've also studied its mechanics very closely, largely to resist the nonsense of said people. Here's a few key methods I've picked up. Be extremely wary of people copying your body language. If you're talking with somebody who may be into NLP, and you notice that they're sitting in exactly the same way as you are, or mirroring the way you have your hands, test them by making a few movements and seeing if they do the same thing. Skilled NLPers will be better at masking this than neurons, but neurons will always immediately copy the same movement. This is a good time to call people on their shit. Move your eyes at random or unpredictable patterns. It's freaking hilarious to do control NLPers. Especially in the initial stages of rapport induction, an NLPer will be paying incredibly close attention to your eyes. You may think it's because they're intensely interested in what you're saying, or they are, but not because they're actually caring about your thoughts. They're watching your eye movement to see how you store and access information. In a few minutes, they'll not only be able to tell when you're lying or making something up, they'll also be able to figure out what parts of your brain you're using when you're speaking, which can then lead them to be so clued in to what you're thinking that they almost come across as having some kind of psychic insight to your innermost thoughts. A clever hack for this: just randomly dart your eyes around, look up to the left or right, side to side, down, make it seem unnatural. Make it seem natural, but do it randomly with no pattern. This will drive an NLP person utterly nuts because they'll be throwing off their calibration. Do not let anybody touch you. This is pretty obvious and kind of goes without saying, Joe. But let's say you're having a conversation with somebody you know is into NLP, and you find yourself in a heightened emotional state. Maybe you start laughing really hard, or get really angry, or something similar, and the person you're talking to touches you. While you're in that state, that might turn to tap you on the shoulder. What just happened? It anchors you so that later, if they want to put you back in your state of you were just in, they can, or so the wayward logic of NLP dictates, touch you in the same place, just be like, oh, hell no, you did not. Beware of vague language. One of the primary techniques of NLP took from Milton Erickson is use of vague language to induce hypnotic trance. Erickson found that the more vague language is, the more it leads a person into a trance because there is less that a person is liable to disagree with or react to. Alternatively, more specific language will take a person out of their trance. Note Obama's use of specific technique in the change campaign, a word so vague that anybody could read anything into it. That's true. And real quick, I want to say it can also be the same for the opposite, which is saying something that would possibly shock or offend the person. That can also, for whatever reason, it jars the mind, and then it starts the confusion and then more suggestible. Be wary of permissive language. Feel free to relax. You're welcome to test drive this car if you like. You can enjoy this as much as you like. He's like, watch out for this. This was a major insight of pre-NLP hypnotists like Erickson. The best way to get somebody to do something, including going into a trance, is by allowing them to give you permission to do so. Yes, I have experienced, I've witnessed this, I've talked to RT about this, I'm working on getting evidence, but anyways, because of this, skilled hypnotists will never command you outright to do something. They would suggest it, like, so they won't say anything like, go into a trance. They will say things like, feel free to become as relaxed as you like. Be wary of gibberish, nonsense phrases like, as you release this feeling more and more, you will find yourself moving into present alignment with the sound of your success more and more. This kind of gibberish is the bread and butter of the pacing and leading phase of the NLP, and the hypnotist isn't actually saying anything. We're just trying to program your internal emotional state and move you towards where they want you to go. Always say, can you be more specific about that? Or can you explain exactly what you mean? This does two things. It interrupts this whole technique, and it also forces the conversation into specific language, breaking the trance, inducing use of vague language we discussed in number 4. Read between the lines. NLP people will consistently use language with hidden or layered meanings. For instance, diet, nutrition, and sleep with me are the most important things, don't you think? On the surface, if you heard this sentence quickly, it would seem like an obvious statement that you would probably agree with without much thought. Yes, of course, diet, nutrition, and sleep are important things. Yeah, that's the sure, and this person's really into being healthy. That's great. And what's this layered message? Diet, nutrition, and sleep with me are the most important things, don't you think? Yep, and you just unconsciously agreed to it. Skilled NLPers can be incredibly subtle with this. Watch your attention. Be very careful about zoning out around NLP people. It's an invitation to leap in with an unconscious cue. Here's an example. An NLP user who was attempting to get me to write Grace blog for free noticed I appeared not to be paying attention and was looking into the distance, and then started using the technique listed in number 7 by talking about how he never has to pay attention or pay for anything because media outlets send him review copies of books and albums for free. Everything for free. He began hissing at me. I get everything for free. Obvious, no? Don't agree to anything. If you find yourself being led to make a quick decision on something and feel you're being steered, leave the situation. Wait 24 hours before making any decisions, especially financial ones. Do not let yourself get swept up into making an emotional decision in the spur of the moment. Salespeople are armed with NLP techniques specifically for engineering impulse buys. Don't do it. Leave and use your rational mind. Trust your intuition. And the foremost and primary rule, if your gut tells you something is messed up or you feel uneasy around somebody, trust it. NLP people almost always seem off, dodgy, or like used car salesmen. Free or request they show you the respect and not applying NLP technique when interacting with you. Hopefully this short guide will be of assistance to you in resisting this annoying and pernicious modern form of black magic. Take it with you on your phone or print out text next time you're at a used car sales lot. Getting signed up for the gym membership or watching politicians speak on TV. You'll easily find yourself surprised at how you allow yourself to notice more and more NLP techniques. More and more, don't you think? I think he's making a joke because, the hypnotist is, you're deeper and deeper, more and more, stuff like that. For more on NLP, check out the book Introducing NLP by Joseph O'Connor, or the immensely useful Neuro-Linguistic Programming for Dummies. As a bonus, here's a great video. So there is a video connected with the article from Fox News to Stephen Colbert, and it gets fit into Christian conspiracy thinking, but it is good information. So that is it. I may have to go. Are you there, Archie?
Yes, ma'am, I'm right here. I just wanted to say thank you for reading that last article in regards to NLP. That is very, very necessary and important for us as EI/TIs to study and educate ourselves behind, because a lot of that stuff is used on a daily basis within our psychological operations protocols.
And I just want to say again, like I said, I'm still preparing or trying to figure out a way or time to do and try and get evidence on what I was saying, how I've seen this in action. The fact that I believe that absolutely they can make you do things out of your behavior. And so when they place the anchors, once they have those anchors placed, they can create new triggers, new triggers or anchors. They can start programming. The deeper they get you in the hypnosis, the more successful they can do the programming. And they do use your own personal experience because they use those real life experiences to anchor or meld in, to add in their own program or ideas and stuff. It seems to be more effective when they incorporate your own life experience. So this is why it's necessary for them to gather information from you. They try and get you to talk about yourself. So that way they have, ammunition, or they have tools to use against you. And just like how it mentioned when they touch your shoulder with the hungry sensation, absolutely they can induce instant unconsciousness once they have placed that trigger. Say, like the person that I want to get more evidence on is, his triggers are have to do with bras or loopy gas, or it's weird. It seems to be connected with his personal preference or fetish, but also past experiences that he's had. So when you say, I want you to go into a deep sleep, and you snap or you say a certain trigger word, he instantly goes into hypnosis. And a lot of times, sometimes when people are under hypnosis, they'll snort instantly. And it's just, I don't know, very creepy. That's why I am happy that they did mention that it's a modern form of black magic, because when I experienced it, I definitely got a very weird feeling. It creeped me out. It just, so that's one thing that's the only reason I was like, maybe I should try and get evidence of this, because there is something to it, but it seems like it's messing with more than the person's mind.
Yeah.
And same with Reiki, people who practice it, they said that they felt like they were messing with somebody's soul. And that's how I felt when I was kind of tricked into hypnotizing this person. I felt like, this person, they asked me, did you feel in control? I'm like, yeah, but I didn't like it. It made me really uncomfortable. So, and then try and tell this person what they were doing or saying, and trying to convince them, hey, I think that you've been programmed. They have obviously been programmed to not hear any of that. If somebody tells them, they are not aware. So I'm not sure how to get through to somebody like that, but this is obviously something that should be taken seriously. So that way, yes, you can protect yourself, and hopefully, free or unprogrammed people, who are basically, like I said before, slaves without chains. All it takes is a phone call or an email or a text for them to just refresh that programming, or to hypnotize somebody, put them under, and then, utilize them. Yeah, unfortunately, I gotta go now. But, yeah, we'll pick it up again next week. You there, Archie?
Hold on a second. Hello?
Yes.
Yeah, sorry about that. I had another call coming in, and it was for the call. And I'm trying to see how I'm going to do this. You said that you got to go. I understand that you've been on the phone with us for several hours. You read all the articles and overviews. You gave your, 2 cents into stuff. I definitely appreciate your time and efforts of everything, and I'm sure other listeners are going to feel the same way once they hear everything that you had to say, and they read the articles for themselves. In any case, thanks for your time again, Dianna. And if anything, we'll reconnect at some point tomorrow if you'd like. You already know the time frame after 10 a.m. your time.
Yeah.
Okay? All right.
Alrighty. You have a great night.
You too. Thank you for everything, Dianna. You've been a great help. You don't know.
My pleasure. Take care. Bye.
All right, y'all, give me a second. I'm going to try to see if I can get some other TIs on the call. I'm still actively recording. I had someone on the call, but I had to say my goodbyes to Dianna because she had to go. So give me a second, y'all. Bear with me. Yo, what up, Neil, man? Pardon me for that, man. I had another TI on the call, and we were actively recording. We're actively recording right now, man. We're just not live streaming. So, if you don't mind, brother, you know what I'm saying, bear with me, you know. I'm trying to get shit situated over here on my end. I had told you last night that I was going to do the call regardless. There's been several things that have happened. As you already know, they've been attacking me heavy with the directed energy weapon attack to my heart area. You already got the physical proof of that through the picture I sent you. All right. Then what they did today, and I would say, and I'll take my heat for it, my end for what I did, which is the responsibility for trying to upload a movie clip alongside the test live stream that I did around 4 o'clock today. When I did that, that was what set them off, and they, I guess, looked at it as an opportunity / window to get inside and shut down my, not my channel, but my live stream. Now, I still have my channel. My channel's not deleted, thank God. It's still there, you know what I'm saying? And believe it or not, the test live stream that I did earlier is there also. It's just being banned in Austria and Germany. The owner of the movie clip is apparently a German guy. So it's through his whole thing that he's connected with YouTube and the copyrights and stuff like that, that I have now as a strike against me through the automated YouTube algorithm, is how now my particular channel has been hit with a copy strike where I cannot live stream for the next 90 days, which is 3 months. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and I already know that's their tactic to try to, stop us from doing the call and silence me and shit like that. But as you already know, if you don't already know, I'm a stubborn motherfucker, and I just don't give up like that. I was lucky enough and blessed enough to have had Night of Thunder and Dianna, 2 members of the squad, actively on my call earlier. And they came out with the idea, like, yo, RT, why don't you just continue recording the call? Even though you can't live stream it, you can still record it to your computer for upload in the future. And I was like, you know what? That's exactly what I'm going to do. And if I'm able to upload it tonight by some miracle, because it doesn't have any copyright in, any type of movie clips or music or anything like that, let's see how that works if they're already uploaded tonight. So if that's the case, then what we're going to have to do is do what happens when it rains lemons. You make lemonade out of it. So basically, what's going on here is that we might have to start doing the calls like this, which is we're doing it the same way we always do, but it's just not being live streamed. That's all. Right. We upload it after we're done, and then later on, we can, people can hear it. Like,
well, I mean, how is this though? Why don't Nigel do a call, right? And then he just share his video, right, to you if there's any problem, and then you can just share it on your page and your channel. He'll share it on his channel, and I'll share it on my channel, right?
I don't know if that could happen or work, to be honest with you, Neil, because these people, man, they're looking for every reason to shut our channels, man. So I don't want to take no risk like that, because they did say something in the clause in regards to me trying to counter this whole thing, saying that, if I try to use another channel, like let's say if I have a second channel and I try to use that channel to live stream, that they can use that as grounds to delete my channel from that point. And anyone else who tries to help me in that way could also have their channel deleted, shit like that. So, man, they, you know how it is. These people, they got all angles covered, man. This is a very well thought out machine that going here. So
I
have to do it.
Yeah, but I think also,
you know what I'm saying? So
yeah,
if you can't do it, I understand that. It's not a problem. We could try again next weekend, man. Because I know it was last minute. You know what I mean? So I'm not holding you for anything concrete, man.
Yo, let me tell you something, man. Well, let me tell you something, though. I think also one of the reasons is because they know I have some shit to say tonight. I mean, not just you, but me too. You know what I'm saying? See, I was telling Nigel earlier about my experience at these 3 workplaces, right? Like I felt like, you know, like they planted me, you know, without my knowing, through manipulation and shit like that, to work in these 3 companies, right? You know, to really solidify my targeting in terms of how they started blacklisting me, right? Or the beginning process, and also to continue on with the mind control experiment at this one particular place. So, you know, I think they don't want that being exposed because they know certain people were going to be listening, because like all day yesterday and today, like I was receiving the silent sound telling me that I should talk about what happened to me at this job and that job and that job, and that you know, the head of the FBI, Gina, I forgot her last name, but first name is Gina, the head of the FBI was going to be listening on the call tonight. Like, I mean, I'm just saying, that's what they were just transmitting to me. I'm not saying it's true. I'm not saying it's, you know, whatever. But that's what they were transmitting to me yesterday, I mean from Friday, yesterday, and then today. Because, like I said, certain people that I've made aware of what's going on, right, are in some positions where they can get in the air of certain people, right? So I'm not saying that's one of the factors of why your call got shut down, but I'm just saying, I know that I was told that I was supposed to talk about some things tonight because a certain person, blah, 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 was going to be listening in on the call, right? Or maybe reviewing the video after you posted or whatever. But I'm just saying, you know, so, I mean, whatever. To me, at this point, it don't really matter to me. I tell my story regardless, you know, and no one's going to keep me quiet about it. And, you know, it's just one of those things that I know that happened to me as well as you. You know the stuff that happened to you. It's happening to you. It has happened to you. And, I mean, they're going to do what they're going to do. So we got to do what we have to do.
No question about it. And I'm doing that right now. We're doing that right now. You know what I'm saying? Let me just add this, man, because you didn't know. This is already on the record, but you didn't know. You didn't hear it. You just got it right now. And Raw True 7 is in the building, too. He's muted. He's in the background. He's listening in also. He just came in. What's going on, y'all? What's going on, bro? You're about to hear something that just happened also in regards to me and my targeting. Now, Raw True 7 didn't know this, but I've been being, targeted in my heart area with directed energy weapons, microwave frequencies, specifically targeting my heart area. Neil has a picture of it, so does a few other members of the squad. So it's out there in case they try to alter it or delete or what have you. They can't do it anymore. People already have copies of that shit. And I did that purposely for that reason. That's one aspect of it. The other aspect is, out of my own negligence, which could have been done through the sonic sound spread spectrum, the mind control technology that implanted the thought of me earlier in the day to add that movie clip to the live stream, and then caused them to have a window to shut down my channel for 3 months. Now, that's something that I take responsibility for because I did it. Now, I'm not saying it's not possible that they influenced me with the sun and sun. It's possible, very possible. But I still take responsibility because I did it. And I wanted to do it because it was something that I felt was necessary and important to add. What was it? I know you didn't know about it, Neil. I feel Raw True 7 does know about it. I think I briefly mentioned to him, I'm not 100%. But the whole thing about the movie John Wick 3, the ending scene, where he's talking to the boss. And the boss is letting him know about the contract. And, you know, John Wick, played by Keanu Reeves, is asking him, so what about the Continental? He goes, you told the man on company grounds. I can't let you work for the company no more. You've been declared excommunicado, which is basically what a targeted individual has to deal with, being blacklisted from jobs, being put through all sorts of psyops and now, the way that scene plays out, he's here in New York City in Central Park. And as he finishes conversing with that bald character, he's walking away with his bulldog. And he's coming up the stairwell going up, there's people giving him weird looks. So same type of looks that they give us as T.I.'s by gangsta as they're giving him. And they're all giving him like this look like they know something about him. And then he just starts running out of anxiety and wanting to just, get out of that situation. Even the homeless guys are giving him dirty looks, insinuating that he's even lower in the caste system than a homeless guy. His life is now forfeit. That's what the boss told him. You know what I'm saying? So I was using that to convey a message in the live stream, in the test live stream earlier today at 4 o'clock, my time. And that's when they decided to, I guess, use that as a window, an opportunity to stop me from live streaming for 90 days, which is 3 months.
They were already on it, So, I mean, you remember all the other times they're using music?
Yeah, exactly.
Now all of a sudden,
Exactly. But to add on to that, add insult to injury, while I was not creating this particular call that we're on right now, that's not being live streamed, obviously, but it's still being uploaded to my computer for future upload. Dianna was reading a second article that I'm going to add on to, the description later for everyone to check out. It's some good stuff, you know what I mean? And while she was reading that, we had a phone call from a family member that was stating that one of my aunts had fallen down the stairs. And this is all happening, within the time frame of this going down. So I already know that had to be some orchestrated thing by the AI, the artificial intelligence, causing my aunt to have that vertigo feeling come out of nowhere. Or it could have been someone hitting her with the rest of the weapons of the gang stalker. Who knows, coming down the stairs with her, behind her, or close by, near range of the EMF field, or what have you. I don't know. What I do know is that that's definitely not by chance that happens or by design. To try to scare me into silence, to try to scare me into not continuing what I started to do. But again, like I stated before, they got the wrong guy in regards to that, because I'm not going to stop. That's just going to push me to do it even more and to find ways of circumventing that shit. I'm blessed with having people in the squad that didn't look at that from that standpoint too, which is, let's just give up. No. They're like, wait, RT, there's a way of still recording the call. But you can't go live to it, you can still record it and upload it to your computer for later upload. I was like, you know what, you're right. Wow, here we are right now. You know what I'm saying? So they ain't stopped anything. They're just delaying, like I said before. They're just going to be able to delay. I don't care if I don't get to live stream for 3 months, to be honest with you. As long as I still get to record these calls and still upload them to my channel, that's all I really need. I mean, yeah, it's a lot easier to do it through the live stream. You get a lot more people to listen in and so on, but that's all right. You know what I mean? People who were listening before, they'll pick up where they left off from here if they really want to continue listening like that. That's how I see it. You know what I mean? At this point, if you got in mind, I'd like to get into the 5th segment, technically, of what I wanted to bring upon the table that Raw True 7 have brought to my attention. So this is his particular story in regards to what he discovered. Raw True 7, whenever you're ready, man, drop that.
Which one with the DHS bands?
No. Or Dr. Phil.
Oh, Dr. Phil. So I stumbled along targeted individual videos. You know how sometimes you put targeted individual or something, keynotes or whatever. And then I just put in, I think it was targeted individual celebrity or celebrities or something like that. And I'm scrolling and I see one with Dr. Phil on it. I'm like, all right. So I click on it. This lady's story sounded tremendously just like ours. I mean, to the T, about, the mind control technology saying, like, they'll say stuff like, the Saudis are gonna poison us and stuff and all that. But you know how they already get down. I don't know how bad her targeting was, but she was saying everything to the T. She's like, I'm being followed, I'm being harassed, and I've been microwaved to death. I feel like my head's gonna burn, and it won't stop. And then when I wake up in the morning, I feel like, like I'm gonna die, And then you know what? Dr. Phil said to her after she gave her testimony. Dr. Phil said, "Well, you're still alive, aren't you?" He's all, so can you denounce that you were wrong? But no, because I was really felt like I was going to die at that moment. It's only a matter of time until they do kill me. He's all, no, but you were wrong though, right? See, these celebrities are going out of their way. These are people who are ex-doctors. He's not even a doctor anymore. His license has been done for a long time, and these people are going after us and making us even more crazier, and these are celebrities. People who are calling themselves doctors, I mean, he went way out of his line to discredit her. Way out of his line. I gave RT the link, and maybe he could put it in the description. I want you guys to take a look at it, because everything she was saying was dead on to what we're going through, It's utterly crazy, man.
I'm definitely already going to put that in the description. That was like automatically going to happen regardless. You know what I'm saying? That's something that I already had done technically, but you didn't know about it. Now you know. You know what I'm saying? That's for sure. That's what I'm saying. But in regards to that, man, like, I saw the clip. I saw what you said about him trying to make her look and feel like she was wrong for even thinking going there, when that's the reality. That was what was happening to her. But he wanted her to say on live television on his forum of millions of people watching in America at that time that she was wrong for even thinking. But she never said that. She said, I was wrong that night maybe, but they're still doing it to me. And I survived it to this point. But that doesn't mean that they're going to stop. And I like what she said. She said, I'm going to continue doing this because this is what people do, try to discredit us.
Exactly. Thank you for bringing that up.
Yeah. When someone comes up and starts talking about this sort of thing, they're going to immediately ridicule them, try to discredit them, trying to make them look like they don't know what they're talking about, make them sound and look crazy. And then that way, the story gets buried and no one, investigates it any deeper. And that's exactly what I personally feel that you said Dr. Phil was doing. He was trying to make her do it to herself. So that way it sounds and looks even more legitimate.
Yeah, and that was in the process of mass gaslighting in real time. And, to get people hooked already that it's just a delusion in real time. So people are getting adapted and practically conditioned to the point of saying, yo, this isn't real. She's lying. She's just crazy. She has a mental disorder,
Right.
That was the whole process of that show. Just that show. And there's a few more other shows of targeted individuals on Dr. Phil. A few more of them.
What's so funny though, guys? I remember it's the same thing that they would send me the silent sound about being on Dr. Phil, right? They were sending, they were going to help me to expose it. And I was going to be on Dr. Phil. And and that I would be confronted with the people who were doing this to me, and that I should tell them on national television that I forgive them and all this kind of stuff, right? This is shit that they were trying to push, right? So when you look at the Bartham Jean trial, and you see his brother talking about, oh, you know, if you give your life to Christ, to God, you know, I'll forgive you and all this kind of shit, right? It's the same agenda they pushing, right? Like they want, you know, to do whatever kind of evil shit they want to do to people, and then to tell people, oh, no matter what we do to you, you should forgive us. Like, what the fuck? It's like slavery days, you know, when the master would beat a slave within an inch of his life, and then read a Bible passage talking about, yo, it doesn't matter if I kick your ass and you're crippled, or I castrate you, or you know, brand you, or scar up your back, or whatever, that, you know, you should forgive me, right? I mean, that's how powerful the indoctrination is, and how absolutely narcissistic these people are.
Oh yeah, they're calling us too.
Yeah,
you know,
it's the same old nonsense. You know, they keep showing videos of Dr. Phil, and I'm like, yeah, let Dr. Phil come and talk to me about this shit. Tell me I should forgive them for experimenting on me, for mind controlling me, and all this kind of shit, for torturing me. No, I don't think so. I'm like, oh, they'll hand me a check, you know, for yada up team money or whatever. You know, if I pray and forgive the people that are doing this to me, yeah, okay, they can keep their fucking money.
You guys still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. Well,
all right.
Do me a favor, man. Go into the whole Department of Homeland Security with the man that you saw also. If you don't mind putting that on.
Yeah, and I'm being followed by a bunch of these private mercenaries right now. A bunch of them today. I forgot to let you know that right when I was getting to the point of, all right, I'm getting followed crazy. Just like, you know, my first targeting, it's the whole city again. Remember John Wick scene? Right when you mentioned that, it's just like that right now. Everyone, dude. I mean, it's just a bubble, and I already know that, though. You know, so I'm already prepared to what's going on. I barely got sleep today. Barely. You know what I mean? Barely. You know, but I took some better sleep right at the end, and I took some I'll just say a vitamin right now, so they don't know what's going on. You know, but you know, it's legal to take. You know. And you guys know how it was. But pretty much I gotta go now. I'm going to see one. Give me a second.
Yeah,
so,
as we're saying,
DHS, okay. So I was on the phone with RT the other night, and I seen a bunch of these vans. I'm like, man, these look like the crazy vans. They round up people, or, you know, illegal immigrants were, you know, violent, or drug dealers, you know what I mean, or doing heavy drug trafficking. And I never see these. I've only seen them on TV. And so I was like, wait, this is my time right now. You know, and there was someone standing in the window of the building. There was the building that it wasn't necessarily a federal building. It was, I forgot what it was. It wasn't even a state either. It has to do with, like, where they file paperwork and stuff. You know what I mean? And, whatchamacallit. So I filmed these videos, and it says on the license, like, DHS, and you never see, like, all four of these, you know, vehicles all lined up. So I filmed this real quick, and right when I got off and I got back on the phone with IT, all these people start coming out of hotel rooms. I mean, hotels. You know, because in my city, it's a tourist spot, so there's a bunch of hotels everywhere, you know? And they came out swarming hard. And I mean, I'm talking about one would be on the corner, one would be right next to me. You know, a few of them will be across the street from me, and the one on the other corner. And then the moment I move, they move. And then, like, I'll just be pick a spot and stare, and then when I look around, they're gone. You know what I mean? Next spot, same thing. And then when I got all the way to work, it was just hell, you know? I had to go, I shouldn't get at you, my friend. I went through hell, you know? It was ridiculous. Even at work. You know, it's crazy, man. You know, I really think they're getting ready, man, to start rounding people up. That's just my guess. We'll start with the homeless first. Because I've never seen them all rounded up, those vans like that, all in one spot. You know what I mean? This is the first time I've seen this. So I'm just kind of like, going to be prepared, kind of, you know, just get everything situated too. Oh, and this is another thing. Remember, guys, when I said I was going to go try to get those studios that were only like $600 a month? Well, check this out. Apple and Amazon just bought the property next door to it, and it was pretty much I think it was the owner of the building is in collusion with them, and they're waiting to build this all at the same time. So those things that rent for $600, they're going to be like $2,000 and up now. They're not going to be cheap anymore. Apple and Amazon are taking over San Diego now. So anywhere within 10 miles, maybe I would say, it's going to be, all of them are going to be $2,000 and up now. No questions about it, unless you're on Section 8 voucher, which is a 10-year process to get through. And I guess, you know, everyone knows that, you know. And yeah, this is crazy. This is just ridiculous. This is the government takeover right now, you know. We're meddling with corporations. I mean, what did one of the founding fathers, what's his name? I think it's Thomas Jefferson. He said, if we allow private banks or central banks to take over, they'll suck all the wealth. Well, the government and corporations and the banks will suck all the wealth around them. And our children will be sleeping in the streets or something like that. You guys know that quote? One of the founding fathers?
I'm familiar with it. I don't know word for word, like verbatim.
Me neither. I'm paraphrasing too.
I'm familiar with what.
Yeah. But that's already happening, and I'm already noticing the flow of traffic of people for the last, I would say, just a little bit over a year now. They're already getting prepared. You know, there's a lot of, I see a lot of, like more Indo-Pac and Indian people and Italian and, you know, a lot of foreigners coming in. There's nothing wrong with foreigners coming in. That's not what I'm saying. But with that whole thing comes with that invasion, you know, and that's what's happening now. I'm pretty sure you guys are familiar with it, the gentrification that's happening in like Brooklyn right now, and even Manhattan, you know. I mean, I don't know much about Queens, how it is over there, but I know they're taking over a lot of stuff. Because you guys almost had Amazon over there, but you had what's her name, Alexander Cortez, Ocasio-Cortez, one of the youngest congresswomen, I think she was a congresswoman. She said no to the deal. I mean, you guys were going to end up probably, you know, getting your whole thing, you know, sold out. Every apartment complex within there, you know, within New York, just gone. Just like that. That's what's happening out here, too. You know what? And they're going to be flushing out homeless people who've been here for a long time, you know, on, you know, a certain housing they've always lived in, you know what I mean? They're going to get kicked out, told to leave. I'm already seeing it. Because I don't see the same homeless people I did a few months ago, and like the big swarms that I would see every day, they're gone. Where'd they go? You know, it's getting to the point where this is like Civil War inside a Civil War inside of a Civil War, you know? It's unbelievable right now. And this is all brought to you by, sponsoring by your local government and your tax dollars being put to use. You know, there's no reason we should be paying high taxes like this. I think we should be getting rid of all the stuff that we don't need and only pay taxes that can benefit everyone as a whole, and everyone else can get ahead, be able to, you know, live, eat, you know, shelter, food, and be able to have recreational needs and recreational things to do with their family to keep, you know, society positive. This shit, no, it's just all elite. This stuff is elite, you know. Everything is going to cost you $2,000, and you know, pricing of food is going to go up too here. You know, they're going to be getting rid of all these Albertsons, Bonds, and all that. I don't remember the last time I've seen Bonds. You know, these are corporate food places that used to be around, or even Walmart. You know, I mean, you're going to have to be going all the way to the other side of the city just to even go to a Walmart. I haven't seen a Walmart here in a long time. This is a takeover, you know, and they want it a certain way where it's rich boutiques. I was watching an interview a while ago about what they were doing in New York, in your neck of the woods, RT. Gentrification is a good thing, but it's also ultimately a bad thing. You know, it flushes out the culture. It brings in a class war, you know, which we all know this is what's happening right now, you know, and it's turning everyone against each other. You know, even it's causing race wars, you know, and that's what's happening right here, right now, as we speak. I mean, everyone's just up against everyone, you know. No one likes each other here. It's just crazy. I mean, out of all the years I've lived here in San Diego, I've never seen it like this. It's about to go down big, just like how Google took over the South Bay area. You know, when housing used to be a lot more cheaper, you know, you used to pay $1,200 for, or even maybe $1,000, you know, just for a 2-bedroom. Now that's like, you know, I think one of my old friends that I used to go to church with, he's paying $2,500 for a 1-bedroom. Yeah. But yeah, that's where I'm seeing at it right now, like what's going on, you know. They're using all this, you know, the government and all that just so they can get their housing and all the central bank buddies around and all that. I mean, how do you guys feel about that?
Neil. So that Neil?
Hello?
I don't think Neil was there, but I seen him on my phone. I'm not sure what's going on. I'm here. Oh, there you go. Okay.
For sure. Yeah, because I'm experiencing heavy traffic right now, you know what I'm saying? So I'm trying to, yeah.
Yo, Neil, man. So did you hear the question that Raw True 7 had asked? All right, so basically what he was asking was, how do you feel about what he was breaking down? I don't know how much of what he was saying you got to hear. He was basically breaking down how gentrification and everything like Google and Amazon merging with Apple, taking over certain things, has made it to the point where it's forcing people out of their neighborhoods, like classism. You know what I'm saying? It's the focal point here. What are your thoughts on that? And how does it correlate to the targeting overall for us?
Well, it is, gentrification is a targeted aspect of society. It is to disenfranchise people who have been living in that community for decades, right? So they figure it's a prime real estate. We have plans, and we are going to target this community because we want the land in this community, and we are going to target this community, right? You can build businesses in a community, right? but they want to change the look of the community. It's not just about building a business. Okay, after building a business, we have to say, well, we need to make this neighborhood more attractable, right, for people to come to our businesses, right? And since most people who are living in urban neighborhoods, whose family have owned their homes for decades, and who have trouble paying their their property taxes, older folks and stuff like that, it's targeting those people. That's what gentrification is all about. It's targeting those people. And it wasn't just about
that's what happened.
businesses, right? They would just build businesses, right? Think about it. It wasn't just about building businesses. They would just build businesses. You wouldn't have to kick people out of their homes to change the entire look of a community, right? To build business. You don't have to do that. They use the building businesses as an excuse to change the look of the neighborhood. Because first they'll say, you know what, we built this business, and we'll leave this neighborhood the way it is, we're probably not going to get a lot of customers coming through, right? And then they'll say, you know what, well, it's because of the look of the neighborhood. Not just the look of the neighborhood, but the look of the people living in the neighborhood.
Yep. And you know what's crazy?
Get rid of the look of the neighborhood and the look of the people living in those neighborhoods. So gentrification is not just about economic development for a community. It's also about changing the face and the look of the community in terms of the structure, right? The structure of the neighborhood, the buildings, the houses, the structure of the structural integrity of the neighborhood. It's about changing that also, along with changing the look of the people in the neighborhood.
And it's crazy because I don't look like the normal people that are here, There's no mixed people here, really. And if they are, they're usually just sold themselves out to a particular race. You know what I mean? You can't, here, it's like, I do see white people hang out with black people, but it's usually very, like, colonist. You know what I mean? You know how when the Europeans came here to America and they tried to make the Indians act like them, and some of the Indians did act like them and dress like them and even talked without their Indian accent, Native American accent. That's how it is here. And I can't deal with that. Like I have a culture of being California, that's just the way I am, and I'm a mixed child. I come from a mixed family of people. I don't look like any of these type of people here. I mean, I'm half white and Filipino, I don't look like any of these people. I mean, don't get me wrong, the Filipino community, they don't hate me. Like, there is a few of them that targeted me. But for the most part, they see me, and they have their handlers when they target me, they move along. They don't even mess with me. Like, not messing with him.
You have to realize gentrification ties in with racism, right?
Yep.
Look, when I see businesses built in rural, not rural, but what you call it, suburban neighborhoods, right?
Right.
In Pennsylvania, in New York, here in Charlotte, right? I've seen businesses, and they don't change the look of the entire community. They don't. They only do this in urban neighborhoods.
Right.
That's the truth.
That's what happened. That's exactly what happened here. Because I only see, there's a lot of different ranches here, but they only hang out with their own classification of race. And the worst ones I've seen here, and I'm just speaking of what I see here. I'm not racist or anything, but the majority of it I see here that rule everything are really, really super rich white folks, and they all act, you'd swear that they're all related too. It's crazy. And, you know, these people are racist, but they don't act racist. Only when they target you, they do. You know, and I've heard them say, oh, yeah, we just got this new dog. He's mixed, but, you know, stuff like that to me. I'm like, no, that's racist, you know? And,
yeah, well, in northern cities, they can't act overtly racist, right?
No.
Because the majority of people in northern cities are very diverse group of people. Not like the South, right? In the South, you still have that old Southern money, still have that old Southern mentality. You know, in northern cities, you don't have that. But so racist people have to act covertly racist because they know if they act overtly racist, their whole career is over, in a sense, right?
Of course, yeah.
Right. So you wouldn't expect them to be, overtly racist. But, but like I said, gentrification is about racism. It's about changing the structure of how a neighborhood looks, and it's about changing the face of the people in a certain neighborhood. Right? If they can say, okay, well, we're going to build. Let's say we buy a few houses, okay, and we're going to build apartment complexes, but we're going to keep the rent comparable to what it was prior to us living here. You know what I'm saying? We'll raise the rent maybe, let's say 20%, right? Or even 25%. Yeah, man, they're raising the rent 50%. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, they're going to be doing it more than that here, like 200%.
Right? Yeah,
because,
exactly.
Yeah, it's going from like 600. It used to be actually 500 at that spot, and I was going to get a place there, but the moment I heard they were putting property management companies, private property management companies, and I know you guys heard about this. When they do that, usually they want someone else to take over for them, so they don't have to do it, so they can have time to go make blueprints of what they're going to do next with their little rich buddies, so they don't have to spend an extra, 50, 60 hours paying bills, making sure everyone's paying it, all the stuff is paid right, you know what I mean? They're waiting for their, they're waiting for people to take over payments, still make their payments, while at the same time they don't get to know what's going on, and then within the next 30 to 90 days, they're like, hey, you're getting a 30-day notice. Legally, they only have to give you 2 weeks out here. Yeah. Yeah, that's all they're doing. They're waiting for it, and they're going to cut this place and put a rich boutique here. I don't know if it's going to be a hotel. You know what I mean? It's utterly craziness here, man. And I was walking down where I used to live at, where I was in what are those called? The sober living homes? I mean, I didn't drink at the time, and I rarely drink anyways. But I did it for cheap rent, That place got sold out by a rich, I think French or Russian, one of the two. But anyway, just these rich foreigners who were tied up with central banks, foreign central banks. And they were going to build a 30-some-odd story hotel. It still hasn't even went up yet. It just pushed out how many occupants were in it. And this is something that's put on for people to get straight, you know what I mean? And there was like, I don't know, maybe 30, 40 of us in that place, and then now they got all pushed through the street. And then when I was walking down there the other day, because I was walking by a grocery store that I used to go literally right down the street from it, they just tore down another building. And then there's like 4 or 5 other big buildings that used to be, I think, local banks. And some of them were local banks, some of them were just housing projects, and they all got bought out, and now they're going to be either stack and packs or hotels. And what's really messed up in California, I think they set it up as a precursor to what was already going on. when this new guy that came into office, what's his name? Gavin Newsom in California. He's our new mayor. I don't really much care for the guy, you know. I mean, how he's going about it, because he wants to implement more taxes and create safe spaces to protect, you know, privileged rich kids, you know. And there's already a hotel tax, which taxes are going up, you know. Or thank you for doing business in California tax. What else was there? There was another tax. I know they stopped on a cigarette tax. They did that. And I mean, I'm just naming a bunch of all these taxes that we got put in within the last, you know, just few years. You know what I mean? And this guy's adding on to it, and he's already tied in with all these banksters and all that, and they're putting up hotels and banks all over the place in where my old neck of the woods are, and San Diego now, just this year. And you know, and I've lived here for dang near a decade now, and I've only seen a few hotels go up here and there, you know, maybe nothing major. And I've seen businesses just come and go. I know you guys see businesses come and go wherever you're living at in the urban city, because it's just the way it is. This now, it's a bunch of foreigners, or it's just a bunch of rich, privileged people buying everything up who are like, you know, with these banks. And that's some heavy gentrification. That's what's going on. And they're taxing us on top of that, because there's you know, property taxes are at an all-time high in California too. That was another thing. Property taxes are higher. And on top of that, you've got the thank you for doing business in California tax. And now they slapped on a tourist tax and a hotel tax now. And it used to be a few years ago when I went into when I stayed at my hotel. I mean, even with my employee discount or whatever, it wasn't even that much off, and I was only paying $120 to stay there, you know, for one night. And now, with all the taxes and everything added onto it, it's being there almost over $200. You know? And that was during a cold season. When it hits a vacation season or holidays or whatnot, I mean, it'll go up 2 or 3 times that much. You know? I mean, you're looking at like, you know, $300, maybe $400 a night just to stay at a hotel now, as opposed to it would have cost $100, you know, back then. This is getting way out of line here now. You know? And this is all they want. It's all fighting for land. You know, just like how they did with, I mentioned it on one of the calls before. It was, you know, when you know, it's war, you know, and they're fighting over land, you know, and this is what they're doing right now. They're fighting over the land. People who own it or seizing property, and the government takes it, and then the government does something with it and sells it to someone else, you know, and they have their, you know.
Which is crazy. When you think about it, that at one point, black people were, the ownership of black people was the second highest property, other than land, of course, right? In America. We were more valuable than banking institutions. We were more valuable than any industrial institution. We were more valuable than any ship and trading institution, right? Black bodies were, like I said, the second most valuable, you know, objects in America. You know, land was number one, and then black people, ownership of black people second. People don't realize, you know, when people say, when I hear white people talk about our ancestors made this country what it is, and our ancestors built this country without their hands, I'm like, y'all motherfuckers, do y'all even know history? Do y'all even notice that fact that abundant land in America, the greatest source of wealth and productivity in America, more than any industry, any other economic wealth building system in America, right? Black people were the second most valuable. The ownership of black people and the work which they had to do in building America. What do you think fertilized and grazed all these farmlands? It wasn't your white ancestors. Who do you think they used to build roads and towns? It wasn't your ancestors, right?
Buildings too, because I think one of the greatest architects was an African American.
Yeah.
I think I forgot his name, but he had heavily influenced, during the industrial era.
Yeah. So it to me, that black bodies have always been a source of wealth for other people, except for our people, right? You think about medical history, medical procedures that were created, right? White doctors deemed it too heinous to perform on white people, but they had no problem performing it on black people. These procedures, right? None whatsoever. You think about the prison system and how states gain their wealth. I mean, in every industry, our ancestors built the wealth in every industry in America. Down to prostitution. It was black people who built the White House. But and it's the same. It's the same today. Right?
Oh yeah. And now since
it's the same today.
Yeah, and now since this targeted individual thing happens now people who are in a certain class, if you're of that, what is it? Your income is like 30,000 and below. You're in that perspective of being targeted now. And everyone's being put in there now. Now everyone's understanding what Indians, like when Christopher Columbus came over and to what was it, Central America, I think it was, or Mexico. But I'm just saying colonists in general, and people enslaving one another. Now. Those people who once, their ancestors were slave owners are like, well, we don't have to worry about that because it never happened to me. Well, now it's happening to them. You know what I mean? I mean, I have European descent, but I was never part of them. I mean, my upbringing was we always had a mixed race of people in our family, and that's just the way it goes. Most of the kids are adopted, and we've been raised right, but me looking now, being targeted now, but I'm saying that it goes a lot more deeper than just me treating people right. Now I'm being put in the category of what people were being happened when Native Americans were being slaughtered, and and African Americans were being enslaved. Because my mother, she's part Native American. She has ancestry in that, and she told me about the story of what happened with a certain tribe of Indians. They got slaughtered, man. I mean, it was actually called Pinole, the Pinole tribe. They called Acorn Mush tribe. I think that's what they were called. And where we lived literally almost right near the burial ground of bunch of little small bones, and now, I mean, I'm glad she did tell me those things back then, because now looking forward, what's going on, I mean, of course, my dad never mentions this stuff, because we already know what time it is with him, and he'll never say anything. He's like, oh, no, you just treat people right. I'm like, yeah, you do, but, it goes more than that. It's easier because you're not targeted. My dad's on the other target. He's targeting people. And now I'm looking at it, it's like, wow, now I know exactly what they're going through. And I've always been a loving person to other people, because I was raised by my mom to always treat people right, go and carry their burdens with them. But this brings it a whole nother perspective when you see it happen and it's done to you. It's like that, what's that, that there's a video that RT showed me about where what is it, a pre-crime. It's like other people said, I'm not affected, I'm not going to worry about it because it's not happened to me. And then there was a guy on it who happened to be African American. He says, yeah, you're not tripping about it until it happens in your backyard. You know what I mean? I mean, I always have been one of those, I wouldn't say conspiracy theorist. I did dabble in that kind of stuff, but I always knew it happened. But it's just different. Like I said, that's why I keep bringing it up. It's different when it happens to you, And this is speaking for people who weren't targeted, and people who just shunned and cognitive dissonance. I mean, I always knew it happened, but it's different when it happens to you. And now, and I believe there's actually probably 30% of America, and that's a high percentage, but not enough for them to be really put in the mass hysteria. I mean, it's an epidemic. It's not a pandemic, but it is an epidemic right now. And everyone's going through what Native Americans and African Americans and Central Americans and the Islanders too. Like Virgin Islands, or next to the Virgin Islands, on like Cuba and Puerto Rico. These are what the people are going through now, and now I kind of get what they're going through now. Not kind of, I actually do now, because I'm put in that category. And the best thing to do is bring awareness, like yourself, and I commend you for that. Thank you for doing that, because a lot of people now who were once targeted back then, who were of other nationalities, they're joining the other side. Isn't that crazy? You know what I mean?
Yeah, it is. But the funny thing is? The funny thing is people like these corporations who have benefited from slavery and from other illicit and illegal activities, through their family and all that kind of stuff, both legit and illegitimate, right? Who are now, these companies are just major. Their children and their children's children, the ones today, they have no sense of social justice. They have no sense of social responsibility, right? So they, it's like when they send their kids off, when they probably were in college and they had their own apartment, they live in a nice area, and Their apartments, were $1,500 a month. That's nothing. They hang around people who could afford that shit, right? They didn't hang around anybody who had to struggle to pay their rent, right? So that they can say, well, damn, you know what? Man, if I own a real estate company one day, I'm gonna build these apartment complexes, and I'm gonna make sure that people can afford them, right? Of course, the people who can afford where they're affording to live at can afford that, all right? So they have no sense of cultural responsibility because they haven't been exposed to the majority of Americans who don't live like they do. They may see them in passing, whether they're in the car, in the street, but they don't go into those neighborhoods. They don't know what life is like. They don't know the history of that neighborhood, the history that caused a certain group of people to be the way they are, the policies that were in place and that are still in place to keep a certain group of people still disenfranchised. So they have no sympathy. They have no empathy. They don't feel a need for social responsibility because they don't believe that it's their problem. And even though they did not create the problem, they benefit from the problem.
Oh, of course. And then they start throwing 501(c) organizations everywhere. And I see it everywhere too because they run in these big groups.
Listen, are you guys hearing this, man? For the past 10 damn minutes, they've been with the siren and shit. Constant. It's like a low siren, but for 10 damn minutes they've been out here. This shit is ridiculous. Sorry to interrupt your conversation, but it is. No
worries. I've been having that all day too. It's been a day of hell today.
It is ridiculous, and this shit started after me and you started talking. When I call you, you just started with the sirens on your end.
Right. Yeah.
And right. So after we finished, they've been on and off, but now for the past 10 minutes, they finally stopped now, right? Because I'm talking about it now, so they finally stopped, right?
Yeah. As a matter of fact, when I got on the call, there was, how you would hear trolleys in the background, like the sirens and the trains. I mean, I had to mute it, and I wasn't even nowhere near the trolleys, and they're super louder than normal. I'm at my usual spot. How are they this loud right now? I had to mute it, and I had to walk all the way to the other side because I was going to go use the restroom anyways. And I could still kind of hear it, and I thought that was weird. And I was getting swarmed, too. It's been a hell of a day, man. This is just crazy. It's just unbelievable.
But dude, gentrification, going back to, your experience and where you live and all that kind of stuff. And, I mean, I could imagine. Because right now, I mean, I could move out my apartment, but the places for the rent that I'm paying now, the places to move to are just terrible, man. They're terrible. And then the places that, and my apartment complex is still nice, right? But the places that they're building now, and the rent is just crazy. For a one-bedroom like mine, right, in university, it's about $1,100, right?
Ooh.
About $1,100.
And it's your minimum wage is different out there too, huh?
Yeah.
How much is minimum wage out there? You know how much minimum wage?
You can either accept it or you don't.
Yeah. Oh, believe me, I know. It's. I know $12.50 from was it the city or is it state or not? Is it city like the county minimum wage or whatever it is here? San Diego is $12.50. I mean, I know that sounds good and everything, but it's not. Your average your average place to live though is almost $1,500 unless you want to go live in Lincoln or not to badmouth those places. I'm not trying to badmouth those places. Those used to be good neighborhoods until, you know, they started targeting people with low income and by race too. And I actually went to visit one of my friends. Well, and I found out he became a perp, and so I never went there again, you know. But he was paying, I think, $1,200 where he was at, but he was also that's the prices that they go at. But it's a 1-bedroom, but he's also one of the groundskeepers. You know what I mean? And you guys already know about groundskeepers. They're in everybody's business as they're walking by, acting like they don't know what's going on. So, you know, he's already cut a deal. You know, not to be like that, but, you know, that's what it is. You know what I mean? But at $1,250, that's not enough. You know what I mean? For $1,200. You know?
It's not. I mean, like you said, you got to take into account rent. You got to take into account transportation.
Yeah,
you
and
take into account food.
Yeah,
you got to take into account
too.
You got to take into account your utilities, right? You got to take into account your phone. You got to take into account toiletry, right? You got to take into account a lot of shit. And it's like, and they know this because they know when they run out of food, they got to go to the grocery store. When they run out of toiletries, they got to go to get toiletries. So they know all of this stuff. They know it adds up. I know a lot of people every week sit down and they say, okay, this is how much for food, or every month this is how much for rent, light, gas, water, you know, whatever, right? So they know all this shit adds up. And so they know a certain part of their monthly income or their weekly income, right, is going to be dedicated to such and such. I say monthly, right? It's going to be dedicated to such and such. So they look at their expenses and they look at the income, right? This shit adds up. So if you as a person in middle class America, right, at the end of every month, you're spending, right? Let's say, I'm not going to say mortgage, right? Forget the mortgage. Forget the mortgage. Let's say your light, gas, water, and then your food, toiletries, transportation, gas, or whatever, right? But let's say for urban city folks, you know, a monthly bus pass, right? Clothing and entertainment, right? Because you gotta have some kind of entertainment in your life, right?
Oh yeah, you drive yourself nuts if you don't have it.
Right. Quality of life. Whether you like reading books, you purchase some books, or purchase some movies, or you like to go to the movies, you know, whatever. You go to dinner once or twice a month, blah blah blah, right? You add all of that, right? Except for the mortgage, right? It's probably close to what some people are making a month.
Of course.
Every week. Right? So if you add in your mortgage, right, and you add in their rent, right? Just imagine.
Oh, and on top of this, remember when the Federal Medical Act was put involved, where you have to pay insurance. And now this is if you're middle class. I get it. You know, if you're middle class, you got to pay a higher premium if you have a wife and kids. You know, I had an old friend actually who lived in your neck of the woods. He lived in South Carolina, though, right on the border of South Carolina. And he said that he had to pay $600 a month, mandatory, or he was going to get his taxes taken out of his taxes if he didn't pay. You know what I mean? Yeah. You had to have insurance. He said the lowest we could find was $600 a month, because he has a lot of kids, you know? And I don't think that's fair. I mean, I get it. I really do believe everyone should be able to have affordable health care. I mean, and you know, medical assistance and insurance. You know, I really believe that. I mean, you can't do without social programs. But we don't need to be a socialist society, if you get my drift. That can cause a lot of problems. And that's what's happening right now, you know, in California especially. And, you know, if you're making over a certain amount of income in the middle class, you're going to get dinged. You got to pay. Now you got to pay. If he had, 3 kids that, or two or three kids, I think, at that time. He has 4 kids now, but he had to pay $600 a month for health insurance. That is ridiculous. And on top of that, you know, if it's a pre-existing condition, it doesn't cover it all the way. You know, you're still going to have to pay a certain percentage of medicine, you know, whether it be an immune disorder or something like that, you know. And that's expensive. That adds up, you know, and especially if you got a sick kid, you know, and you got to take care of it. Now you're just sitting there like you're in the 4th class now, you know, and he's barely making it, you know. That is crazy, you know. That's added to your rent, and then, like you said, your essential necessities that you need, you know, your phone, your clothes, your food, and then your rent is super high. He was even blessed with even having a good job too, and it still wasn't enough, you know. And on top of that, you know, if you are a targeted individual, it's that much worse too. You know, I mean, he's not a targeted individual. He let his true colors show, you know. And I'm just letting you know that now. I mean, that's how they get us too. That's how they get us to even be with them on their side, you know. With this targeting, is because, you know, well, I can't afford this and I can't afford that. Well, we'll cut you a deal if you join our side, you know. And that's how they're getting us. It's either that or they flush us out of society. And that's ultimately what it's coming down to, and I see it here in California, especially. I mean, there's not the same homeless people I've seen here. And I've seen people who were, you know, when I was homeless on the beach, there's people who were pre-med students, people who were lawyers. I mean, and these were from all types of backgrounds, but they just didn't agree with society. And, you know, and they didn't like all this stuff that they were going through. And so what happens was, you know, I've heard some of their stories, you know, and they're targeted individuals, and a lot of them, they left, or they just wouldn't want to talk to people because they don't know who to trust, you know. And they were, you know, these are people who are real estate agents too, you know, and they got flushed out of their companies or their grad school schools and all that, because they don't want to join their fraternities, because there's a certain way that they do to cover each other's backs in these little societies. And, you know, and these people were smart, and about half of them got hooked on drugs, or they have been just deemed mentally insane. And this is before, you know, the whole targeted individual thing that really started catching on for the last few years, you know, and a lot of them are, you know, on drugs, or they're just homeless and don't want to deal with society anymore. And they can't because they've been pushed out, or they're overqualified for their line of work, or wherever they want to get employment. I mean, and it blows my mind that they can't even go and be a bartender or a waiter at some place because they haven't been indoctrinated in what they do and how they operate, you know, hand signals, certain way they talk, and looking after each other in their little group, you know. Because I've went to some of these bars and these restaurants, and I'm like, man, these people can't really do their job right. I mean, they sound like they're smart and everything, you know, because you know how they do the director talking and sound like they're smart and alpha, but they just have a group of people. That's all it is. And I've seen people who are, you know, out on the beach, and these people are smart and intelligent and can do their job and you know, and clean up after themselves and be clean, you know, and clean cut, but they're just homeless and they can't get in society. I mean, I've heard the stories, you know. It's getting out of hand, and this is what gentrification is doing. It's no longer just hyper racism. It is, but now they're including a lot more classism and people who aren't fitting into a certain criteria, you know. And it's only forming a society that's better for them and what they think is too fit to be moral. And that is utterly sad.
Yo, I hear you, Lord True Southern, man. That's a lot, you know. You got accepted it, man. I know you can't hold that on the chest, man. I hear you, man. You know what I mean? This is what it is.
Yep. And now I know what people go through, you know, like these people who've been targeted for, who knows, even 20, 30 years, and it's just been swept under the rug, you know, like people have just been like, oh, that person's just crazy, you know, like, you know, my dad used to say, yeah, he's homeless and didn't want to follow mommy and daddy's rules back then, you know, and I just thought there was something weird about that, huh?
I mean, pardon me, man. I just want to just take this opportunity, man, to let Nigel say something because he's been on the call for a minute.
Yeah, I wanted to say something because I gotta go. I got homework I gotta do. I got some studying I gotta do. So I wanna just give an update in terms of my target and what's been going on. You know, it's for the week and shit. It's that after I did my last video, they kind of chill for about 2 days. And then, you know, they started with the retaliation, and they started with the retaliation using Pam with the palm fixation drill, you know, and then she tried to, and then it was like she was being very subtle with it, okay? And also, you know, because again, the microwave and stuff like that. And, you know, like I can't help but to think, like, you know, maybe, you know, I think a lot of times where she's been acting towards me is because they've been threatening her, threatening our kids, right? And so, you know, I think what it is that because they were trying to, when they were threatening my kids through me, it wasn't working, right? It was not working. I think that they went to her again. I think they went there for the second time. I think they went to her the first time, you know, a while ago when Ethan was born. And I think they went to her a second time because, you know, whenever I'm at our house, right, and everything is good, we're like vibing on a good level, right, there'll be a police siren, you know, and then after the police siren, and it isn't like they're like chasing somebody to stop with somebody, it's the same noise, the same sort of pattern noise that I talked about, you know, that whoop or whoop whoop, and then that's it, right? And immediately after that happens, her whole demeanor just changed, right? And so now it's like, then she starts with the, you know, with the hand signals and stuff like that. So and then also, like, when she's like, you know, like sometimes when she's targeting me, she'll look at our kids, right? So she'll look at either Ethan or Alyssa as she's targeting me, you know, and I think, you know, they're, you know, because she doesn't want them to do what they're doing to me, to our kids, right? Because they've been, like I said, you know, they've been threatening to silence me and it's not working. Okay, they've been trying to try to get me to leave school, you know, and it's not working. They've done a whole lot of stuff. You know, like tonight, I was trying to get into the school website, you know, so I can see what the agenda is and see what the professor posted. And they deleted, right? They deleted all of the previous posts, you know, so the stuff that had like, they had answer keys to one of the first tests that we did. Homework, you know, that we're supposed to print out and stuff like that, and chapters that we're supposed to print out. They deleted all that stuff, and it took me a while to get into my school email. And I'm like, what's going on? So I'm not doing everything right. I'm typing everything like that. I cannot get it. They keep saying that there is no account. There's no account under that name. And I'm like, what? I'm like, I've been using this shit all last week, you know, all during the week, you know, and you know, just stuff like that. And then, you know, with the police sirens and stuff like that, well, while I was trying to get into my school email, the police sirens start going off and this and that. But, you know, they give you confirmation that the shit that they doing to you, right? I mean, and this shit is ridiculous, man. These people are going to so much extent, you know what I'm saying? And all for the sake because of retaliation. Because I won't stop talking about what it is they're doing. Why would I stop talking about what they're doing when they continue to do this shit to me on a single basis, on a daily basis, right? So why, you know what I'm saying? So it's not to say like they stop, you know, and I don't know this shit anymore. So, you know, I'll barely talk about it. But these mother effers, every single day, it's non-stop. You know what I'm saying? It is literally non-stop. So the last video I did showing how they set up this street there with the police and this student, you know, as she was walking in front of me, he gives me the middle finger, right? And then she does the middle finger inwards, you know, to her hands, her palm was facing the side, but she stuck her middle finger inside, like towards the direction where her palm was facing, right? And so tonight I got home. Actually, not tonight. It was the afternoon. I got home, and my sister did the same thing to me. Okay, she did the same thing to me. Yesterday, I was in Target with Pam and the kids. We actually went and grocery shopping first, and then you know I had my shades on, and they you know they're saying I don't know what happened. It's like sometimes when I go into the store with my shades on, they start acting weird, like I'm not supposed to wear my shades in the store. You know what I'm saying? And I guess because of all the cameras and stuff, because you know, if you don't walk into the store with a camera, and I know they monitor me sometimes through the store camera. You know what I'm saying? Because every time I go into the store with my glasses on, they act like they're disappointed that I have my shades on. And when I take my shades off and stuff like that, then they start looking up at the camera, right? So again, it's to try to get you into that. And you know, before when I used to go to the store and I was still being afraid of being surveilled in the store camera. Now I don't give a shit. I wear my shades in the store because I want to wear my shades in the store, not because I'm trying to hide from a camera that's up there, whatever. They listen. You know, they monitor me in my own damn home. When I go outside, they monitor me. Wherever I go, they monitor me. So whether I have my shades in the store or not, it doesn't really matter to me. But I leave it on because sometimes because I have a light sensitivity that sometimes the light is just too bright, and depending on if I'm being targeted, how I feel, you know, how my mindset is. Sometimes that light affects me even more. So that's why. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, we left there, and the targeting wasn't too bad there. You know? Unlike the last time we went there, they were microwaving the crap out of me. So I went to Target. We went to Target because I had ordered my daughter because she wanted a game for Christmas, right? So I said, okay, you know, I have credit on my Target account. Let me go and get it for her, right? It's for Christmas, right? Because I said if I don't get it now, because it just came out, like if I don't get it now, if I wait till Christmas time, during Christmas time, or even end of November when they have that Black Friday, they're not going to have any in stock. So I got it. I told parents to put it away, put it in the closet, and that's her Christmas gift, right? And because she wanted 2 Christmas gifts from me, which is that handheld game and a doll. So I said, okay. I said, you know, I'll get that first and then I get the doll later, right? So we first get into Target, and I started noticing even with Pam now that, you know, like I don't know what's going on because, you know, like when we leave the house to go shopping, she always has to stay behind. She always like, oh, go downstairs, I'm coming, right? I thought she was right behind me. I turned around, she's like, what are you doing? She's like, oh, I just need 2 minutes to myself. I'm like, what do you need 2 minutes to yourself for? We're leaving the house. Why do you have to stay back for 5 minutes? And I'm thinking that maybe it's because they're texting her or they're telling her what's going to happen. You know what I'm saying? So that when we get to wherever we get to, she'll know, right? So anyway, get to Target. After coming from grocery shopping, and I was just supposed to just go pick up the stuff because I ordered and I said, I'm going to come pick it up. So we get in there, she's like, oh, I'm going to go look at makeup, right? So we went to find her, and, you know, she's in the closet, you know, picking her clothes. And so then she's like, I said, you know what? I said, yo, you got clothes in your hand. I said, why don't you just try it on? You asking me? I said, just try it on and see how it goes, right? Because you're already there, right? So at that time, you know, because I've been on my feet for a while, so my legs started hurting. I started getting pains in my right leg and then my left leg. And whenever I go into the store, I always use a cart, right? Whether I have anything in the cart or not, I just use a cart anyway, because to help me, you know, to keep my the pressure off my feet, right? So we go upstairs, and then Lisa wanted the game Hello Neighbor, so we went to the game section and have you. And then I had to go look for pillowcase. So I said, okay, while I'm here, let me just go look for a pillowcase. Go to the pillowcase section. Actually, before I went to the pillowcase section, we were at the game section, and then there was like these Mexicans, right? They look like Mexicans or something, Anyway, so they were like all there, and then they started looking at her, and then she did the hand signal with the pointing finger, right? So she took a pointing finger and she stuck it out, what have you, and then everybody went into action. They went into like a whole skit, right? The whole following me and stuff like that. So I'm looking at them like, they're probably mind controlling her ass right now, because right now this is the people who are, sitting behind the computer, right? They're sending the signals, what have you. So that was a signal for them to know that, okay, it's on, right? Like, yeah, we're going to microwave. So they all start springing into action. So I go to the sheet section with to get the pillowcase, what have you. I was the only one there. Then 2 minutes later, they showed up. First was this Hispanic woman, okay. Then these black couple, what have you, with and the thing is, it's fun. I'm gonna tell you guys how this shit is planned out, right? So there was 2 young black girls and a black guy, right? Then there was a Hispanic woman, and then all of a sudden another Hispanic man came and he started giving his hands. So at that point, I started taking out my phone and I started recording. Pam was still with me. The minute I take out my phone, start recording, Pam leaves. She leaves, right? And so I'm filming these people on their ass, and then I guess they didn't really notice at first until I got up in their face, and then they realized that, okay, yeah, he's filming us. Then I realized that the man was actually with that woman, the Hispanic woman. Okay, but they try to act as if in the beginning, like they were all separated, they didn't know each other, what have you. So anyway, everybody came in that hour the sheet was. I got the pillowcase that I need. They did not come in there for no pillowcase or no sheet or nothing like that. Okay? Because the minute I got my shit, everything like that, and I left, they left. You know what I'm saying? They left. So that shows that they didn't come into that aisle to buy any sheets or anything like that. It was just a target. So, we're walking. I'm still recording. You know what I'm saying? And then I stopped, went to get to the game, went to pay for the stuff. Right? So then Alyssa was standing next to the television, and I walked over to her, and as I was walking over to her, these 3 kids was running. I mean, they were running really, really fast. 2 boys and a girl. I mean, it was like they were in the damn playground. So the girl was the last one. She run past, and she hits Alyssa in the head. Right? So I didn't see it. So I don't know if it was done intentionally or not. So Alyssa started crying. It was hurting really bad, right? Alyssa starts crying, right? So I walked over to the 3 kids where they were at, and I was like, who kids are these? Right? And the guy was standing right there. He was like, these are my kids. I said, listen, your kids are running up and down the store like it's a damn park, okay? On top of that, one of them hit my daughter in the head, right? And I said, it must have been really hard because she is crying. She's crying, right? I said, this is not the park. This is a store, all right? So the same dude that I went to that was his kids, and the 2 girls that was over there by the sheet section, these are the exact same people. So to me, I think this shit was done intentionally. And on top of that, Pam is standing there and she's not saying nothing. Right? She's not saying nothing. I'm like, yo, are you going to let this shit happen? I say something. You know what I'm saying? But she could have came and she could have been like, hey, listen, are you okay, whatever. She didn't say nothing. She just stand up there and she was like, she said, listen, that's why I told you to stay with me. I said, hey, listen. No. Okay? Don't, because I was like, okay, I see what they're doing. They're trying to get us into an argument, right? Because the video I did before, when I was walking home after we had a big fight, I walked home, and then it was like, I'm walking on the next block, and these 2 guys standing there, and they were like, yeah, fight 3. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, because sometimes they use like the fingers, or like 3 fingers or 4 fingers. So I guess because every time you have a fight, it's like, they'll use the 3 finger, right? And I started noticing that shit too. So I was like, okay, yeah, we're being microwaved. That's what happened. We're being microwaved. So upon realizing that, you know what I'm saying? So I had to go pick up the kids the next day, and I talked to her about it. She apologized, and I said, listen, I apologize. So, you know what I'm saying? So it was really cool that she actually apologized. You know what I'm saying? So I was like, okay, then. You know what I'm saying? So, at least I could say, well, in terms of mentally, she's on a better path, because before she wouldn't even apologize like that. You know what I'm saying? So she really sincerely apologized. So I appreciated that. You know what I'm saying? So then after that, now I leave. They start using the phone fingers again. I'm like, okay, here we go again. So every time we get into arguments, they're going to use 3. So you know what I'm saying? I'm like seeing this shit, and I'm noticing this shit even more. the more and more stuff that I've been exposed to, it's like they'll feel so confident that they'll try to implant these like subliminal messages in my head. You know what I'm saying? So they're like fight threes. I guess every time I get around her, I'm supposed to be fighting her and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? We get into argument stuff like that. So I'm like, whatever, man. So like I said, so it was just weird, man. So anyway, left Target, right? So I said to her, I said, listen, you know, I said my foot. I've told you my foot was actually I had to pay for the stuff, and she had to pay for her stuff. So I moved to one of the registers. There was only one person in front of me. She was almost done. There's this other cashier. She came over and she was like, you can come with me. And the thing is that where she was at, it was like where her cashier was at, it was like way over at the end. So I'm like, why is she walking all the way over here so we can walk so I can walk up? Because again, they know that my feet hurt because I've been complaining to Pam about my leg hurts and stuff like that because of standing up for too long and doing all that walking. So they wanted me to just walk extra. And Pam was like, okay, let's go. I was like, no. I said, and then on top of that, there was a woman, right? The old woman, she came and she asked Pam for the card. And so Pam was like, yeah, you can have the card. I said, well, no. I said, why would you give her the card? We need the card. Why would you give it to her? You know what I'm saying? I said, you got a whole bunch of stuff. I said, I got to pay for my stuff. Why the hell you going to give her the card? I said, there's plenty of cards over there. There's like a whole damn area where it's full of cards. All right? So this woman now, she insists. She can literally insist. And I can tell, maybe I said to myself, if they're mind controlling this shit out of this lady, they do a good job. Because she insists. I can tell her, no, lady, you're not getting this card. I said, there's cards over there. So finally, the cashier went on the cash register line that I was at. She said, miss, there's plenty of cards over there. Go get one. So the lady now, she dumped her clothes, right, on the thing. She walks over to get the card. Then she comes back, still asking for the card. I said, lady, didn't you go over there? Did you get a card? She's like, I don't see. How do you not see it? It's a big damn area where the card is right there. So as I'm leaving, the cashier walks in. She's like, listen, here's a card right there. You know what I'm saying? And I'm looking at it. I'm like, yo, this shit is just ridiculous, man. But it was done in such a way that, like after I finished recording, they kind of calmed down because they were like, but then when we get to the cash register, they started up with the whole use case what happened. And I was like, man. So anyway, I didn't try to argue or anything like that. Because I was kind of upset. I'm like, listen, I told you that my leg was hurting. Why the hell you want me to walk all the way over there when I just told you that my leg was hurting? I told you that my feet was hurting. Right? I said, we're next. So why would I, you know what I'm saying? And I wanted to say to her, I said, listen, you have to listen to what I'm telling you. If I say my leg hurts, don't try to get me to walk over there. Don't try to get me to walk far. When I say let's go, my leg hurts, let's go. You know what I'm saying? Don't tell me, oh, you want to go this and that. Don't, you know what I'm saying? Let's go. And I know, again, it's being done on purpose. So when we left Target on the way home, police cars, there was a fire truck, and I guess because I wasn't arguing with her, because that's what they expected in the car. That's what they're arguing with her in the car. I was like, you know what, let me just leave the car, but I know exactly what it is they're trying to do. So the first fire truck passed by, no lights on, you know what I'm saying, no sirens going. The two police cars passed by, no lights on, no sirens going. And then we get close to her house, her apartment. All of a sudden, fire trucks coming down, lights blazing, sirens going on. You know what I'm saying? Loud as hell, because I wasn't arguing with her. So we had to wait to get parking. She looked at me and she was like, and it was late too. She was like, are you going home? I said, no, I'm not going to go home. I said, I have all my stuff at your house. I have my book bag, all my lab equipment, stuff like that. So I said, no. I said, I'll just pack it in the fridge and I'll just go home in the morning. Right? And so, because she was like, because the way, like I said, the way how she was behaving, it was like, she knew like an argument was coming, right? But I didn't. I was like, you know what? Listen, I know the game that they're playing. I'm not going to fall for that nonsense and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? So, because they want to get us back into arguing over and over and over again. And I was like, I'm not with that. Right? I'm not with that. Not going to happen. And so we get upstairs, I came upstairs, she got parking, I had to, RT, when I was speaking to you and Neil, I was, because 6 flights of stairs, the elevator's not open. So I had to make like 3 trips. So, I was, like I said, my leg, everything was hurting me, bro. When I got upstairs, you know what I'm saying, I kind of lay down and I fell asleep. I woke back up and she bought me dinner. And then I was knocked out again. I didn't wake up until this morning. And I want to take a muscle relaxer. I couldn't all day today. Again, my leg was so hurting me. I got in the house. After I came home, I unloaded the groceries, I got in the house. I was so tired and so much in pain that I literally knocked out, and I woke up. And I was like, oh, shit, I got to do my homework, And on top of that, I left my damn calculus notebook at her house. So I had to call her and be like, hey, can you look in the folder and take a picture of the sheet for me so I know which homework to do. You know what I'm saying? And then after telling her that, guess what? She didn't do it. She forgot to do it. I had to text her back. I'm like, hey, I just said to you, you had the sheet in your hand. I just said to you to take a picture of it. You know what I'm saying? And she didn't do it. I'm like, okay, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, this weekend, again, I understand it's heavy microwaving, heavy you're on the mic control. And, and the thing is that also, too, that even today, because I fell asleep and I woke up and I called her back, she called me twice. And again, I said, immediately after I hang up the phone with her, police sirens. When I had called her about my the homework that I needed, police sirens. She texted me back, police sirens. I'm like, they are just like really stepping it up, man. And the level of intrusion onto your privacy, onto your life is unbelievable. And I don't understand how people in general can allow this shit to happen, in the sense that their lives are being violated too. You know what I'm saying? Because yesterday she told me, she was like, Nigel, I don't know what's going on with my phone. All of a sudden all these apps started opening up by themselves. And I said to her, listen, the same thing happening to me. I know what I'm saying? I said, the same thing happening to me. I've been telling you this for a long time. Now it's happening on your phone, right? You know what I'm saying? But again, and at that point, because of the whole situation, I'm kind of in a 50-50 mode. Like, okay, does she really know what's going on, or is she being mind controlled again? You know what I'm saying? So that has always been the conflict, But I stopped, accusing her of targeting me because, again, sometimes I'm not sure what have you. So I'm just like, you know what? This is the type of thing that they try to do. So let me not argue with her about it. You know what I'm saying? Let me just, put it to the side, what have you, And, and like I said, and if she is, and it's because of, they threatened this as kids, I said to myself, she'll learn that it doesn't matter whether she's quiet or whether she's not participating or not. It does not matter. They're going to do it anyway. The best thing to do is to have your kids prepare for what's to come, so that when it does come, it doesn't affect them in a way that it has affected us. You know what I'm saying? Because they will already have the knowledge beforehand, and that's a very powerful thing. As opposed to them not knowing, and it hits them all of a sudden, they're like, oh, what's going on? They will know how to defend themselves, to watch out for the traps and all that stuff. Okay? And so that's how they have society conditioned to the point where they don't want to know anything, because again, information, truth is something that's been treated as the enemy. And, when you know the truth about certain things, you can prevent certain things from happening. A lot of things can happen. You deny it, and if you act like it doesn't exist, then guess what? It's just going to happen. It'll happen to you, your family members, what have you. And then, you don't know how to handle it. So, it can be very detrimental. So, and the funny thing is that we're watching this series on Netflix. It's called, what is it called? The Island? Or something. I can't remember. I think it's The Island. But it's about these people who are in...
Well, I watched all of it, man. I've seen that one.
Yeah, they're placed in this virtual world. They were asleep. They were asleep, right? So they put them asleep, and then they basically hook up their brain to this computer, and they put them in a virtual. They're always put on an island, and what they don't know is that they are asleep. That's not real, because it's their mind. And if you die in the virtual world, you actually die in real life, right? So they started having these dreams and stuff like that about what, some of their past lives, not past lives, but, their dream, but it's really, that's what happened to them. And they actually are convicted criminals on death row. And so that was to give them a second chance, to put them in a situation to see if they're going to be the same or they're going to, change and be different, right? And this one woman, she woke up. She woke up in the middle of it, and that's not supposed to happen. So she's back into the real world now, and she knows she's been in prison, this and that, it's not on her. So then there's a warrant, the warden, and the warden, there's like this board, and there's the warden, and he makes a deal with her, and she was like, okay, I'll make the deal with you, what have you, because he tell her, listen, I can be your friend or I can be your enemy, but I'd rather you be my friend and this and that. So she's like, okay, and she's like, well, I want you to get my husband out or whatever. He's like, okay. The minute she makes the deal and he walks away, he signaled to this nurse or whatever to kill her, right? And it's the same thing I tell people understand that you cannot make deals with these people because they'll say one thing and you say, okay, whatever, okay, right. But then the minute that you say yes, they go back on their word. They go back on, on their deal, right? And that's what's happening. So sometimes they try to make you feel like, if you, try to keep, well, don't talk about your target. We'll stop targeting you. And you're like, okay, you stop talking. But the next day, they still go back and they target you, right? So it's just showing that the shit that they put into your mind to make you believe is not actually true, right? So you cannot stay silent, because if you stay silent, you're basically giving them the go-ahead to continue to do what they're doing to you without any form of exposure, right? And that's what we don't want. We want to expose them so that hopefully, when the shit get exposed to the point that those who are responsible will be held accountable. And I say hopefully, because, in American, government agencies and shit like that, they never really are held responsible, right? But hopefully maybe in the future, maybe our kids can get, if you have kids, our kids might get some type of financial compensation if we're not here anymore. You know what I'm saying? So, like I tell her, I said to her, I said, I know certain things, and I'm just like, and then sometimes, like I said, especially today with the sirens and stuff like that, she was like, she kind of got a little hostile. I was like, I think I'm gonna leave now. So I was like, I joke about, I don't feel the love anymore. I'm gonna leave. And she's like, oh, it's not that. And I said, listen, one thing about me is I'm honest. You know what I'm saying? One thing when it comes to me and her, I said, I'll let you know what it is. Okay, I'm not sugarcoating shit. I'm not going to spare your feelings if it's the truth. You know what I'm saying? And if it's something that you need to hear, I'm going to let you hear it, regardless of how uncomfortable you feel or what have you, because you need to hear it. Because for you, you don't like the truth. Okay? Then you run away from the truth, right? And that's a very dangerous thing. That's a very negative thing and a bad thing for you to do. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, I ended up leaving. So I left, what have you, and I came home, like I said, and I fell asleep. Then I woke up. I tried to get onto the school mail system to check my mail, and I couldn't get it. I couldn't get in at all. It took me like 10 minutes. I have everything saved and I put everything in there, and I couldn't get it. And I'm like, so then all of a sudden, I think. After like 10 minutes, I did it again, and then it worked. I'm like, okay, what's going on? You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, okay. Then I get onto the school website, to look up my classes and to see, what information I have on there. And, all the stuff is gone, except for one class, right, that I have. Okay, but everything else is gone. And I'm like, okay, what the hell is going on here? Because I know when I checked, the week or what have you, the stuff was on there. Okay? Like, I know for my lab, I was supposed to have, there's a lab 4 that was posted that I was going to get the information because I don't have that class because of the school, no classes last Monday and Tuesday. And then this week, there's no classes Tuesday and Wednesday, and I have that class on a Tuesday. So that's 2 weeks that I don't have that class. That I have to get the lab and stuff like that, right? So now I can't even get the damn lab, whatever the next number of the lab is. So you're supposed to do that at home because there's no school, right? So there's no lab, right? So he wanted us to do it at home. I can't even get it now because they removed it. So I don't know if they removed it because I think they removed it under my account. You know what I'm saying? And I have to tell you that this is the extent that these people will go through, right? That they will do some shit like this to prevent me from, doing my work properly, getting the information that I need. There's one class I have, which is drawing, technical drawing. I missed like 3 weeks of homework because the professor, she was like, well, I sent it. I gave her my personal email, and she had my school email. Okay? I got nothing from her. I showed her. I said, look, this is the date that you sent it. Look, it's not there. All right? There's a guy that's a classmate of mine. You know, I had to ask him. I said, he said, yeah. He said, I've been getting the email. I said, I haven't. You know? So this is the shit that they're doing. And on top of that, I have to constantly change my password to get into the school website, you know, to get in so I can get the information that I need. Because again, I'll create a new password and everything like that. It'll work fine for a couple of days, and then I try to log back in, and the shit won't work. You know what I'm saying? And then I send a message to the IT, and they were like, you know, they want this and that. I'm like, listen, I already gave you all my information. I already gave you my school ID, you know, all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? You guys have access to my account. All right, you have my school ID. You have, and then plus you can see where I'm sending you the damn email from. Is that I'm sending it. You know what I'm saying? I put all the information in there. You know, and then they come back asking me for the same information. So at that point, I was like, okay, so I know what they do. Saying, because if I give you the information and then you're gonna come back and you ask me for the same information that I give you, then I know that what basically you're not trying to help me. You just basically want me to know that, you know, you're a part of it. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I mean, it's a whole bunch of shit, bro. It's like, I'm telling you, it's like they never stop. They never stop, man. You know, I had filled out the form for direct deposit, right, for my my financial aid, and then, you know, I get tapped to buy books and you know, my lab equipment, which I didn't get to do because, again, you know, they were like, well, you know, you're not getting your tap until November, right? Which is kind of like, I'm like, well, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, I need it now. They're like, well, you need it. So anyway, I fill out a direct deposit, right? So I did it. I filled out direct deposit. Then at this was Thursday, right? Thursday at 2:37 a.m. in the morning, I get a response. Right, response. And mind you, I didn't do this late at night. I did it during the day. Okay, right. So at 2:37 at night, a.m. in the morning, I get a email saying that this is a courtesy message from Trinity First to confirm that an update has been made to your direct deposit account. Now, I didn't make any updates. I don't know what they're talking about. It says the update may have been initiated by a CUNY administrator because funds could not be loaded to your account. Right. Now, I know funds are not going to be loaded to my account because they're not releasing the funds until November. So I don't know what the hell's going on there, right? So then it says, please confirm, such and such still, you know, please confirm the accuracy of your router number, account number, and account type, what have you, right? So this is the same message. How many times do you think I received that same message? Okay? Right? And this is actually started from 1:16 a.m. Okay, then I got. Let me tell you how much reply of the same thing, the same exact message. Not once, not twice. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 times the same damn message. Okay. 8 friggin' times. Right. The first one at 1:16 a.m. and all the rest at 2:37 a.m. Okay? So again, this is done on purpose, right? Because there's no reason that you would send me the same message 8 times. Okay? And even if it's an automated message, right? Why would the automated message send it to me 8 times? Once, yeah. They send it, you know what I'm saying? I got it at 1:16, same message, then at 2:37, 7 times in a row. Right? I mean, this is the shit that these people do. And how they, you know, they try to screw you over in those little subtle ways, you know, that when you tell people, they're like, oh, you know, this and that, they'll say, okay, you know, you can't get into your email. If you try this, you try that. I've tried everything. right? I got in, fine. So if I got in the same way I got in yesterday, should be the same way I got in today, particularly if I have everything saved on my computer, right? All my password, all my username, everything like that. Save. All I got to do is just type in my email, everything else comes up, and that's what got it. Okay, so tonight, like I said, multiple times I tried to get in there, couldn't finally was able to get in, and I didn't do anything different now. I just kept trying until, for different reasons. I got it, but as I'm saying, this is what they do. They attempt to block you from getting your email, stuff like that, and it's ridiculous, and on top of that, like I said, I needed that lab that I have on Tuesday, I have one, I did two lab reports that was done, I handed in, but there is the third lab report, and then the next lab report I'm supposed to do, which I'm supposed to go onto the website and download, the manual, because it is like a lab. Each lab have their own manual, which what you need to do, right? I can't even do that because they deleted the shit. They deleted it. You know what I'm saying? I have other classes that I had information on. They deleted it. For my public speaking class, they deleted the shit, man. You know what I'm saying? And I can't print out every single thing that they think, because, I just bought a pack of ink from my printer. I paid $70 for that shit. You know what I'm saying? Do you think I have $70 to waste all the time printing out, all these things? But that's what I would have to do. You know what I'm saying? And if I end up doing that, that means that I'll be having stacks of paper, printed paper, and it's ridiculous. But again, this is the things that they do, those subtle ways. Like when I go into school, like I said, when I we're leaving, you know what I'm saying, they'll turn on the fire alarm, right, as I'm leaving. Okay? And that remind me of when I used to work, they used to do the same thing too. When they were targeting me if I come in the next day, because they were targeting me the previous day to not come into work, and I come in the next day, immediately as I come in, they'll turn on the fire alarm. And then when I leave that day, they'll turn on the fire alarm when I'm leaving. It's the same shit over and over. This is the government that's doing this shit. This is the state. This is the the police department, the fire department, all state agencies, all government agencies. You know what I'm saying? When I do a video, I put in the things state-sponsored terrorism, because that's what this is. This is state-sponsored terrorism. It's the government that's doing this shit, and they're the only one that have the resources to do it. They're the only one that have the ability to manipulate people the way that they've manipulated people. You know what I'm saying? To get them to participate in this shit. You know what I'm saying? To go to your professors if you're in college or whatever school you're in, and tailor the lessons to your targeted. Right? I mean, while they're sitting outside listening, and every time the professor says certain things, they go off with the sirens. Whoop, whoop, whoop. You know what I'm saying? There's this one kid that they used to target me all the time in this class. He'd get up sometimes, walk to the door, then turn around and sit back in the seat. And nobody says nothing. Dude, why do you keep getting up to walk to the door and then turn around? You're not leaving. And then I get it because it's the phone thing, right? So he wants to see when he's walking towards me, he'll take his phone out, look at it, go, put in his pocket, sit back at his desk while he's looking at me. And everybody there not saying nothing because they all know, including the professor.
Yeah, well, remember that time I was telling you about how my professor was targeting me and shit. He was giving me failing grades for my project, and all my projects were look better than all the other students' projects, right? Mm-hmm. And I downloaded the other students' projects, and I sent it to the dean of the department. I send them, their projects, and I send them my project. And she had a talk with him, and he changed all my grades to A.
Yeah, well, I mean, what they do is they learn and shit. So what they do with me, you know what I'm saying? First of all, it's been a long time since I got back to school, right? So when I went to one of the professors in my department that they recommended I go to so she can help me with my scheduling, she gave me calculus. Why would you give me calculus? I haven't been in college for over 20-something years. You know, why would you give me calculus? You know what I'm saying? And the thing is that, you know, like, I definitely know I'm not, right now I'm not passing it, but I got to pass it because the first test I got, I did terrible on it. You know what I'm saying? But it's hard because a lot of the shit in there is a lot of stuff that, a lot of stuff that I missed because I need to take pre-cal, you know, trick, all that stuff. So also I'm trying to learn on my own. But again,
but why would you get calculus and not pre-cal?
Exactly.
Pre-cal is a prerequisite.
Yeah, exactly. But you know what? I said, you know what, I'm gonna stick with it. If I end up getting a passing grade, but it's low passing grade, that's fine. I don't give a shit. I
try to get to a tutoring class, man.
It's hard. It's hard. Listen.
Yeah, I know.
I went to the tutoring class, right? That the professor that his students or whatever had, and let me tell you, man. The first guy, the guy that I went to, you know, he gave me the wrong answer, and then the second time I went back, he was doing it on the board. I gave him a project on the board, and it was wrong. And so one of the other students had to correct him. You know what I'm saying? So at that point, I was like, yeah, these motherfuckers are fucking with me. I'm not going, you know, I'll watch my YouTube video and shit like that. But it's hard because, you know, like I said, I take care of the kids. So by the time, look, even if I leave school early, right, and I get to Town Heavy, remember, I'm tired. I've been having my book bag on. I have to lay it on the rest of my back. I can't even take muscle relaxers. So I'm, you know, I drink the moringa tea, so it helps me a lot with a lot of the pain, with the little aches and pains that I don't normally get. You know what I'm saying? But I still got to rest my back. I still got to lay it on. I still got to, you know, at least take a nap because I'm up very early. I'm up at 6 o'clock in the morning, and it's stressful. So being targeted, it's stressful. So your lack of sleep is going to affect you even more as opposed to somebody else. You know what I'm saying? So it's a lot more complicated than just going to tutoring and this and that. Especially when you go to tutoring, like I said, and the people in tutoring are not trying to help you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know. I know.
They're not trying to help you. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, like they have the tutoring and the student accessibility thing where, you know, you will, you know, with for students who have a disability, they go through this. So they have tutoring there, and I went there once. But again, you know, they move so fast, you know, and I tell them, I said, listen, I have not been to school in 20 years. I got calculus. I was like, there's a lot of stuff that I don't know. And this is instead of saying, okay, what is it do you remember? Like, you know, sit you down and be like, okay, I want you to make this easier for you so that you can learn it, whatever. You know what I'm saying? So when we do a problem, if we have to use, you know, algebra, I'll go through some basic algebra steps that you need to know, right? So certain things like if you have, you know, like certain things maybe you have to flip and where a negative becomes a positive or a positive becomes a negative, I'll go through that with you and go back. So when we get to that, you know, we do that calculus equation. If we have to do that, I'll just go to a basic, you know, algebra in terms of the negative numbers with you and flipping it so you can know. You understand? That's what I would do. If I was helping somebody who didn't know, that's what I would do. These people, like I said, they're not trying to help me. So they do this shit as fast as possible, and that's it. And then they should be wrong. Like I said, even the guy that did this, I gave him a problem to do it, he did the shit wrong. And I was like, that's not right. And he showed me some other way. I'm like, dude, you know, I already told you. Why are you showing me this? You know what I'm saying? Like, you trying to confuse me. Like I said, these people, they're not trying to help me. You know what I'm saying? The only consistency I can get is from YouTube. And I said, thank goodness for YouTube. You know what I'm saying? That's it. So I watch it and I kind of like do the steps and stuff like that. And there's one professor, and that's why I like him and I watch him all the time because, you know, right now he's going through like, you know, it's steps to lead up to calculus, right? So he's going through all the stuff that you need to remember, so that when you get to calculus, when you start doing calculus, you would at least you will be refreshed in what you need to do, and that's why I like watching him. I watch him all the time. You know what I'm saying? But again, like, you know, they do this shit so fast, and then with my target, and sometimes, you know, like I said, if I wasn't targeting like that, my concentration would be a lot better. But it's not. Like, you know, when I went Thursday, my professor finally showed up, and this student comes down right next to me, and I'm like, how come everybody's sitting in the seat that I normally would sit at, right? So all the time when the assistant professor was there, on top of that, almost it seems like half the class disappeared once the new professor came. You know what I'm saying? So what that tells me is that those students that was there with the assistant professors were all there to target. And there's one particular dude that sits in front of me, you know what I'm saying, that, I was like, okay, he was a target. You know, they were sitting there. They were sitting there. And this is what they do. You know what I'm saying? This is what that's what they do. They'll put students in the class who not supposed to be there, but they're just there for the purpose of targeting, right? Like I said, man, the minute that when my professor came back and the professor was no longer there, they disappeared. So I'm looking at this shit like, oh, okay. Now all of a sudden, you know, like everybody have like their regular seat, normal seat they sit at. And all of a sudden, everybody's sitting at people are sitting in my seat now that I usually sit at, and I got to take a different seat. Okay? Meanwhile, for the past couple of weeks, everybody been sitting in the seat. Now, it hasn't been assigned, but everybody just pick a seat, and that's where they sit every time, right? So again, I see shit like that. I'm just like, okay. So anyway, this student was like just talking to me. Every time I look to the board or having, he takes his phone out. He looks at me. You know, he takes his phone out, put it back in, doing all of this stuff, right? And the fact is that he was doing this shit so much that, you know, you can't help but, you know, this shit affects you because you're looking, and he's doing it in such a way that you're going to see, right? So I get up, I walked out of the classroom, and I forgot my cane. So it wasn't until my legs started hurting me that I was like, oh shit, I don't have my cane. I have to walk back and get my cane. You know what I'm saying? And it was like, their demeanor started changing, right? Because they want to see if they target me in such a way, if I would forget, and I always forget, and that's the thing. Like I said, when they start targeting me because I'm being microwave heavily like that, I forget. You know what I'm saying? And that's no fault of my own. That's just the effect and of what it is that they've done and what it has done to me, right? So, you know, like I said, I'm just like, whatever, right now. You know what I'm saying? I'm doing the best I can, you know, because they've been attacking me more and more lately, you know. And then what they'll do, also what they started doing is like, they want to seem like they try to give me like a choice, right? So, like, they'll have two, if I'm leaving school, they'll have two students standing, right? One might be wearing like an orange shirt. The other one might be wearing like a black shirt or have you, right? And it's like, you know, and they're standing there. I know they're targeting me, and you know, I just walk. One thing I try to do is I just try to, if I'm going to walk a certain route, that's what I have to walk a certain route, right? So I try not to deviate. Even when I see them do shit like that, I try not to deviate. You know what I'm saying? So, because when you deviate, it shows them that, okay, yeah, whatever subliminal message they've been sending you is working, right? So I just usually, you know, walk towards my left, and that's where I usually walk out at. You know what I'm saying? And they seem disappointed because again, I didn't change my route. You know what I'm saying? And that was what they wanted to do. You know, but like I said, this shit is ridiculous. And the fact that the school is right next to the Brooklyn court system, you have across the street, you have the a little bit further up by Brooklyn, across the street, you have the FBI building. Then you have the Supreme Court. You know what I'm saying? All of that within the court system. You know, when I'm walking to the train stations right next to the court system, so, you know, you got the court officers coming out targeting me. You know, they're trying to send me subliminal messages about going to court. All that, whatever. I'm like, whatever. I'm like, hey, you know what I'm saying? Whatever. You know?
Yeah, now you go.
Yeah.
I'm about to head to bed. I got a shower.
Yeah, I gotta get up too, but I'm almost gonna do a couple of minutes.
All right.
Yeah. Okay.
Good night, Neil.
Yeah, so I just want to spend a couple of minutes just talking about this stuff, because even though, like I said, I still have my calculus homework I got to do, I'm just going to go through it really quick. I'm probably not going to do all of it, but, you know. Let's say, at this point, like I said, I watched the videos, some stuff I know, but when they start targeting me the way they did, and I think because I had exposed them the last time I them targeting me when I went grocery shopping and microwaving me, they didn't do it this time. But now they waited until we get the target, because they had to find some way which they can use a bunch of people to target me and microwave me in order for me to forget, you know, what I need to know. Right? So, that's why.
Nigel, pardon me, man, real quick. Yo, Neil, you gotta go, brother. I understand, man. Getting ready to cut out, hit the bed, man. Thanks for being a part of the call, man. Even though it was last minute, man, you guys still made it happen and showed up. I appreciate that. I don't know when I'm going to get reinstated for the live stream thing. Doesn't matter really, because I'm still going to be able to record like I'm recording right now, and I'm going to upload it to my computer, and when I'm able to upload it to my channel, I'm going to do that ASAP, find out how that works. If that's the case, then what I'm going to do from now on is I'm just going to record the calls like this, and then after they're done, that's what I'm going to do to circumvent that shit. Because these motherfuckers, man, they definitely did that whole thing to me purposely. I know they did. Now, I know I was wrong for using the movie clip, but they used the movie clip as a window to get into my shit, to shut down my shit or what have you there. But that's fine. But I'll take that hit. I'll take that hit. You know what I mean?
Well, listen.
Also, okay.
You should be able to listen. You can use a clip from a movie and not have it be covered. You need to look up the Fair Use Act, right? Right. Look up the Fair Use Act. Okay.
No, I know. It said that within the thing that they sent me, with the copyright strike that they sent me, they actually gave me the information I needed to go and check out to find that all out. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to just take that hit, man. I'm going to take that hit. I'm going to suffer through or what have you. It's not that big of a deal. As you can obviously hear, I'm still able to record and upload to my channel. So that's the important part. I just can't live stream for about 90 days, which is the equivalent of 3 months. That's fine. You know, it's like, whatever.
They basically say you can live stream for 3 months. That is crazy.
But that's what they're doing, man. And I already know that's a personal hit. And let me tell you something else that you didn't know, Nigel, real quick before I forget, man. Everyone else knows this. This is on the record already because you weren't on the call yet. And they also did something to my aunt, man. They had her feel like some sort of vertigo spell as she was going down the stairs. This is the one that I told you that has leukemia, the cancer in her blood, that a neighbor who's ex-military more than likely gave her with directed energy weapons and shit through time. Well, the same aunt of mine, during the time that I was trying to do the live stream call and all that shit, she went downstairs and she fell down the stairs and hit her head and cracked her head a little bit. You know what I mean? Like she needed stitches and shit. So in the midst of that, one of her neighbors came out, put her inside her apartment, and then my mother called her. You already know, when my mother called her, she was already frantic about it. I'm like, what happened? You know, I'm over here having a call with Night of Thunder and Dianna while they're reading the articles to the stuff that I had planned for today, which went down. It's already on the record. But mind you, I'm ready to do a Q&A in between those particular articles. And when she gave me that news, I was like, oh, shit, these motherfuckers are moving pretty quick. It's intense what they're doing. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're hitting my heart. You know what I mean? You didn't know to see it. I sent a picture to your brother, a picture to Nappy, a picture to Night of Thunder and Dianna as proof. Because I did that purposely in case they try to alter it or delete it off my phone. They're hitting me in my sinus of my heart, man, right in the middle of my chest. And I have the marks to prove it, man. And, this is all going down on record. So what you said earlier about you being intensely targeted heavily, they're also doing it over here to me. Raw True 7 has experienced his version of it out there in San Diego, California. And your brother, I'm not sure what's going on, but he was getting Silent Sound V2K messages talking about the call today and having some FBI agent listen in on the call. And this is your brother telling me that. I believe him. If he said that he was getting transmissions of what he needed to say on the call today, he was admitting, well, this is all on the record, man. Yeah, and I already know what they're trying to do. You know what I'm saying? I said it before, and I'm going to say it now again. You know, and I'm going to punctuate this shit, man. They ain't scaring me to silence. They got the wrong guy. You know what I'm saying? I don't do that. I don't fold like that. You know what I mean? I'm going to fight to the bitter end. Even if I can't swing no more, I'll fucking do what I have to do to figure out a way to continue fighting back. You know what I mean? So this is how it's going down. You know what I mean? Regardless of what they do, what they say, and all this shit. They're trying to intimidate me. Well, what they did to my art, you know what I'm saying? They're trying to scare me into silence, man. That's what they're trying to do. And I know that already. I recognize it, man. I know you put me up on what to look for and how it is that they're going about it. That's their modus operandi. I already see it. You know what I mean? That's not going to work on me, man. We'll just have to circumvent it the way I already said we're going to do. With that being said, man, pardon me, man, but that's, I had to get that other just in case you didn't know about that, Nigel, which I'm pretty sure you didn't know some of that stuff. You know, you were trying to get through the call, and they kept disconnecting the call. Night of Thunder was having issues. Dianna was having issues getting in contact with me until I finally was able to get those two on the call. And then once I got those two on the call, I was trying to get you. I was trying to reach out to Nappy. What had happened? You didn't get calls from me? You didn't get any texts from me? No. See what I'm saying? Playing games. We already know what time it is. You know what I'm saying? So I just wait, and I'm like, you know what? Eventually, at some point or another, Nigel either call in or what have you, and that's what we'll do. And that's what happened tonight. You know what I'm saying? These motherfuckers, man, it's like you said, you can't allow them to make you give up, to be like, oh, you know what? Fuck it, man. I'll just give up. They're going to keep doing this. No, man. If I wanted to have that spirit and mentality today, we wouldn't have this call right now going. Even though it's not live stream, it's going to be uploaded to my channel eventually. And people are going to be able to hear it. You know what I'm saying? Thanks to Night of Thunder and Dianna's quick thinking when they both said, yo, but why don't you just record the call anyway and just upload it to your computer, right? Because it still does it automatically. I was like, yeah, you know what? You're right. But in the middle of all that chaos that was happening, I didn't even think about that. And I'm having these people targeting me left and right also with noise campaigns here on the side. You know, the shit with my aunt that jumped off, hitting me in my heart and shit with DWs and all that. So I'm like, yo, what the fuck is it really going in? Then I'm hearing your targeting. You know what I'm saying? And I already knew you was going through it in school. But today, you know, once you put the details out there, it's like, damn. You know, you need that. You need the vent. You need to get that out there. You need to put it on the record. And you did. And I'm glad you did. You know what I'm saying? Because we all need to do that. Raw True 7 said a little bit of a percentage of what he needed to say earlier. You know, the only one that didn't talk that was on the call was Nappy. But I know Nappy how, you know what I'm saying, he got his situation out there, what he's doing. He's probably doing recycling right now as we're speaking. He's probably going to do his own live stream within another 20 minutes or so, like he usually does. Yeah. But in any case, man, I want to thank y'all for being here tonight, man. We're going to do it again next weekend the same way, obviously. We can't do live streams, but that's fine. It's like they're trying to fucking hit me in the hand, like they're trying to smack my hand like a child. But what they do is they don't want me to do something, you know what I'm saying? But that's not gonna stop me, man. Come on, man. It's just we gotta continue pushing forward no matter what and expose what these people are doing. Period. Nigel, you know what? Oh, go ahead, Nigel.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's kind of because they had did the same thing to me in one of my videos too, man. It was like, I was like, okay, whatever, you know. But you know, they didn't stop me from, you know, uploading all that stuff. So to kind of do that, that's like that's kind of messed up. But you know, like I said, we know what's up. You know what I'm saying? We know what's up. We know what's going on, and you know, lessons learned. Like I say, you record the calls, you upload it afterwards. That's fine. That you know, like I said, just be the fair use act, and I think also if you put your calls as, I think I have my calls as educational. That might also help too. So you may have to change your you have to go into your account, change your settings, or have you as, maybe put it as educational, because sometimes when things are put on the educational, then it changes. You know what I'm saying? But if you have it put as like I don't know, at one point, I think, you know, Alba was saying this, something like they had her show a label on the comedy. Yeah, right?
Yeah, no, I definitely have mine on education, bro. I started my channel with the category from the beginning with education. Yeah. But they hit me with that copyright strike, man. I mean, I'll take the hit. I did do it. For all I know, I said this earlier, Nigel, it could have been the silent sound. They just told me to give me that thought to do that shit so they could do this. I would have doubted it, man.
Exactly.
But I'll still take responsibility for that action because I did do it. At the end of the day, even though they probably influenced the shit out of me to do it, I did it. Fine. I'll take the hit. You know what I'm saying? Hey, it could have been worse. They could have been like, you know what? We're going to delete each other. You know what I'm saying? Like, they could have done some stupid shit like that. You know what I mean? Because at the end of the day, once we agree to their terms and conditions, they can do whatever the fuck they want with our shit, man. We're using their form, their website. I mean, so that's how it goes.
Yeah, exactly. I know, but the thing is that they're still, what they've done is that if they create a platform and they're all about, you know, free speech and all that stuff, for them to try to take away your free speech over some trivial shit, you know what I'm saying? It's just like ridiculous.
I agree with you 1,000,000%. You know what they said, Nige? They actually used, when Aldo was on the call with us the last time, they used the copyright strike to me then. You know what they said? They said for using deceptive means and scams. Like I'm scamming people with what we're saying.
Really?
Wow. Yo, I swear to God. Yo, you know what? I'm going to take a screenshot of that and send it to y'all. To each and every one of y'all. So y'all can see it for yourself, man. The shit that these motherfuckers are, this bogus shit that they're doing.
Yeah, that's crazy.
You know what's crazy, guys? I gotta say this. Like, I mean, I work during the night, so during the day I kind of like have a lot more time to look at more videos, depending on how tired I am and all that. I scan through a lot of stuff. You know, just whenever a category of target individuals or education hits me up, I scan to see what we have. I think we're the only real, like, targeted individual group that even comes close to keeping it consecutive and real, you know? And I have to say we're doing something really, really right because, the simple fact, all the stuff keeps on happening during the calls, and sometimes they don't do anything at all. They give us that quote-unquote false peace, you know what I mean? And I haven't, you know, it's just crazy. I don't see any other real groups. You know, you got your other groups, but I'm not going to, like, throw them under, and, you know, so you already know what time it is, you know, with them. But, like, it's just crazy. We're leaving a mark, and it's causing a lot more havoc, you know? I mean, our targeting gets, my targeting has getting bad, you know, some of you guys, but it's not as bad as it used to be, though. We're handling it a lot more. You know, and I really commend this channel. I'm very blessed to have it. I'm very blessed to have people to talk to about what's going on without someone, you know, without me talking to someone and they say, and it's like they mid conversation just change the subject, like they don't want to hear it. But wait till it happens to them, though. I'm telling you. Thank you guys. I appreciate everything that you've done and the realism and just everything that's happening in my life. You've been relating it to me. It's just crazy because we didn't have this, we'd be another statistic, and we're better in that. Like I said before, and I'm going to say it again, we will be the victors who rewrite history. I'm telling you.
No doubt, man. That's very well said. Well, true, Southern, man. No biggie. 100% behind that, man. Yo, we can continue doing what we've been doing regardless of what they try to throw at us, because we already know exactly what it is that they're trying to do. Thanks to Nigel Nicholson, thanks to Neil Nicholson for their veteranism and what they've instilled in response to education-wise about this program through their own personal targeting. You know, through my personal target, I've learned shit as well. You know, through Raw True 7's experiences, I've heard certain things that have made me realize, wow, you know what I'm saying? That shit is going on over there like that. Damn. And then the way he breaks it down from his end, it comes out crystal clear on this particular call each and every time. So other people can hear if they happen to be out there. Wow, there's somebody out here going through this shit. They're speaking on it. Well, they sound legitimate. See, that's the type of reaction that I'm trying to get out of the genuine EI/GIs that are actively out there. You know what I'm saying? And they're out there. Believe me when I'm telling y'all, because I'm getting emails. It ain't many. It's very few. I have more trolling than anything else, but that also shows me that we're doing our job when we get those trolling emails, because they're trying to discredit us. They're trying to make us look and sound crazy. So I just completely disregard that. Like Nigel told me when I created my channel, man, to not even give them the open forum to do that, to hold all comments for review. And I've been doing that from the beginning. You know what I'm saying? As well as the category being education from the beginning. You know what I mean? And these motherfuckers, man, they find a way. Like they did with me, like they did with Alda. And believe it or not, I have to say this. I just remembered this right now. Some of you may not even know who the hell I'm referring to. I know Nigel remembers. Gang stalking in Long Island. The Puerto Rican female TI. They shut her channel down, man. They deleted her channel. And I'm not surprised. I can't say I'm like super duper surprised about it because of the content that she was uploading and the stuff she was saying and exposing people and drug cartels and pedophile rings, and you know, it was bound to happen and shit. It showed me though. It showed me like, yo, these people, they're not playing. You know what I'm saying? They're sniping different TI channels one by one down. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? And they're using certain methods of going about doing it. You know what I mean? Loopholes in the law and the you know, shit like that. Not law, but policies, because there's policy and then there's law. You know what I mean? And you know how that
policies now.
Right.
You know? 'Cause, I mean, I've gotten a few warnings about some stuff I said about, like, you know, like, oh, you're saying stuff about a certain class or this and that, you know what I mean? Or it's something like that. I'm like, no, I'm telling you how it is. This is everyday people doing this. You know what I mean? Like, this is crazy people. I'm getting discredited on my comments a lot lately now, too. There's one, one of the recent videos, I don't want to say the name, but I block the user. I don't want that kind of stuff on there, you know what I mean? So, I mean, he said, he's all like, there's nothing criminal going on here, or they're like, you're giving real TIs a bad rap and all that kind of stuff. I'm like, well, where's your footage? You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? Like, this is crazy, dude. They're trying to discredit us and then use policies and laws to shut us down, like you said, you know.
Yeah, I mean that's the gist of it. They're trying to cover their asses because they know that the world is waking up. All these people, more people are waking up, so they got to try to shut us down.
Right. And I'm gonna tell you, Nigel, man, I got an email today, as a matter of fact, because they must have been watching and waiting because they saw that I came on at 4 o'clock, and that was the test live stream with the movie clip that I'm telling you that I put in there. And I had an email sent to me like maybe after that because it got shut down in the middle of it. And then the email was like, oh, what happened? We're watching, and you know, I'm like, what? We're watching? I only saw like one person.
No, but for them to do that in the middle of your call, bro, that means that they're watching your call, like personally.
Of course, like a hawk.
They're watching your live stream. You know what I'm saying?
Remember this?
And they will shut down anything that you may say or do that they don't like. They're going to shut down immediately. And that's unheard of.
Of course. And I know they're watching because I remember I went to the store one time, and remember when I went to the grocery store, and when and right in the middle, I think I was on the call with you. Actually, I was just talking to you, like, you know, private call, and it said, RT, we need you at the front end. Remember that?
Yeah, I remember you told me.
Yeah.
Over the PA system, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you heard it, but like I know I heard it. Like they said it. So like, RT, we need you on the front end. RT, we need you on the front end. I was like, oh shit, I'm not gonna be RT. Like they're watching, you know what I mean? That was a grocery store,
right?
You know, and they know me when I walk in there. They don't like me, dude. They got already pre-set up because I'll switch my days up to go there, but I go when I can. But once I get there, there's already a path waiting for me, you know. And it's like every aisle I go to. You know, they got the cross traffic and then, you know, the hand signals and the gestures and the kind of, you know, the quick movements they do to make you kind of like step back a little bit, like they're about to hit you or something, you know what I mean? They're just static, you know. They just waiting for me. They know every little pattern and they watch every little video, man. They do. Not everyone, but just only a few people, and then they go tell someone at the store, like, hey, can you say this over the intercom, you know, their handler or whatever, their handler says it to them, you know. I mean, it's not everyone, but they do watch our things. They just want to make it seem like everyone watches it.
Can I just say something to you? Have you applied for disability?
Who?
Have you applied for disability?
Me?
Yeah.
No, I haven't. I work.
Okay, but still, you can still get disability, and
yeah. Well, I could barely hear you on the call.
So you can still get disability and work. Okay, you may not, you know, you can still get disability and work. But it just depends on your income, like how much you can. But you should definitely find out about getting disability because, like I said, you can work and get disability, right? Particularly if you're not making a lot of money, right? Yeah. You could definitely get, and I think you have a good chance of getting disability. That's what I think you have a very good chance of getting disability. You should definitely try and apply for it. It doesn't hurt, but to try. You know what I'm saying?
All right, I'll share my info with how much I make on a private call. I don't want to.
No. I don't want to know. But I think because being in the position that you're in, the situation, in terms of the living situation, stuff like that, I think you might qualify for some sort of disability, right? So you should definitely.
Yeah.
Okay. On top of that, so recently I had to sending information because my disability is up for review. The whole thing, you need to be quiet. If you're not quiet, then we're not going to, you're going to end your disability and all this stuff. So I was like, whatever. I'm still talking to him. I'm still saying it. I'm exposing it to. And then I sent the information in, but before that, they kept on targeting me with mail people, right? The mail workers, the people that work in the post office. Because again, to try to, but I've already exposed these postal workers, a lot of them. They've already been exposed. Okay, and so I sent the information in, and so it was my disability came in this week, right? And I said to myself, you know what? If they don't give me my disability or have you, I just appeal whatever decision they're going to make. I just appeal it, okay? And on top of that, they also have my my MRI and all that stuff because I did it through them. Also, part of it I did through them. That's why I got these, because they were able to see my injury, right? And so, anyway, so when I woke up and I said, let me check to see if my disability came in, and it did. Let me tell you, sirens, fire trucks, I mean, it was berserk. They started going off and such and such. Then,
really?
Then later on, I get a call saying something about this Social Security office, and we need you to call, whatever. So I called the number back, and some woman was on the phone. And I said to myself, this got to be a scam, because, again, the number that it's funny, too, because they called me on the exact same day that my disability came in, right? Now, that has never happened before. And on top of that, when I called, it sounded like the person was probably in some type of, some type of facility with like a lot of people. It wasn't like a Social Security Administration office. It wasn't like that. So I knew something was up. So I listened to the message. I listened to the message, and I called the number back. And then she was like, I said to her, yeah, I'm just returning a call that I got from you guys about my disability. She was like, yeah. She's like, I like to get your information and this and that. So I said to her, I said, why is it so noisy in your background? Why is there a lot of noise in your background? You go all the time. And then she hung up the phone on me.
I had a crazy incident, kind of like similar to that. One of my friends, he had an injury. He had an injury, I'll just say, and he doesn't have insurance, and I don't know what to do, man. He was asking me, he's like, you know about all that kind of stuff. I'm like, I know a little bit, and I went through all this stuff, because my medical condition, and it's like, with them, you have to keep up with it, and no matter what, they're always, there's people that are always coming inside that office all the time, and they're going to give it to people who are more on like the, like Section 8 and stuff like that right away. They don't, or people who are, they're real quick that they have, I'm like, you got to keep bothering them, man. And when I went and helped them out with it, to get the Medi-Cal, the low-income insurance or whatever, he didn't know how to do all this, and I'm explaining to him, I'm like, I'll help you out because he had an injured arm, he can't write, so I had to do it for him, but I let him do the signature, you know what I mean? And when we were in there, oh, bro, it's like they tried every little measure to stop us, I mean, they had people coming up and talking to us and trying to like, hey, look over here, man. Look, pay attention to what I'm saying. And I'm like, I don't care what you're saying, dude. You're like, just riff-rapping, we're trying to pay attention to us to be called. Because if you miss your number, you got to pick another number and wait in line. That's just the policy there. You know what I mean? And we almost missed them. Like, and my buddy, he's like a no bullshit dude. He told the dude straight up. He's like, yo, stop talking to me. You know what I'm saying? Like, and then there was other people like security there, and when we get up to the front desk, I mean, he had a pay stub and his bills and all that because he doesn't really have a lot to, for that. And he's low income anyways. He doesn't have a lot of hours at work, And they're like, oh, you need more pay stubs. And they're like, you had enough. I just don't understand it. You know what I mean? So we had to go back to get more pay stubs. We went back and did it. And then they're like, oh, you're forgetting something else again. You know how they did with you with their, finance or whatever it was that you did with the school or something? Like, they wanted you to fill out more stuff or something like that? Yeah. Or you're having problems filling out? Well, they were doing that to us.
Yeah, because it's called administration abuse. So what they do is that they don't give you all of the information you need right away, because they keep wanting to come back. Keep wanting to come back. It's just trying to deter you. You know what I'm saying? That's just like, you know, it's like, why didn't you tell me this the first time? I could have had this done already. So now I got to go here and do this. Now I got to do that. But I could have done this thing like a week ago or even 2 weeks ago. Right?
Yeah. And that's what I said, you know. So I looked on the back of the paper. I'm like, yo, okay. And I told my friend, get all these things. I went through a checklist and we went through a checklist. You have this, you have that. It's like, well, it doesn't have a lot of bills, so we don't have to worry about all that. So let's just scratch all that out, you know, all the rest of the stuff that we don't need. Get the stuff that we do need, you know. We went back there, and then we were just waiting. He went back there, actually, because I couldn't go that day. So he went back, and he said he was waiting for a long time. I mean, there was people there that just showed up, and they were getting there right away. Right away. It's insane. They only want the people who are, you know, already in the system, you know, already had, like, you know, people in jail and stuff like that, and on parole. You know what I mean? They just want people like that already, you know. They don't want normal people who are in freedom or slightly freedom, more options, you know what I'm saying? They want people who are already indoctrinated in the system, you know, and then so they can carry on with their agenda, you know. And it's crazy. And, like, they still haven't got back to him. I'm like, yo, you have to bother him, you know. I don't know if he has, but you have to bother him. I mean, when I went to the doctors, or I went to the emergency room, I bothered the social worker. He kept coming up to me and saying, you know, like, yeah, it went through. I'm like, well, can I see the paperwork? I'm like, yeah, I'll be right back. I have to handle this. I'm like, okay. And then after I goes by, when I'm in the emergency room, because I ran out of medicine, because I was paying for my own medicine. This is before the actual, you know, the federal medical act or whatever for, like, you know, universal health care was going through. You know, I'm like, I had to keep bothering her every half hour. She was getting tired of me and rolled her eyes. And then finally, and one time she's like, it's still processing. I'm like, I thought you just told me that it went through. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then, you know, and then finally, you know, after, like, you know, maybe 5-6 hours of this debacle, she's like, it finally went through, and then she kind of, like, slammed her this binder, slammed it, picked it up, put it in her bag, and then kind of threw it over her shoulder real quick and just walked out real quick, you know. And I'm like, well, thank you, you know. And I know how it is, dude. That's all they get. These people are crazy, man. They just don't care. It's like what you said. It's administrative abuse. And you know what? Thank you for telling me that. I'm going to look up more information on that. Because that's under the classification of, like, workplace mobbing, too. Because there's someone I'm listening to on YouTube right now, and she seems pretty genuine, you know. I told RT about her, and she kind of works in an office environment, you know, and she goes through it all the time, you know. And she went, I think, through 2 or 3 jobs, and she got let go of one of them, and she's like, well, I'm going to go back to my old job. And her old job she loved, you know. And then now, when she went back to her old job, she's getting targeted left and right, you know. The same thing, you know, administrative abuse. And she works in that field. I'm guessing because she says she works in an office environment. And she's you know, I would say middle class. She says in one of her videos. She seems pretty like a normal person. But I mean, and it seems pretty genuine. But I'm still watching, you know, seeing what's going on, you know. And yeah, she's going through the administrative abuse too. And I'm gonna look up some more of that stuff. Thank you for bringing that up. Yeah, they do that, man. Like, with the medical and all that. Yeah, that's very sensitive to them now. You know, they don't want. I mean, you know, because I think what they were counting on was because you got a lot of you know, middle class people now who can't afford insurance. You get what I'm saying? You know, like I said earlier, it's like you got like 2 or 3 kids, you're paying $600 a month minimum just for insurance, and some of the stuff's not all covered anyways, you know. And so some of them are going to be like, well, I'm not going to pay for it, you know. And at the end of the year, the government comes in and says, whoop, takes it right out of their taxes. It's a Ponzi scheme, you know. And that's all they're really doing, and that's the abuse of it, you know. And sorry about the trolley in the background. I can't help that. These things are everywhere. Watching
Don't worry about that. Yo, but check this out, man. What you had brought up about Nigel and his whole take on the administrative abuse, that shit is real. That shit is official.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because I agree 100% with that, man. They do that shit to me as well when I go to a doctor's office or I go to with my mother. Even if it's not my appointment, it's my mother's appointment. They start playing games in the waiting room area, talking about, yeah, she's next. And then they say that, but then it's like, okay, we're going next. 5 minutes go by, 10 minutes go by, 15, 20, 30 minutes. You're like, yo, didn't you just say we were next? Oh, I'm sorry. There was a person ahead of you. Wait a minute. So how is there a person ahead of us when we were next? Like, she was here. I was here. I signed her name for her there. Isn't it on the list? Don't you see it? Oh, no, this person had come in and they had to come back because they have to give the blood again. And I'm like,
that still doesn't make sense. We still should be served, though, you know?
Exactly. No, period. But that's the kind of maybe bullshit that I'm talking about. These people will come out with, man. Some bogus shit, you know what I mean? And you're like, what? You know what I mean? And you know, you gotta keep your wits about yourself. You gotta keep your composure because first off, you're in public. Second off, I'm with my moms. And they know all this shit ahead of time, so they're gonna push. They're gonna do certain things that they know I don't like. They're gonna have perps in the waiting room area purposely doing the contrived coughing, the contrived clearing the throat every, 30 seconds and shit. You know, it's like, yo, these people, man, they go in with that shit, man. So administrative abuse behind that is definitely something that needs to be spoken about more in regards to us going to places that are services in regards to the public. You know what I mean? That they abuse the shit out of us within that environment as well. That shit needs to also be exposed. I agree, man. And Nigel did a great job in one of his videos talking about that shit, man. I agree with that too. So most definitely need to bring that to the surface more because it happens to all of us. No matter where we go, it could be, like I said, a doctor's visit. It could be going to the DMV. It could be going as easy as purchasing something at a store. There'll be nobody there. All of a sudden, you're in there, start seeing people coming in. Cars parking fast, going inside the store that you're in. And nobody's at the cash register until you get ready to go to the cash register. Now there's a fucking line.
Now they all rush to get in front of you, right?
Yeah, and then for some reason,
I don't know how sick they are. They're literally watching you, and the minute that they see that you're heading towards that cash register, they run and go to the cash register to get in front of you.
Exactly.
So they can start crowding.
Exactly. And then you have some idiot, person behind the cash register that for some reason all of a sudden now starts doing shit like they don't know math and they don't know how to use the cash register and they're moving your finger one at a time. Like real slow, like taking the time. And the line is ridiculous. It's like, yo, what the fuck? You gotta be kidding me, man. You know what I mean? So all of that is part of that administrative abuse, man. That's all connected to that.
Yep.
Yo, Nige, man, not to get off the subject, but what have you, been able to retain as far as the information from school, man? I mean, I know you said thank God for YouTube, but
listen, some stuff, but with calculus, bro, I can't retain it. Like the formulas and stuff like that, because there's so much, bro. It's so much, and the equations are, even though they may not be long, but by the time you solve the equations, they end up being very long, very complicated. And there's a lot of shit, like I said, able to retain something, but I gotta keep reading the same shit over and over because I gotta, try to put it into my long-term memory, right? So which means I gotta do it every day, and I can't do that. Like the kids, and like I said, times I gotta get in the house, I gotta lay down, rest my back, thing. But even with that, if I'm watching my tablet or have you, it's just, what I'm saying? I mean, like I said, I can retain some stuff a lot better, but I always gotta review the stuff again. Gotta keep looking at it. Try to get it into my long-term memory, my short-term memory. So the short-term memory. Like right now, I'm getting ready to do my my calculus homework. I'm doing it at this hour, at this time, because that way, when I get up in the morning, at least I'll still remember some of the stuff that I can pass it over. I got a coding class, which we're using this coding program called Python, and like right now, because I've been having so much problem trying to get into some of these things, because there's many things that I need to get into. Like for this coding class, I need to create an account on Open Lab, and then an Open Lab on top of that, I have to go to this website. I have to download the free version of Python. Then I got to go onto this website where the homework is at from the company that makes Python. So all my homework is on that website. And then I was having a problem getting onto that website because for some reason, I couldn't get it right. And then on top of that, I have I have no one to really go through some of the stuff with me, and again, so what I'm saying, it's like I can't do it any quicker. So I got to do it at my own pace. You know what I'm saying? I can't do it any quicker. I can't do it any faster because again, they keep messing with my shit. You see what I'm saying? Like I had to download for my technical drawing class. I had to download AutoCAD, but the student edition because the software is expensive, right? It's like $1,400 for the software. But the student, if you're a student, you can get a free version, right? And you get a 3-year license, right? For AutoCAD, and AutoCAD. It's like a engineering software / architectural software that you can build. You build your floor plan or whatever, your building plans, your electrical circuit plans, such and such on there. And the teacher, she moves so quick, and then she wants us to draw. I have to draw all these electrical circuit symbols by just using the software. And I was having a problem with the software because when I signed up for the software, I put all my information there, send them out as a student, everything like that. And then the software, when I download the software, they wanted me to pay for this shit. I'm like, hold up, no. I'm supposed to have a free thing. So then I get an email saying that, that something went wrong and all this stuff. You know what I'm saying? Something always going wrong. You know what I'm saying? It's like, this shit's always going wrong. So that kind of sets me back. So now I got to wait until they solve whatever shit on their end. So now then I finally got, this week, the correct email with the link to the student edition. I was able to download that. I installed it on my computer at home, and I saw it on Ethan's computer by chance. When I'm over there, I can do it. So I was doing the drawing. I took off from that class on Thursday because I couldn't, I couldn't go because I had my homework. You know what I'm saying? And there was so much shit. The night I stayed up till 5 o'clock in the morning doing that shit. Okay, and I still haven't finished. Right? On top of that, I had to, like I said, with all the shit that's going on, let me tell you something, it is difficult. It's difficult because when you're taking care of the kids, because when Pat comes home from work, she passes out. She goes to sleep. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, hey, listen, I got school, right? At least Beta listen. I said, listen, you see what I'm doing, right? Don't go in your bed and just go to sleep. You know what I'm saying? Take care of, you know what I'm saying? Ask me, hey, because then I cook, right? So I came home, I started doing, first of all, I was doing soldering because I had to, I didn't finish soldering my circuit boards, and I had made a mistake when I was in a class, and I had to try to I had to melt the solder to pull out the circuit, one of the circuits, and switch it around, right? 2 of them actually switch it around. So I did that, do all that stuff. I was up late. I was up, when I missed that class, I was up till like 5 o'clock I went to bed like at 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock in the morning doing the homework, and I still couldn't finish because, again, I don't have any clue how to use the software. She kind of like moves so fast in class. She's like this and this and that. So you know what I did? I was creating each symbol for that. I went to YouTube. I said, okay, how do I fill in the color of the object? So if I want to fill in a solid color to an object, I have to do that. Did that, you know what I'm saying? I was trying to figure out how to create a there's a symbol for a transistor, right? And it's like a wired, like a coil symbol. But I couldn't figure out how to do that, so I went and Googled it. I went on YouTube to search it out, but the videos that came out, they were all they were all from India. So I was like, okay, so that's the only. I did everything else, bro. But let me tell you something. By myself, right? I did everything else in that day. Than opposed to when she was teaching in class, stuff like that. And she's not a bad teacher. She's just like I said, because I'm a target, and they get the professors to target me and stuff like that. So a lot of times she just ignores me when I have to ask her a question. When it comes to the end of the class, yeah, she's turning around and she'll talk to me and stuff like that. But during the class, when she's going to other people, helping them out, I'm like, hey, I need help. She's like, ignore me and shit like that. So it's just a lot. You know what I'm saying? And plus, it's like I said, it's a lot. I'm just going. I'm doing the best that I can. I'm going through it. I'm going through it at my pace. You know what I'm saying? Because again, I deal with my back and my leg and stuff like that. So when I'm sitting down on those hard ass chairs and shit like that, it's a lot for me. Because when I get up, my back hurts. Okay? So, but like I said, I do it for, I'm okay, I have my speech class. I got the homeworks. I've got all 10s, like 100% in and stuff like that. And, this machine class, I probably get like either A or B. I think my lowest score might be a B if she gives me a B, but, I'm on pace. But like this, some classes I'm on pace, you know what I'm saying, even ahead of some other students. Other classes, like the calculus class, I'm like way behind. My circuit analysis class, those are like really a lot of math-driven classes. So I'm behind on that, but not as bad as in calculus. You know what I'm saying? So, but even if I fail the calculus, man, like if I get a pass, they said that they're going to drop the lowest score, so the next test I got to get a good score. So even if I get a low passing grade, I'm still good. You know what I'm saying? And with my circuit analysis and the lab for that class, if I'm passing that, I'll be good. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not trying to, I'm not trying to, even though I'm overwhelmed, I'm not trying to, be stressed out about it. Saying? So, because like I said, I know my own limitations, and I know, like I said, when they started attacking me in the microwave, it's like I forget a lot of shit, and that's what they've been doing. That's why, last night in Target, when they started, not last night, it was Saturday night, when they started targeting me, and like I said, when I knew at that point I was being microwaved at the time, when it's like they basically hacked into Pam's mind, he did that signal, and it seemed like everybody else was just focused on her. And when she did that, they started moving. So I was like, okay, let me turn, right? So I was like, okay, let me turn and go to where the sheets was at, so she followed me, have you. And then they showed up there, and then when I started recording their ass, then they left. You know what I'm saying? Then they kind of calmed down, you know what I'm saying? Because they know I was going to put this shit on video. Then I came home today. They're trying to send me subliminal text about my neighbor, because my neighbor next to me, let me tell you how these motherfuckers are. My neighbors who live right next to me, right? This woman, you know what I'm saying? That at one point, almost every day I go out to lunch, I would see her walking on the block of my job. Okay? The synchronization. Every time at one point I went out to lunch, I would see her. Now, she doesn't work in Manhattan. What the hell is she doing? She doesn't even work. Okay? She don't work. Right? But yet, she shows up on the block of where I worked at almost every day. Okay?
That's crazy.
Yeah. Right? So today now they try to use her again to try to target me, which I want to, when I do my next video, I'm going to expose all this shit. And then on top of that, when I used to do photography, so they had, I got on the block to find parking, and I found parking. They had these two women come across the street, young woman, whatever. They're using her phone, and they're taking, she's like she's doing a photo shoot, what have you. And I'm like, yeah, okay. But the minute that I get out the car and leave, then they leave, right? I'm like, but again, as the minute I showed up parking, they come across the street where I was parked at, doing all that shit. And when I leave, they leave. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, there you go. I mean, I did a video of it too. You know what I'm saying? So just to show people what it is I'm talking about, so they can see for themselves.
Hey, Nigel, how's your serotonin levels? Because I know you said your leg hurts, and You know what I mean? Or like back hurt?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's because I have two pitched nerves. So, you know,
right.
At one point my right started hurting me, and then afterwards my left started hurting me, stuff like that. So, like I said, I was using a cart. So whenever it was hurting, I would stop and kind of like leaned over and have my elbow like on the cart, so that would alleviate the pressure. Okay, and so, you know, but you know, they do this shit because they want me. You see, this is what they do too, right? Because regardless of the evidence that I have of the damage to my spine and everything like that, not also, but like I said, when I went to get my disability, they did an MRI, right, of my spine, okay? And based off of that MRI is why they gave me my disability, okay? Right? So, you know, but then what they try to do is that they try to make it seem like, you know, like I'm faking my injury. I'm not faking my injury. The reason why my injury hasn't gotten worse is because I have not worked, you know what I'm saying? And if I did work, to be sitting down 8 hours a day and having to constantly travel back and forth to a job every single day, you know, it's detrimental to my back. Because I remember when my back started getting worse, I missed weeks at work. Weeks. Okay? There's times when I'm like, listen, I can't come in. I can't get out of bed. There's a constant bending of the work that I used to do, bending down and do all that stuff. I couldn't do it, you know. So like I said, I tried very hard not to bend. And even though, like, sometimes even the slightest move, you know, sometimes my back would hurt. It's not, you know what I'm saying? And then I had my everyday little aches and pains from it, okay? And I started drinking the moringa tea, and that helped out a bit. So when I feel pain now, is not no little pain, you know what I'm saying? It's like, you know, heavy duty pain, you know, to where I can't even step on my leg. Like yesterday, I couldn't step on my, so I was like, listen, I gotta stop. I have to stop. A lot of times you'll see me from standing, I have one leg like lifted up, you know what I'm saying? Or one leg, you know, crossed to the back of the other leg to take the pressure off of that leg, you know, until I can start walking, and I have to walk very, very slow. When I left class, I left class. I have two classes on Friday: a machine work class in which we're building a circuit box, what have you, and I had to do a lot of standing, you know, a lot of filing and all that stuff. And at one point, you know, I had to stop, you know, and then because I'm in pain, and so I had to tell the lab tech, I said, listen, you know, don't get frustrated with me. Sometimes, you know, I said, but it's because, you know, there's a lot of shit that I'm dealing with. You know what I'm saying? I said, you know, you see, sometimes you see me walking with a cane, sometimes I'm standing doing something, and my leg is hurting me. I try not to complain about it, you know what I'm saying? But this shit hurts. And sometimes, you know, like when I have to like measure stuff, I have to try to bend to measure stuff. I can't really measure properly because I need to hold on to something. You know what I'm saying? I can't bend, you know, so if I'm bending and I'm measuring something, I'm putting pressure where, you know, sometimes my hands are trembling because, you know, this stuff, you know what I'm saying? So like I said to myself, look, I'm doing the best that I can under the condition that I'm in. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I got something that might help you. I've been taking it for the last week now. It's called, I have the brand right here. Let me look at my bag real quick. But it's called the precursor to serotonin. And a lot of target individuals aren't having a steady flow of serotonin right now. You know, here it is. I got it. It's called 5-HTP. Different bunch of different vitamins in it, but it's called a precursor to serotonin. And I've been having back problems ever since that time when you fell and hit the mirror and all that. They've been targeting me ever since, and I've been having severe back problems. I can't, like, every time I lift, and I'm pretty young still, and I shouldn't have back problems like that. And I try to stay pretty active. I'm walking all the time. There's no reason my back should be hurting like that, you know. And ever since then, I've been taking this, and my back has been, and my steady flow of serotonin have been good. And I just wanted to let you know about it, you know, because it helps a lot. I don't feel a lot of up and down. My mood is very set.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, no, it helps with the mood. But I also take I take one of the drugs that I was prescribed is antitrypsin, and that's kind of helped to improve mood too. And
okay.
then on top of that, I buy from Amazon this thing called Neuro Health, which helps your memory. And trust me, that helps me a lot, okay? Because, even though, like I said, usually now when I forget a lot of things because I'm being heavily targeted now, right? So especially, like I said, especially if I go out on the weekend and, they'll target me a lot, microwave me a lot, I'll forget stuff. But it's...
So Harataki too. That stuff's really good. I've been taking Harataki, and I feel confident. I'm organized. I'm like... Because my usual mood, I'm a really scatterbrained person since my targeting. I take Harataki.
That's natural. That's still going to happen.
Yeah. I mean, I'm still kind of scatterbrained still, but not as much. I'm very confident.
Right.
Yeah, organized. I'm at work. They could say stuff, and it just goes right over my head. And I mean, during some hard targeting,
I'm gonna order the 5 AC. Order that too. But
I got $6 at Ralph's grocery store. I got $6.
Yeah, this thing here. This is I take the Neuro Health, and it helps to improve memory and aids cognitive health and promotes clear thinking, which it helps a lot because believe me, if I wasn't taking this stuff, a lot of times sometimes before when I wasn't taking the stuff, my memory was so bad, like I put something down, I forget it. Now, even though sometimes I will forget stuff, but I remember it. You know what I'm saying? It'll take, at least I won't forget it outright complete. You know what I'm saying? It may be, half an hour later, I remember where I put it as opposed to, not remembering where I put it all day and just driving myself crazy trying to find shit.
Yeah, I know.
You know what I'm saying? I remember, Nigel, when I had mentioned that to you, man, I was like, before in the past, I was like, you ever tried, some of those over-the-counter stuff for memory and focus and cognition? You're like, nah, man, these people, such and such and such, and you finally tried it, so it worked for you, man. It's like, that's the thing. And we always have to kind of like see what helps us, what can do something for us, what might not. That's why I appreciated what True Seven just did, just in case, you know what I mean? That might be something that might not necessarily work for everybody, but what if it works for me? You know what I'm saying? Like if I had those issues, or Neil had issues like that, or, Night of Thunder, or Dianna, Nappy Head Roots, you know what I'm saying? Members of the squad, and even people that are listening in, that might not even be targeted, but have physical ailments or have some sort of mood disorder containing to that particular situation of them having that physical pain that's aligned with that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And then that might help them. You know what I mean? You never know. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of things that people sometimes overlook because they're like, oh, no, that's not going to work for me, man. This is too heavy. What they do to me, such and such. But, man, when I realized that for Nigel it worked, it made me feel good because I knew he was going to be, feeling better and he was going to get that confidence back. I didn't know he was going to go to school. I didn't know that's a super duper bonus. You know what I'm saying? But that shows that, my man, for a person who hasn't been in a school setting for a quarter of a century, you know what I'm saying? That's a long fucking time that you have been in a school setting and you went ahead and you catapulted yourself into that environment, man. That's not easy, man. Take my hat off to you for that. That's on the record again. You know what I mean? Because
definitely.
Word up. Because, not everybody's going to be able to do it. And then under the circumstances that we all know what I'm referring to. You know what I'm saying? It's like the whole comparison/analogy of the video game mode being put in legendary mode, ultimate hard mode. You know what I'm saying? That's what you're playing in life. Yeah, that's what we're all playing. You know what I'm saying?
That's a good analogy right there. A good, observation.
Yeah, that's perfect. That's why, like I said, even though I'm in school heavy, like I'm not trying to be stressed out because again, that's what it is that they're trying to do, right? So look, if this semester I don't do too well, that's okay. I just take the classes over, I'll do better. That's how I look at it. You know what I'm saying? Because again, because of our condition and what they continue to do to us, it makes it difficult. So even though my memory has improved greatly, it's still far from where it used to be. Saying?
That's good. That's really good.
And imagine if they just leave me the F alone, right? Imagine they just leave us alone in terms of that. Our memory would be even so much more better off.
Of course.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I mean, that's why they do what they do, to prevent that.
Exactly. I remember when I started playing piano. Let me make this real quick.
But he said that the trial is coming. That's why he paused it so we don't hear the background noise. I appreciate that, Raw Truth 7. Yo, Nige, man, in regards to what you said, man, I personally believe that you're going to keep doing what you're doing regardless, because you already know you set your goal, you set your bogey on the prize, which is to continue going to school and get that particular certification for that particular job that you're trying to acquire, which I know you're going to eventually get, man, because you've already set your focus on that, man. And these people are going to try everything and anything to try to deter you from doing it. And you already know all that shit. You know what I'm saying? That's why you're doing the right thing by looking at it from the standpoint that you're looking at it from now. My father, may he rest in peace, he used to say, to me, there's people that I know that catch heart attacks, that get stressed out and let life get to them. They have bills upon bills piling up, and they're like scratching their head, pulling their hair out their head, and they're like, oh my God, I don't know what I'm going to do. And they're like, maybe 10 years younger than I am, or what have you. They're already losing their hair, and they're so stressed out that they don't know what to do with themselves. They end up catching physical, medical issues that develop through time, and some of them even died from heart attacks. He said, they're not going to kill me in that way. I'm going to, let the I'll file bankruptcy. All the bills come, and I'll file Chapter 11 back. And he did. I remember that. My father was a very intelligent man, very cool, calm, and collected type of individual, man. Everything was done strategically, and it was calculated. All his moves were like chess. You know what I'm saying? And he knew if he were to pay any attention to the stress factor at his job, here at home with myself when I was younger, the problems I used to bring him, I feel bad about that now, looking back on it now. I was a hell of a handful for my parents, man. I was doing a lot of fucked up shit in the street. I was, getting into all types of trouble, and, it was a lot of havoc, man. But my father maintained, his cool. I mean, I caught a lot of ass whoopings from him and stuff like that were deserved and shit. But at the same time, man, he knew how to father correctly, and he knew what to instill, and he knew, what to leave me with as far as jewels, and I'll never forget what he said. He said, never let people take away your peace. Never allow someone to take your peace of mind. If they want to try to make you go crazy, and I found it weird that he said that, but he said if they try to make you go crazy, or they try to do stuff to get you upset or riled up, or you see that you're getting, your temper is flaring and stuff like that, try not to let that get to that level. Always try to diffuse that situation as much as you can. And if you can, remove yourself physically out of that situation so it doesn't escalate any further. Because, you're going to do it to yourself before anything else. So that's what that is. In regards to that, right now, y'all, I'm going to come to a close, and I'm going to shut the call down because I think the battery either died or it's dying. So I'd like to say thanks to everyone that was on the call. Shout out to Nappy Head Roots. He barely said anything. He couldn't say anything, I guess. You know what I'm saying? He was caught up with something, but thanks for showing up. Shout out to Night of Thunder. He fell asleep earlier, but that's all good. It's not his fault. You know what I mean? It happens to the best of us, man. And that's during the time where he was sleepy anyway. Don't worry, brother. Shout out to you. And shout out to Dianna for being on the call. She really outdid herself tonight by reading all those articles. And that's pretty much it, y'all. Shout out to Raw Truth 7. Shout out to Nigel Nicholson. And shout out to Aldo, Mysterioso 1. Everybody, I'm not going to stop doing this call. If I have to do it this way, this is the way that I'll do it, like I had mentioned before. Not to worry, to my loyal listeners, I'm going to still keep it coming. There's going to be another one next weekend. It's just going to be going about in a different manner. This is RTTI in New York City. Signing out.
New to the world, fresh out the barrio. I was an outlaw rebel, out of my mind, young and wild. My existence defined in one word: survive.
Check. If it could be sold, I could sell it. If it can't, that's cool. I'll fix it up, make it look good enough to catch some fools. It started when I was young, with my Genesis games. He traded me John Madden for, I don't remember the name, but it was Rico. The streets though, they play with Perico. So Tito became my Eho. He had cheap blow, and each O like 3-4 times I flipped once. But it's Evo, the people I deal with a stick none. With big guns, they diesel, that diesel never change. The custy still gnaw like they agree with anything. The weed ain't the same, all the colors is new. It ain't just green, the haze is purple and them berries is blue. I don't care if it was pink, as long as they still smoking. I had them bags packed till they damn near open. The hustle's in my veins, I could bleed in the pot and make a soup that'll go for $10 a pop.
In La Calle, on a collision course with incarceration, consumed by the lies of the streets. They were an illusion, but I awoke, caged like an animal.
They got me locked in a cell where I'm feeling like an experiment. My spirit sharper than lasers they use to build pyramids. Writing on the walls keep me sane. Knuckle push-ups on the concrete till I bleed out the pain. Thoughts of my freedom lingering in my brain. I'm stronger and much quicker, I appreciate the gain. Building with my air lights, brown power reunite. Tattoos up my flag, PR pride, Jesus Christ. But I wouldn't wish this on my worst enemy. So when I'm free, I'll teach and spread the speech. How they try to divide us, make us weak, find us and break a piece. So I got us to make it peace, honest, play for keys. This is the life of your forefathers that fought hard on four corners of backyards, power in numbers, so they subtract us and add bars. If they want it, we gon' take them to war. We not a gang or a clique, we young lords.
I came to my senses. Un esclavo no soy. That is now my past. I came to know me and my people. Red, brown, and black help me paint the future.
The world got a template to turn us into inmates, caged in a state pen, man. Fuck going to Penn State, bondage and slave ships to punch in your time card. Walk my oasis, space a jungle behind bars. Got my epiphany like Malcolm X. Prison to Britain, but I'm stuck in this global house arrest. I'm a free man, so I changed my mannerisms. This Greenspan system wanna dead my activism. Estilo machetero, get my people out the ghetto. 21st century, grito del lado está de ghetto. We vocal minorities, no Pokemon tail. Guess the local authorities till we the Hoochie Man trail. For robbing bodegas and boosting like low lives. Media figures, choking in 4-5. Revolutionary gangsters in your presence. Try to dead us with cancer through chemical testing.
Unidos por fin, we seize the time. Free at last. Learn to love, live to fight. Not just for me, but for others. Teach the new blood and live for freedom. I survived the COINTELPRO assassinations. AIDS epidemic, crack era fractured the nation. The interpretation of American democracy is best exemplified in its foreign policy dichotomy. I live a double life of political philosophy, but revolution follows me to struggle for equality against the morally bankrupt, claiming to be born again. It's a civil war again, like MS-13's origin. Ban ethnic studies claiming our culture will swallow them, but you can't conquer people and build a country on top of them, and then feel offended that they breathe the same oxygen. Your family values lack the wisdom of Solomon, but Operation Condor and Operation Bootstrap of Poli-Sci 101 research for the new jacks. It's hard to reach communist utopia tomorrow when your hands are in a fucking glass jar like Che Guevara. Forget the distorted historical facts you were given. Slave trade was the capital for capitalism. Trapped in a prison, mentally dying existentially, separated from people you can't see yourself to be, then racially integrated into a burning house colony of an empire, economically burning out. Can't win a debate, so they sponsor every threat to me. I wonder if Agent 800 is standing next to me.
En Puerto Rico, the main problem we have is que somos colonia. We're a colony. We're fighting for freedom because we will not be a slave nation forever. The struggle here is in the university. The struggle here is in the community. It's against the police and violence. It's against discrimination. It's against the crime against humanity on this beautiful Caribbean island. This is Panama. Vicente Alba, young lord, revolutionary always, from San Juan, Puerto Rico. Que viva Puerto Rico libre.
What y'all say your style is?
It's our secret. Never teach the Wu-Tang.